It was just as Lin Yun had guessed. The phenomenon in the Wither North Sea had attracted everyone's attention. The seal to the Empyrean's tomb has finally weakened. What a powerful phenomenon. Incredible. Even if we can't obtain the Empyrean's legacy from the ancient tomb, it'll be worth the trip if we can obtain a treasure or two. All the cultivators who saw the phenomenon were excited. The Blood War Pavilion's Ji Wuye was wiping the blood off his sword indifferently with dozens of corpses lying beneath his feet. None of the corpses were intact, which reflected Ji Wuye's nickname as the Bloody Butcher. Right at this moment, Ji Wuye suddenly raised his head to look at the starry sky afar. Revealing an eerie smile on his face, he licked his lips with a brutal smile. It has finally appeared. If it took any longer, I would have been bored. I hope that the Astral Pearl won't disappoint me. I should gather up the Blood War Pavilion's disciples first. Even the elites on the rankings knew that they would have an advantage with more numbers. After all, the Astral Pearl was their ultimate goal and there was no need for them to show off. In tattered ruins, several Ghost Flame Sect's disciples gathered beside Yen Kong. Yen Kong had a pale complexion as he emitted an eerie aura. Just standing around him made others feel uneasy. As one of the two fiend gods, his killing aura wasn't any weaker than Ji Wuye's. Senior Brother. The Empyrean's tomb has emerged. With Senior Brother's ability, it won't be an issue to obtain the Empyrean's legacy. Give us the order and we'll follow it to the death. The few disciples looked at Yen Kong with their eyes blazing. They knew that they had to depend on Yen Kong to obtain anything from the Empyrean's tomb. Yen Kong sneered and said, "Hee hee. Don't worry about it. I don't need anything else aside from the Astral Pearl. If anyone dares to oppose you guys in the tomb, they'll be opposing me as well. I'll let them know what's worse than death." Shortly after, Yen Kong shot out towards the Empyrean's tomb. Two youthful figures stood among a patch of sand dunes. One had a skinny frame carrying an ancient saber on his back, and the other had a crimson glow in his eyes. The duo was Pei Yu and Qin En, ranked 58 and 59 on the ranking. They were both geniuses in the top 10 of the outer ranking, and they had arrived at the last day. When they spoke, they disregarded many people on the ranking. Additionally, they traveled together after entering the tomb. "Our greatest opponents should be Ji Wuye and Yen Kong," said Pei Yu as he looked at the starry sky. "They might be terrifying, but they're nothing as long as we work together. The one we really have to be afraid of is the Cloud Trigram Sect's Xianxia. I heard that he had grasped the Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery. With that fellow's cultivation, it'll be troublesome if he really grasps the Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery." Pei Yu paused briefly and his tone turned cold. "But we're not pushovers. He'll have to consider if he wants to compete with us for the Astral Pearl." At the same time, countless people saw the phenomenon in the sky and rushed over without any hesitation. Anyone could imagine that there would be a huge gathering at the Empyrean's tomb, and there would also be a brutal battle, even among the elites on the ranking. Even if someone wanted to take advantage of the situation, they had to consider if they were strong enough to. With the appearance of the Empyrean's tomb, the game had finally begun. The starry sky was far away, but Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry as he walked together with Mu Chun. The tomb's seal might have been weakened, but it would still take some time for it to disappear completely. Furthermore, even if the seal disappears completely, anyone who tries to enter without the sufficient strength would be courting death. The treasures were prepared for the experts, and it had been a rule since ancient times. So as long as you were strong enough, it didn't matter if you were late. 3 days later, the outline of the Empyrean's tomb finally appeared before Lin Yun and Mu Chun. There were many people swarming over like locusts. As for those who weren't here, they were probably dead. Lin Yun and Mu Chun were looking around to find their companions from the Heavenly Sword Sect and Heavenly Province Academy. After all, they shouldn't have had issues with their strength. Under the starry sky, many disciples were waiting for the seal to disappear completely. But while they were waiting, an ongoing battle attracted everyone's attention. Killing was normal in the Wither North Sea, but there was a reason why this battle had attracted their attention. Two youths were currently ganging up on a girl. The girl had a delicate figure and spiritual runes were fluctuating around her like flames. Disregarding her looks, Her strength alone was worthy of attracting the attention of everyone present. Someone might stand out to be the hero on an ordinary day, but the two youths who were ganging up on her were both geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Because they were working together, they held the upper hand against Mo Ling. It's the Bloodwing Pavilion's Lung Haoyu and Threesalip Manor's Lin Ziyuan. Hehe, the two are actually joining up to deal with the Heavenly Province Academy's Mo Ling. They're pretty gutsy. If they really killed Mo Ling, we don't need to even bring up the Heavenly Province Academy because the Mo clan itself isn't a pushover. They wouldn't dare. But the Bloodwing Pavilion and Heavenly Province Academy have a long feud. If Mo Ling is really defeated, I'm afraid that she'll be humiliated. Many of the disciples gathered around here felt that Lung Haoyu and Lin Ziyuan were shameless. But the two of them were still geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking, so no one dared to interfere in this matter. Lung Haoyu, you've never improved over the years. Are you such a coward that you need help to fight me? Mo Ling barked coldly. I had thoughts of fighting with you one-on-one, but I can only get Brother Lin to help me to avoid any unexpected troubles. I let you off in the Flame Cloud Mountain Range, and this is a rare opportunity that Zhang Yuan isn't with you. Lung Haoyu sneered. He didn't feel ashamed at all as he continued. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, you can give up on entering the Empyrean's tomb. The Bloodwing Pavilion had a deep feud with the Heavenly Province Academy. Since he ran into Mo Ling outside the Empyrean's tomb, he would naturally take action. After all, this was the best opportunity since Mo Ling's help hadn't arrived. Furthermore, it would also be easier for him to deal with Lin Yun after getting rid of Mo Ling facing Lung Haoyu and Lin Ziyuan. Mo Ling didn't dare to be careless as she pushed her spiritual runes to the limit. The spiritual runes gathered around her suddenly unfolded into 9 paintings. It was naturally the 3rd grade spiritual diagram, a Blaze Phoenix painting. In the next second, dazzling flames came from the spiritual diagram that left Lung Haoyu and Lin Ziyuan shocked. They didn't expect that Mo Ling would be such a tough opponent. Mo Ling was clearly in the disadvantageous position in her cultivation, but her attainments in spiritual runes were shocking. But Lung Haoyu and Lin Ziyuan weren't worried as they both sneered and attacked. Lin Ziyuan threw out a punch with the Absolute Cloud Fist. Infernal Clouds. Lin Ziyuan's punch had created a phenomenon as a sea of flames gushed out of his fist. On the other side, Lung Haoyu pushed the Blood War art to the limit as strands of crimson aura stretched out and formed a demonic claw that went where his sword went. When the punch and sword attacked the spiritual diagram, cracks began to appear on the Ablaze Phoenix painting. This is bad. Mo Ling is going to lose. Those who saw the scene had changes to their faces. They could imagine Mo Ling getting heavily injured once the painting shattered. The Ablaze Phoenix painting ultimately broke into pieces as Lung Haoyu and Lin Ziyuan charged out. But when they moved forward, the first person they saw wasn't Mo Ling, but an azure figure. You guys dare to touch my senior sister? You must be courting death. The azure-clothed figure then threw out a punch and barked, Scram! The bark echoed in everyone's ears as Lin Yun threw his punch out. The Dracophant energy surged within his body, and he merged his sword energy with 30 cauldrons worth of strength. His power gushed out like a ferocious beast. Neither Lung Haoyu's sword nor Lin Ziyuan's fist were comparable to Lin Yun's punch. They were both sent flying away. The saintly music and sword buzz from Lin Yun's punch had shocked everyone. They all looked at Lin Yun with shock in their eyes as they began to wonder who Lin Yun was. When Lin Yun saw Lung Haoyu and Lin Ziyuan ganging up on Mo Ling, his rage flared up in a split second. The two were simply too shameless to gang up on Mo Ling. Therefore, he charged over with the 7 profound steps to stand before Mo Ling. Lin Yun. Lung Haoyu and Lin Ziyuan were both shocked. They thought it was Zhang Yuan that came, but they were surprised to see Lin Yun here. They might be ranked towards the rear of the Dragon Cloud ranking. They were still existences that those outside the ranking could only look up to. Only a core disciple of an overlord force like Zhang Yuan could enter their eyes. Lin Yun was just a swordsman who came from the Great Qin Empire. Even if he had defeated Chao Zhen, he still couldn't enter their eyes. After their initial shock, Lung Haoyu's eyes began to turn eerie with a smirk on his lips. Since Lin Yun was here, then he might as well take Lin Yun's life. Lin Yun was placed on the bounty list on the Bloodwing Pavilion to begin with, so if he could kill Lin Yun, he would become famous in the sect. Leave this place first. Lung Haoyu won't go easy on you, Mo Ling said quickly as she rushed over to Lin Yun. She knew what sort of vicious person Lung Haoyu was, and she knew that he wouldn't let this opportunity go. Since you're here, then don't bother leaving, grinned Lung Haoyu as he looked at Lin Yun. You're a really terrifying person. I heard that you weren't even in the Violet Palace realm 3 months ago. I bet you got a decent harvest in the Wither North Sea, right? But what a pity that you ran into me. He then gave Lin Xion a glance and commanded, "Let's go." He was still as cunning as before. First, he attracted Lin Yun's attention with his words before instructing Lin Xion to attack all of a sudden. If someone else was in Lin Yun's position, they would definitely be caught by surprise. Lin Xion sneered and threw out his punch. Emitting a purple glow on his body, Lin Xion threw out his punch. Die! The earth began to tremble violently from the punch, which terrified everyone greatly. Under Lin Xion's punch, even the air seemed to have shattered. Watch out! Mo Ling exclaimed. Let me play with you then, said Lin Yun as sword intent glowed within his eyes. As a ripple spread out, the Iris Sword Sutra began to boil and filled Lin Yun's Violet Palace with origin energy. Now that he had reached the Yang stage using the profound Yin water, it had completely transformed his body. In terms of origin energy, he wasn't any weaker than Lin Xion. Facing the punch coming at him while his clothes fluttered, Lin Yun soared into the sky and threw a punch. However, his punch not only contained 30 cauldrons of strength, but also a strand of his silver sword intent. When the two fists clashed, it was like two ferocious beasts clashing together. This made Lin Xion shocked because he wasn't able to get the upper hand in his clash with Lin Yun. Xiantian's sword intent on greater mastery? Lung Haoyu frowned his eyebrows when he saw this scene. There might only be a strand of sword intent in Lin Yun's punch, but he could sense it clearly, which was the reason for his shock. After all, there were no more than 10 people in the ancient southern domain who possessed a Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery. He couldn't imagine how an 18-year-old young man managed to come this far. Even his Xiantian sword intent had some distance to go before reaching lesser mastery. Lin Yun and Lin Xion clashed over a dozen times, and Lin Yun's punches weren't any inferior to Lin Xion. When Lin Yun realized that, disdain was written on his face. He now knew why Lin Xion was ranked towards the rear on the ranking. You're not so impressive after all. Not to mention Yang Fan, but Lin Xion couldn't even be compared to Guisu. You! Lin Xion's face became ugly when he saw the disdain in Lin Yun's eyes. He began to circulate the origin energy within his body, and he threw 2 punches towards Lin Yun. But when his punches landed on Lin Yun, he was shocked to discover a purple gold armor on Lin Yun's body with an ancient Dracophant glowing on it. After the Dracophant battle physique reached the 7th stage, the Dracophant war armor looked more like a genuine ancient Dracophant. When the 2 punches landed on Lin Yun's armor, the power was instantly dissipated. Lin Xion wasn't even able to harm Lin Yun. But just when Lin Xion was shocked, Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as a terrifying killing aura burst out of his body that sent Lin Xion flying. 7 slaughtering fist. Raging sky. When Lin Yun took a step forward, he closed the distance between him and Lin Xion. Lin Yun's surging sword intent made the sky turn dark, and it felt like he had the killing aura of an army. When the army roared along with Lin Yun's fist, Lin Xion was sent flying a few hundred meters away while vomiting blood. Die! Another roar sounded out. Lin Xion was greatly terrified as he ran for his life crawling. But just when Lin Yun was about to throw another punch out, a sinister aura suddenly shot over that made Lin Yun retreat instantly. But he was still 1 step too slow as a huge gash appeared on his side. The attack naturally came from Lung Haoyu. Lung Haoyu had calculated that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. He was shrouded in a crimson fog. The fog was his bloodlust sword energy, which was venomous like a viper. Die! Lung Haoyu was a decisive person, and he had no intention of letting Lin Yun off. He quickly followed up with the intention of taking Lin Yun's life. Without a sword in his hand, Lin Yun could only retreat when facing Lung Haoyu's attacks. And here I thought you were formidable. You're just a piece of trash. You call yourself Flower Burial with this much ability? What a joke. Lung Haoyu wore a smug look as he forced Lin Yun to retreat under his attacks. So what if Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent was in greater mastery? He still had to die. Bloodlust incineration. Lung Haoyu's sword aura boiled like a crimson flame as he swung his sword out. The torrential crimson flames were like a demon from hell that devoured Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. His attack was too quick and Lin Yun was devoured by the crimson flames before the spectators could realize it. But before anyone could react, a roar was heard as a boundless sword intent pierced through the crimson flames. Before a swordsman in the surrounding area could react, he lost control of his sword. His sword turned into a beam of light that flew into the crimson flames. Overlord Sword, Thunderbolt Slasher. The torrential sword aura soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning that tore the crimson flames apart. The crimson flames had crumbled apart before it could even truly trap Lin Yun. The Thunderbolt Slasher was naturally terrifying. After all, Lin Yun had used it to kill someone far above his cultivation when he was in the Yin stage. Now that he was in the lesser Yang stage, his power was unimaginable. After all, his Iris Sword Sutra was in the 10th stage and his Xiantian sword intent was at greater mastery. When the crimson flames crumbled, Lung Haoyu's face changed drastically and he quickly retreated. But even though he was fast, the silver sword ray still left a huge gash on his chest. If he didn't have a powerful cultivation, he would have already been killed. In the end, he was still heavily injured by the sword and his face was pale. This sword again. Mo Ling was surprised as she had seen Lin Yun using this attack back in the 5 Academies competition. Lin Yun had used this sword to split his opponent into two, and it was just as mighty against Lung Haoyu, a genius on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Brother Lang. Lin Ziyuan's face changed as he stepped forward. When he saw Lung Haoyu's wound, his face darkened and he sucked a deep breath. Not only were Lung Haoyu's ribs broken by the attack, there were even cracks to his internal organs. Let's go. Lung Haoyu glared at Lin Yun before he turned around, wanting to leave. Although that sword didn't take his life, it had still injured him heavily. Since you're already here, then stay. Lin Yun said coldly as the sword in his hand suddenly exploded into fragments that hovered in front of him. As Lin Yun crossed his arms together, the Iris Sword Sutra began to circulate frantically. All the Xiantian sword intent within his body began to stir up with the sword fragments freezing around him. It looked as though time had stopped around Lin Yun. This scene left many people baffled. Lin Yun's sword had already shattered, but he still wasn't going to let Lung Haoyu off? While everyone was confused, Lin Yun reached for one of the fragments like he was plucking a petal off a flower. When Lin Yun held onto it, the other fragments exploded into dust. Pouring all the sword aura he had accumulated into the fragment, Lin Yun flicked it out and it streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the fragment had pierced through Lung Haoyu's forehead from the back of his skull. Lung Haoyu didn't even have the time to turn around. When the baffled Lin Ziyuan turned to look at Lung Haoyu, the boundless sword aura within Lung Haoyu's body exploded and ripped his body into pieces. The explosion also sent Lin Ziyuan flying. Lin Ziyuan got up with great difficulty and began to run for his life without turning around. All of this occurred in a split second. How terrifying. He's actually able to defeat two geniuses on the ranking when he's only in the lesser Yang stage. Who is he? That's Lin Yun. He's the one who defeated the Northern Snowmanners Chao Jin. This fellow improved too quickly. He only defeated Chao Jin a month ago, right? But now, he's actually capable of killing Lung Haoyu. With that, the battle had come to an end with one death and one heavy injury. This outcome had exceeded everyone's expectations as they looked at Lin Yun with shock. Everyone had expected Lin Yun to die, but the tables had turned around before anyone could react. Right at this moment, a few figures flew over belonging to the Heavenly Province Academy and Heavenly Sword Sect. Zhang Yuan and Lu Yunyan stepped forward to help Mo Ling. Then, Zhang Yuan locked his brows together. What happened? He was late. More accurately speaking, He was attracted by Lin Yun's sword intent. But when he came, Lin Ziyuan had already fled. I ran into Lin Ziyuan and Leng Haoyu. They both ganged up on me, said Mo Ling. Those two? Damn it. I should have taught them a lesson back in the Flamecloud mountain range. I won't let them off when we enter the Empyrean's tomb, Zhang Yuan said with killing aura brewing in his eyes. I'm afraid that you won't have the opportunity to, said Mo Ling with a bitter smile. Zhang Yuan was baffled, but then Mu Chen whispered in his ear. Senior brother? Leng Haoyu was killed by Lin Yun and Lin Zun already ran for his life. I don't think he has the guts to show up anymore. Zhang Yuan was deeply shocked by Mu Chen's explanation as they watched Lin Yun walking over slowly. If Mu Chen hadn't witnessed it personally, he also wouldn't believe what he saw. The difference between him and Lin Yu was simply too great. What? Zhang Yuan and the rest were shocked by what they heard from Mu Chen, and they turned to look at Lin Yun. Took a long while for Zhang Yuan to recover from his shock. When he recalled how he tried to recruit Lin Yun because he got a slight upper hand in his spar with Leng Haoyu, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. At the same time, he now knew why Lin Yun wasn't tempted by his offer. So it turns out that the likes of Leng Haoyu couldn't even enter Lin Yun's eyes. Lin Yun, you've really given me a shock, smiled Zhang Yuan awkwardly. It's fine, replied Lin Yun. Leng Haoyu and Lin Ziyuan were both on the ranking, and they had the strength to back it up. If he hadn't made his breakthrough to the Yang stage, even he would have some difficulty facing Leng Haoyu. But the two of them were much weaker than Guisu and Yang Fan. After he refined the profound in water and reached the Yang stage, they were no longer placed in his eyes, especially when his Xiantian sword intent was in complete mastery. With his Xiantian sword intent in complete mastery, his name would spread throughout the ancient southern domain sooner or later. At that time, he wouldn't be any lesser than the geniuses on the ranking. Everyone could tell that Lin Yun was different, but they couldn't tell what the difference was. Right at this moment, Lu Yunyan exclaimed, Lin Yun, you seem to have grown taller. It really looks like it. I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it. Everyone was shocked to discover that Lin Yun had grown taller over the past few days and his body became even more perfect. You? Mo Ling seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Lin Yun with her eyes lit up. Lin Yun nodded his head to confirm her suspicions. When Mo Ling got her answer, she smiled because it appeared that Lin Yun had obtained the profound in water. Senior sister, how are your injuries? Asked Lin Yun. Mo Ling's spiritual diagram collapsed when facing Lin Ziyuan and Leng Haoyu. So the backlash must have been horrible. It doesn't matter. I'll be fine after a short rest, not to mention that the seal to the Empyrean's tomb is still up, said Mo Ling as she looked at the starry sky. Then you should rest for now. We'll guard you, said Zhang Yuan. Okay. With that, everyone surrounded Mo Ling to protect her. As time passed, more disciples arrived. When more geniuses on the ranking were gathered, the atmosphere also gradually warmed up. Additionally, the shock that everyone received from Lin Yun killing Leng Haoyu had also died off. After all, there were too many geniuses in the Wither North Sea. The ghost blade Yen Kong is here. The appearance of the ghost flame sect instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, Yen Kong was infamous. Additionally, many people were killed by him in the Wither North Sea. Ji Wuye has also come. Suddenly, another chilling sensation appeared when Ji Wuye arrived in crimson clothes. He looked around with his eerie gaze, but everyone quickly looked away. No one dared to meet his gaze directly since he was the famous Bloody Butcher. When Mu Chan saw Ji Wuye, his expression turned pale as he suddenly became uneasy. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan asked with his brows frowned. As Mu Chan trembled, he whispered to Zhang Yuan about how Lin Yun killed Ji Wuye's junior brother to save him. When Zhang Yuan heard that, his face changed drastically and fear flickered across his pupils. Lin Yun has done a clean job, so no one should know about it. Just don't give it away. Mu Chun nodded his head, but he still felt uneasy. Looking at the uneasiness on Mu Chen's face, Lin Yun could understand the feeling. It wasn't because Mu Chun was cowardly, but because the killing aura around Ji Wuye was too terrifying. Ji Wuye had reached the pinnacle Yang stage and he chose to temper his strength further through other means. Tempering his sword intent wasn't a bad choice, but not everyone had such a terrifying talent like Lin Yun, who also grasped the rose painting. The tempering of sword intent was a long and slow process. This meant that many people would eventually take a different path, not to mention that the disciples of the Blood War sect weren't exactly kind. So it wasn't surprising that they would go on the killing path. The baleful aura formed by Ji Wuye's killing aura had far exceeded many demonic cultivators. A single glance from him could amplify the fear in people's hearts. Therefore, aside from Yan Kong, he was acknowledged as the strongest. Qin En and Pei Yu are also here. Two more figures appeared. One had a skinny frame and carried an ancient saber, while the other had a crimson glow in his eyes. They were top 10 on the outer ranking, so they naturally attracted many people's attention. Lin Yun had a strong impression of the two of them. After all, they were the last ones to arrive at the entrance, and they had completely disregarded those who weren't in the ranking as well as those ranked near the bottom. Lin Yun first looked at Pei Yu. The ancient saber Pei Yu carried was known to be a powerful cosmic artifact known as Nethercloud. The saber intent on him was terrifying, which Lin Yun sensed despite the fact that it was concealed well. The other person had a crimson glow in his eyes, and like Yang Fan, he also used a whip as his weapon. Yang Fan was known as the Scarlet Demon Whip, while Qin En was proficient in the Scarlet Python Whip. This meant that his whip was as venomous as a python. Neither of them were pushovers since they were both ranked in the top 10 on the outer ranking, not to mention that they even joined forces. Xianxia has also come. Xianxia of the Cloud Trigram sect was ranked 57 in the previous Draconic Banquet. There was no question that the five of them were the strongest in the Wither North Sea. Guisu is also here. Yang Fan has also come. More and more experts are gathering. As more geniuses gathered, the surrounding area also became busier as everyone was discussing who would obtain the Empyrean's legacy and the Astral Pearl. But right at this moment, a towering killing aura soared into the sky and started spreading out. This instantly caused the surrounding clamor to die down as everyone looked at Ji Wuye with worry. Ji Wuye's cold expression sank even more now. No one knew what Ji Wuye was trying to do. Was he going to start a massacre before the seal broke? Even the Blood War Pavilion's disciples gathered around Ji Wuye wore an unsightly expression as they looked around. "Has anyone seen my junior brother, Chen Ho?" Ji Wuye asked. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone had heard it clearly. When everyone heard his question, their hearts sank as they wondered who was that bold enough to touch Ji Wuye's junior brother. With Chen Ho's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the tomb. Ji Wuye swept his cold gaze around. Everyone who locked eyes with him quickly lowered their heads as they began to tremble from the killing aura within Ji Wuye's eyes. Leading the other disciples from the Blood War Pavilion, Ji Wuye stepped forward and grabbed someone random. "Have you seen Chen Ho?" And no. The person who was grabbed by Ji Wuye on his head began to tremble as he sobbed. "I really have no idea." But without warning, Ji Wuye tightened his grip and twisted the person's head around. The other disciples from the same sect had fear on their faces, but none of them dared to utter a word. "Someone here dares to kill my junior brother yet doesn't dare to show up? Don't worry, I'll find out," said Ji Wuye as he led the Blood War Pavilion's disciples forward and constantly grabbed onto people. In just the blink of an eye, 3 people had already been killed by Ji Wuye. None of them dared to retaliate under Ji Wuye's killing aura, and they were terrified by a single glance. Only the likes of Yan Kong, Xianxia, and the rest could stop Ji Wuye. But no one wanted to dip their hands in this matter with the Empyrean's tomb opening soon. They even wore a smile as they watched the show. "Senior brother Lu, save me." Another disciple that was grabbed by Ji Wuye was terrified as he turned around at Lu Shixiang, ranked 83 on the Drakencloud ranking. Hearing his junior brother's plea for help, Lu Shixiang's face was ugly. Others might not know how terrifying Ji Wuye was, but as someone who participated in the previous Draconic Banquet, he knew what Ji Wuye's nickname as the Bloody Butcher meant. If he didn't step out soon, his junior brother would certainly be killed by Ji Wuye. "Brother Ji, give me some face. I can assure you that my junior brother has never seen Chen Ho." In the end, Lu Shixiang still spoke out. No matter what, he was also a genius on the ranking, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Seeing that someone finally dared to speak, Wuxia finally let go of the person in his hand and looked at Lu Shixiang. He's never seen my junior brother? So it looks like you've seen him. Dig his eyes out. Brother Ji, are you joking? Lu Shixiang stuttered with his face turning gray. But Wuxia didn't even bat an eye at him as 4 Blood War Pavilion's disciples rushed over. Lu Shixiang raised his brow at this scene as he unleashed his aura and held onto his sword. From his aura alone, everyone could tell that he was a formidable figure. It was impossible for the 4 disciples of the Blood War Pavilion to do anything to him, and even Wuxia might not be able to take his life if he acted himself. But suddenly, Wuxia flicked his finger and a crimson sword aura shot out. By the time everyone heard the sword, Lu Shixiang's right shoulder had been pierced as his sword fell onto the ground. Everyone here knew that Wuxia was strong, but they never expected that Wuxia could disarm a genius on the ranking so easily. He merely flicked his finger and Lu Shixiang was now kneeling on the ground in pain. The 4 disciples from the Blood War Pavilion didn't even use much strength to pin Lu Shixiang down. When Lu Shixiang's fellow disciples saw how easily Lu Shixiang was dealt with, their faces turned pale and they retreated. Lu Shixiang's lips moved as he wanted to say something, but he was so terrified that he couldn't utter a word. Since he has seen my junior brother, dig his eyes out, said Wuxia. Upon receiving the instructions, the disciples of the Blood War Pavilion acted quickly. Senior brother, we dug his eyes out. Wuxia looked around and said, this is the outcome of those who dare to interrupt me. Do you all understand now? By now, everyone was already trembling in fear as they nodded their heads. Zhang Yuan and the other disciples from the Heavenly Province Academy quickly calmed their hearts, especially Mu Chun, whose face had turned pale. But right at this moment, Wuxia suddenly turned to look at Mu Chun as he walked over. Looking at Wuxia coming in his direction, Mu Chen's heart began to beat wildly as fear began to rise in his heart. I've never seen him, said Mu Chun as he stuttered. How do you know what I'll ask when I haven't asked yet? Wuxia said as he approached. Mu Chun was scared out of his wits and his face lost all color. Kneel, Wuxia barked. Mu Chun was startled by Wuxia's voice as his knees began to tremble. But just when he was about to fall on his knees, a hand landed on his shoulder that pulled him back up. Raising his brow, Lin Yun asked, who the hell do you think you are? His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bomb that left everyone's ears buzzing. In the next second, everyone turned to look at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun slowly raised his head to look at Wuxia, there was no fear in his eyes. In fact, there was only indifference. This was the pride of flower burial. When his gaze met with Wuxia, sparks began to fly between their eyes. Although neither of them did anything, everyone could clearly sense the tension. In the next second, everyone began to get irritated. Wuxia was ranked 3rd on the outer ranking and his nickname was the Bloody Butcher. Even Lu Shixiang, who was ranked 87, had his eyes dug out because he said something. Additionally, those who were killed by him didn't even dare to retaliate. The fear of Wuxia had long been rooted in everyone's heart. But Lin Yun actually dared to stand against Wuxia publicly? It wasn't a simple interruption but a blatant provocation. Those were words that even the likes of Yan Kong, Qin En, and Xianxia didn't dare to say. But Lin Yun said it publicly, which was a great shock to everyone. Even Zhang Yuan and the rest by the side were greatly terrified. Clearly, even Zhang Yuan had lost his courage before Wuxia. Yan Kong and the other disciples from the Ghost Flame sect looked at this scene with interest. After all, not everyone dared to speak to Wuxia in this manner. In the Cloud Trigram sect's direction, even Bai Li Xuan was looking at Lin Yun with shock in his eyes. This person is already dead. What a pity that you no longer have the opportunity to fight him, said Xianxia. This brat is courting death to jump right in. He probably has something loose in his mind. The other Cloud Trigram sect's disciples sneered with disdain as they looked at this scene. Even Qin En and Pei Yu were watching with interest. He's so dead. He's probably too arrogant after killing Leng Haoyu. But Leng Haoyu wasn't even qualified to stand before Wuxia. Based on Wuxia's temper, His rage might even spread to the Heavenly Sword Sect and Heavenly Province Academy. Who knows? Ji Wuye's junior brother might have been killed by them. Ji Wuye's anger will probably dissipate after killing them. Everyone in the surrounding area discussed the situation. However, Lin Yun faced this calmly, as he wasn't affected by the surrounding discussions at all. He was only looking at Ji Wuye with his sword intent and origin energy merging within his body. I like people who are bold. Those who don't even have any courage are boring to kill. A smile rose on Ji Wuye's face, which shocked everyone. But his smile was so eerie that it sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, Ji Wuye's tone changed as he looked at the likes of Zhang Yuan and Mo Ling. But what a pity! You need to possess the strength to back up your words. Today all of you are dead. None of you can leave this place alive. Then you can give it a try and see who'll die first, those on my side or those on your side, said Lin Yun coldly, which surprised many people. You're the first one to die. Ji Wuye soared into the sky and his killing aura crashed down like a mountain. Ji Wuye made his move. This Lin Yun seems to have a trump card of some sort for him to be so composed. Everyone's heart was beating wildly when they saw this scene. At the same time, they were surprised that Lin Yun would stand under Ji Wuye's killing aura. One must know that the reason why Ji Wuye dealt with Lu Shixiang so quickly was partly because he was affected by Ji Wuye's killing aura. Someone trying to do the impossible, snickered Ji Wuye as he sent his palm down. Before his palm even landed, the torrential killing aura around him began to tremble and those who were affected by it were sent out flying. Everyone looked at Ji Wuye's palm with shock in their eyes. After all, it was simply too powerful. Ji Wuye wasn't even so intimidating when he was dealing with Lu Shixiang earlier. It looks like he was truly enraged this time. This fellow really flew into a rage, sighed Yan Kong as his smile disappeared from his face. Xie Yunxiao, on the other hand, revealed a smile. This person is finished. But in the next second, Lin Yun had formed seals with his left hand and a boundless killing aura equal to Ji Wuye's exploded from Lin Yun. Lin Yun killing aura wasn't as shocking as Ji Wuye, but it was like a boundless ocean. This was naturally the 7 slaughtering seal. After multiplying his killing aura 7 times and mixing his Xiantian sword intent into his fist, Lin Yun threw out a punch. Right at this moment, his temperament had undergone a huge transformation as he looked like a lofty mountain before Ji Wuye. Ji Wuye was surprised as he never expected such a powerful aura to come from Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, regret began rising in his heart as he had only used 30% of his strength in this attack. In the end, he had still underestimated Lin Yun. But there was no medicine for regret in the world as Lin Yun barked, "Get lost!" When the palm and fist came into contact, the 2 killing aura clashed together and caused a huge explosion. After the explosion dissipated, everyone looked at the scene before them with disbelief. Not only did Lin Yun receive Ji Wuye's attack, but he even sent Ji Wuye flying. Although Ji Wuye suffered no injuries, the impact left everyone shocked. Lin Yun isn't dead? Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind as the origin energy within his body tumbled. But he still managed to suppress the energy from Ji Wuye's palm without taking a step back. At the same time, no one had expected that the bloody butcher Ji Wuye would actually suffer a loss when facing Lin Yun. My heavens, he took it. Unbelievable. He actually resisted Ji Wuye's killing aura. Not only did he block Ji Wuye's killing aura, but he also blocked Ji Wuye's palm. Is this all of Ji Wuye's strength? This doesn't make any sense. Everyone in the surrounding area burst into an uproar after a brief silence as they voiced their doubt at Ji Wuye's strength. But right at this moment, a crimson beam shot out from Ji Wuye that took his aura to a whole new level that far exceeded the Yang stage. It was only then that the voices in the surrounding died down and no one dared to utter another word. Ji Wuye, I swear that you can only dream of having the Emperor's legacy if you dare to take another step forward, barked Mo Ling as she took a step forward just when Lin Yun was about to bring out the Iris Sword Array. Her pupils were flickering with golden light as a terrifying aura was gradually being released by her. Lesser divine ability. The 3 words appeared in everyone's mind when they sensed the terrifying spiritual rune aura she was giving off. Yan Kong smiled and spoke up, I heard that Mo Ling of the Heavenly Province Academy is the only one around our age to grasp a lesser divine ability. I wonder how strong it is compared to the Bloody Butcher. Ji Wuya's face became dark when he heard that, because he knew things were getting troublesome now. Regardless of the aura coming from Lin Yun or Mo Ling, they weren't people he could deal with easily. And if he was injured in the fight, then he would naturally have to give up on the Astral Pearl. But right at this moment, the stars in the sky glowed brilliantly as the seal to the Empyrean's tomb also became unstable. The seal broke. Exclamations came from the surrounding area as everyone charged at the Empyrean's tomb. Let's go! Qin En and Pei Yu also headed for the Empyrean's tomb, followed by Xianxia and Yen Kong. Even Ji Wuya couldn't hold back anymore as he looked at Lin Yun coldly. Don't let me see you in the Empyrean's tomb or I'll let you know a fate worse than death. Then, a crimson radiance burst out from him as he charged towards the Empyrean's tomb as well. Seeing that Ji Wuya had left, Zhang Yuan and the others finally felt let out a breath of relief. We're fortunate that the seal dissipated. Zhang Yuan was covered in sweat as he had no confidence in facing Ji Wuya. Felt as though he had barely missed the gates to hell. Ji Wuya might be brutal, but he has the strength to back it up. Not many people can have such a refined killing aura. The other Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples also gasped for their breath. Thanks for that, Senior Sister Mo Ling. Among the group, Lin Yun was undoubtedly the calmest. Even without the 7 slaughtering seal, he could also face Ji Wuya's killing aura with his Xiantian sword intent. It's fine, but don't be so impulsive in the future. Ji Wuya had been ganged up on by several experts in the previous draconic banquet and he survived it. For years have passed, so he's only stronger, said Mo Ling with a grave expression. Lin Yun wanted to say something, but he knew that Mo Ling was worried about him, so he didn't say a word. Ji Wuya might not have brought out his full strength, but it was the same for Lin Yun. If they really fought, Lin Yun had at least a 40% chance of winning. Since Ji Wuya treated him as a pushover, then he naturally wouldn't take it lying down. I'm sorry. I was the cause of this, said Mu Chen. He couldn't help feeling ashamed thinking about his performance earlier. If Lin Yun didn't help him, he would have gotten down on his knees publicly. I'm the one who killed his junior brother, so I naturally have to stand out. But you did it to save me. The reason doesn't matter. I killed him knowing that he's Ji Wuya's junior brother, said Lin Yun calmly as he continued. Let's go. We're already falling behind. We don't need to be in a rush. I'm guessing that there's a trial we have to take in order to enter. Otherwise, the seal wouldn't dissipate if the deceased Empyrean didn't wish to be bothered. Since it has dissipated, this means that there must be a trial he left behind, said Zhang Yuan. His words made sense because all cultivators wished for their legacy to be passed down. After all, who would be willing to see their martial techniques go down the drain? With the seal dissipating, the quiet baron had exploded as countless people pounced at the Empyrean's tomb. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's group traveled at their own pace as they weren't in a hurry. A moment later, a majestic door appeared before everyone on a sand dune. Along with the seal breaking, the door had already been opened with countless people entering. But the moment they entered, their aura had completely disappeared. It appears that the world inside the Empyrean's tomb was an isolated space. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts as it appeared that Zhang Yuan was right. The Empyrean's tomb was different from other underground palaces, and it wouldn't be easy getting anything from there. Right at this moment, ripples began to appear in the space outside the Empyrean's tomb. Whenever a fluctuation appeared, everyone could vaguely see a figure being transported elsewhere. They are probably the people who failed the trial. It looks like we can only depend on ourselves in the Empyrean's tomb, sighed Zhang Yuan with disappointment in his eyes. He wanted to rely on Lin Yun after witnessing Lin Yun's strength. After all, Lin Yun was someone who even dared to face Ji Wuya. But it looks like his hope has gone down the drain. Let's go, said Mo Ling as she walked over. It didn't take long for the group to enter the gate. The moment they entered, their vision went black. Not long later, a dazzling brightness appeared before them that forced them to close their eyes. When the radiance gradually faded, Lin Yun realized that there was no one around him. Looks like we were transported to different places, Lin Yun muttered. But judging from the spatial fluctuations, the failures should be transported out, so Mo Ling and the rest shouldn't be in danger. When Lin Yun looked up ahead, he could see a passage up ahead. When he got closer, Lin Yun found a puppet donned in armor. The puppet wielded a long spear and gradually approached him. "Stop right there," said the puppet. Lin Yun immediately came to stop as he looked at the puppet. The tomb has 9 levels and each level has a test. You're only qualified to search for Master's legacy after passing the test. Master has left behind his martial techniques and astral pearl on the 9th level. If you want to compete for it, then continue your path, said the puppet without any emotions in his voice. Lin Yun could tell that this puppet was one with intelligence, and it had recovered some of that. Lin Yun looked at it, and he asked, "Are you the first test?" "I am." The puppet stepped forward and stabbed out the spear in his hand, unleashing its aura in the greater yang stage. Lin Yun could instantly sense that the puppet had a higher cultivation than him that wasn't any inferior to the likes of Zhang Yuan. But it should be stronger in terms of defenses. However, the puppet was ultimately not a living being. In the blink of an eye, the puppet stabbed out several times, aiming for Lin Yun's fatal spots. Facing those attacks, Lin Yun was forced to take several steps back. But when there was no more space to retreat, Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. "If I can only pass through by defeating you, then this is the end." Finding the flaw in the puppet spear technique, Lin Yun reached out and grabbed the long spear. The long spear began to tremble, and no matter what the puppet did, it wasn't able to pull its spear out from Lin Yun's grip. "This isn't all my strength," said Lin Yun as the Dracophant energy spread throughout his body, and he snatched the spear from the puppet, then stabbed at it and yelled, "Get down!" The spear bolted out and left a huge hole on the puppet's chest. The puppet's armor might seem tough, but it was nothing after the spear was empowered by his Xiantian sword intent in greater mastery. With that, the puppet dropped down to its knees before collapsing on the ground. "Doesn't seem difficult at all," muttered Lin Yun as he examined the spear and nodded his head. This spear could be considered an ancient weapon. Since he couldn't use the flower burial sword for now, then he could make do with this spear. Grabbing onto the spear, Lin Yun pressed forward without turning back. There was no challenge in this test to Lin Yun, but many people were crying out bitterly because of it. "Damn it! Isn't the defense a little too terrifying? It has a higher cultivation than me. Do I really not have the qualification to enter the tomb at all?" Many people failed to get through the test. The test was nothing to those geniuses on the ranking, but the majority of the people were fighting bitterly just for the first trial. By the time the first trial came to an end, nearly half of the people had been eliminated. At the border of the Wither North Sea, those who failed the trial were transported out directly. The seal to the Empyrean's tomb has broken? It appears that the trial has begun. So there's really a trial in the Empyrean's tomb. This means that those who aren't strong enough won't be able to get anything in there. I wonder who will be the last one laughing. After all, you can only rely on your own strength in the Empyrean's tomb. Is there a need to discuss that? It will naturally be those ranked in the top 10 on the outer ranking. Looking at those who failed the trial, the elders who had been waiting outside all became energetic. They roughly had an idea of what was going on with a single glance. After Lin Yun got through the first test, he began his search in the tomb, but was disappointed. There was nothing special in the first level aside from some ordinary pellets. Those pellets might be precious to others, but they were worthless to him. Without wasting a second, Lin Yun headed to the second level directly. When he was on the second level, 2 silver puppets appeared before him once more. Their cultivation was still higher than his and their armor was clearly more refined as there were even ancient spiritual runes glowing on it. "This is difficult now." Lin Yun could instantly tell that the armor was a cosmic artifact. If the second trial was already so difficult, Lin Yun couldn't imagine how difficult the trial on the 9th level would be. The 2 puppets had a similar cultivation, but the puppets wore cosmic artifacts as their armor that was also engraved with ancient spiritual runes. Lin Yun launched the first attack as he used the 7 profound steps to leave behind golden afterimages. Then, he stabbed out with the spear empowered by his Xiantian sword intent in lesser mastery. The spear left sparks along with fine cracks on the armor. However, it failed to inflict any serious injuries on the puppets. But before he could draw himself out from the fight, a long spear stabbed over that pierced through the air. The other puppet, on the other hand, slammed its spear down. There was no change to Lin Yun's face as he retreated, defending himself with the spear in his hand like a sword. The sword aura in his spear was strong, which prevented the two puppets from taking another step forward. Several moves later, Lin Yun's eyes glowed brightly as he pushed his Xiantian sword intent to greater mastery. In the next second, the spear in his hand lit up brightly like a star in the night. When the spear stabbed onto one of the puppet's chest, it sent the puppet flying with a huge crack on its armor. As sparks flew, Lin Yun could see shattered spiritual runes being damaged by his sword intent. I'll roughly need 2 more attacks with Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery. The power of this spear is impressive, muttered Lin Yun as he looked at the puppet's armor. This was ultimately a trial, and it would make no sense if the armor was too powerful. Right at this moment, Lin Yun spread his arms apart as he dodged the spear that came at him from behind. It was as though he had a pair of eyes behind him. But that wasn't all as Lin Yun turned around and stabbed out with the spear in his hand before he even landed on the ground. When the spear came in contact with the puppet's chest, the puppet braced for impact against the explosions on its armor. Meanwhile, its spear was directed at Lin Yun's chest, but it had stopped half an inch away from Lin Yun's chest. Moon reflection. Lin Yun tapped his foot on the ground and soared into the sky once more. As his body swayed a little, he split into 9 afterimages as the puppet began to turn left and right, trying to find Lin Yun's location. But it was a pity that it was destined to be a futile effort. When the 9 afterimages overlapped, Lin Yun stabbed the spear out at the puppet's head. In the next second, the puppet's head broke into many pieces. But what left Lin Yun surprised was that the puppet wasn't dead after having its head destroyed. It still maintained its momentum as it charged towards him. However, Lin Yun faced it easily by raising his head and giving it a kick, making use of the momentum to send himself further back before charging at the first puppet. Die! After 2 spears, Lin Yun successfully pierced the puppet's armor as it exploded into pieces on the ground. Before the other headless puppet charged over, Lin Yun threw the spear in his hand without turning his head. The spear pierced through the puppet's armor, pinning it onto the ground. No matter how the puppet struggled, it wasn't able to break free from the spear. When Lin Yun walked over and pulled out the spear, the entire puppet crumbled into pieces. After the second trial came to an end, the number of people who failed was double the amount of the first trial. When the elders outside the Wither North Sea saw this scene, they had shock on their faces. They knew that the trial would be tough, but they never imagined that it would be this bad. The Empyrean's tomb is really tough. There are less than 700 people now. There should be less. After all, some died in the journey to the tomb too. I bet there are only about 400 people still in there. Looks like less than 10 people will make it through the last trial. Very quickly, the third trial in the Empyrean's tomb began. This time, there were a total of 3 puppets and their strength reached the pinnacle yang stage. Furthermore, their cosmic artifacts looked thicker than the puppets from the previous trial. Moreover, the teamwork between the 3 puppets was a lot stronger as they barely held a formation. Lin Yun observed for a while more before noticing that the puppets weren't able to use the formation perfectly. In fact, they could barely bring out 1/10 of its power. If one looked carefully, they would see many flaws in the formation. From this alone, Lin Yun expected that the formation would be more powerful in the later trials. Lin Yun dealt with the 3 puppets in just 15 minutes, but it was clearly harder for others. In another tunnel, Mu Chun was having a tough time facing the attacks of the 3 puppets and his face was pale. The puppets were in the pinnacle yang stage, but they weren't too terrifying individually. But it was an entirely different matter when they worked together. Damn it! This is only the 3rd trial. Mu Chen's forehead was covered in sweat as he gasped for air. He had suffered a huge setback in this trip to the Wither North Sea. First, he was humiliated by Chen Ho. Then he almost kneeled before Wuxia. To top it all off, he still felt ashamed after he witnessed Lin Yun's strength. Before he came to the Wither North Sea, he had designs of spreading his name throughout the ancient southern domain. But reality was brutal since he wasn't even able to get past the third trial. This won't do. At the very least, I need to last until the fourth trial. He hadn't obtained any precious treasure from the previous two trials, and he didn't want his efforts to go to waste. In another space, Bai Lishuan looked at the three puppets charging at him with a smile. It's a little tough, but it's impossible to hold me back. Break! Bai Lishuan's aura suddenly exploded, and he unleashed sword rays onto the puppets. After a few attacks, Bai Lishuan roared as a saintly pressure emitted from his body and formed bewitching purple flames that enveloped the three puppets. In the next second, the three puppets crumbled into pieces. While everyone was going through the third trial, Lin Yun had already finished searching the third level and was headed for the fourth trial. His objective was clear: complete all the trials to get to the main tomb. On the fourth level, there were 4 puppets that were utilizing profound movement techniques. The aura from their spears was like a dragon that roared and wanted to devour Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise because it was exactly as expected. When there were 4 puppets, the might of the formation had gotten a lot more powerful. Facing this attack, Lin Yun stomped his foot on the ground and created cracks. Lin Yun barked, and he threw out a punch that combined his physical strength and origin energy. Omnipresent anger! After a huge explosion, Lin Yun took 2 steps back. Meanwhile, the 4 puppets were also blown back by his punch. With that, the attacks from the 4 puppets had weakened. There are still flaws. Lin Yun took 2 steps back, and his sword aura prevented the 4 puppets from connecting their attacks. He even charged into the fray and fought the 4 puppets. In a split second, there were countless silver sword rays tearing the armor of the puppets apart. After reaching the Yang stage, Lin Yun's origin energy was a lot more refined, and he could easily throw out his finishing moves. Heavenly Cloud Shatter. The Heavenly Cloud Shatter turned into a boundless tornado that swept out and enveloped the 4 puppets. When the Heavenly Cloud Shatter ended, only pieces of the puppets were left behind. With that, Lin Yun passed the 4th trial successfully. I'll probably have to use half my strength during the 5th trial. Let's see if I can find any treasures on the 4th level. I can also refine the infernal flower to bring my cultivation to the greater Yang stage directly, muttered Lin Yun. If anyone was here, they would definitely find Lin Yun insane. After all, Lin Yun had just reached the Yang stage, so wanting to make a breakthrough so quickly was simply a pipe dream. But Lin Yun had an infernal flower with him. If he combined the flower with the ancient pellets he found in the tomb, there was a huge possibility of him reaching the greater Yang stage. His breakthrough with the profound Yin water made his foundation incredibly firm, so he wasn't afraid that his breakthrough would be too soon. If he could reach the greater Yang stage, he would definitely be able to give Wuxia a huge surprise if he bumped into the ladder again. By now, most of the 3rd trials had come to an end, and about 200 people were transported to the border of the Wither North Sea. When they were teleported out, each of them had unwillingness on their faces. Mu Chun. Tang Yu noticed Mu Chun among the crowd. Clearly, Mu Chun had failed the 3rd trial. Lin Yun still isn't out? Asked Tang Yu. Even Mu Chun, who was in the greater Yang stage, had come out. But Lin Yun was still nowhere to be seen. Tang Yu was worried that harm had come to Lin Yun. At the very least, he will reach the 8th trial, sighed Mu Chun. The elders of the Heavenly Province Academy, including Tang Yu, were shocked. Lin Yun had the ability to reach the 8th trial? Could it be that he was comparable to the elites on the Dragon Cloud ranking? Wait, even most of those elites on the Dragon Cloud ranking didn't have that capability. Looking at the expression on the faces of the elders, Mu Chun asked, "You guys have no idea what happened in the Wither North Sea?" Facing Mu Chun's questions, they shook their heads. This made Mu Chun hesitate. After a brief moment later, Mu Chun explained, Lin Yun refined the profound Yin water in the Wither North Sea and reached the lesser Yang stage. Furthermore, he even grasped the Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery. The former was still acceptable. After all, Lin Yun had a powerful cultivation before entering the Wither North Sea. Sooner or later, he would reach the Yang stage, not to mention that Lin Yun even found the profound in water. But the second news was a little terrifying. After all, there weren't many people among the younger generations who grasped their Xiantian sword intent in greater mastery. But Tang Yu expressed his doubt. Even if he grasped the Xiantian sword intent in greater mastery, his foundation should still be weaker, so it makes no sense that he can reach the 8th trial. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Mu Chun. Mu Chun smiled bitterly. Senior Tang, Lung Haoyu was killed by Lin Yun. Lung Haoyu and Lin Ziyuan joined hands to gang up on senior sister Mo Ling. In the end, when Lin Yun arrived, he killed Lung Haoyu and made Lin Ziyuan flee for his life. Are you serious? Tang Yu was alarmed by the revelation and his face turned grave. Mu Chun smiled. I don't have the guts to lie to you. Furthermore, what happened next was even more terrifying. Lin Yun took a palm from Ji Wuye and came out unscathed. As he continued to explain what happened, shock grew on their faces. After a long time later, Tang Yu spoke out with his eyebrows frowned. It's something worth celebrating that Lin Yun is so strong, but the Bloodwing Pavilion won't let this matter go so easily. As for Ji Wuye, he's a grudgeful fellow, so I'm afraid there will be trouble when he comes out. Right at this moment, an elder spoke out. That's weird. Why isn't Lu Yunyan out? Can it be that she made it through the 3rd trial? I can't be so sure about that, said Mu Chun as he fell into deep thoughts. The 3rd trial mainly consists of a certain formation used by the puppets. If her attainment in spiritual runes is high enough, there's a possibility that she might make it through the 3rd trial. But the 4th trial won't be so easy anymore. Meanwhile, in a secluded room located on the 5th level, a figure was facing 5 silver armored puppets with his boundless sword aura. The 5 puppets were working perfectly together and dragon roars could be vaguely heard. But even so, the 5 puppets were defeated by a blue-clothed youth and his sword. The youth that shattered the 5 puppets with a sword was Xianxia. Only he could possibly possess such a powerful sword aura. At the same time, Guosu had also completed the 5th trial. But compared to Xianxia, he was in a much more terrible state. Although he only suffered light injuries, he still suffered several wounds from the puppet spears. I'm actually injured. I'll have to search the 5th level carefully or I'll be suffering a loss. Guosu licked his lips as he entered the 5th level. The trials were tougher than the previous ones, but to experts like Ji Wuye, Yan Kong, Qin and Pei Yu, the trials were still pretty easy. While the others were still struggling on the 4th trial, they had already passed through the 5th trial. As for Lin Yun, he had already passed the 5th trial and was currently preparing to make a breakthrough. In a secret chamber on the 5th level, the infernal flower blossomed and a blazing energy spread out. This was the true essence of the infernal flower, which contained boundless energy. Right now, the entire chamber was permeated by the torrential spiritual energy from the infernal flower. Meanwhile, the iris flower in Lin Yun's violet palace was becoming uneasy. After reaching the Yang stage, the temptation coming from the infernal flower wasn't something that Lin Yun could hold back. He had gotten this flower 2 months ago, but Mo Ling told him not to refine it before reaching the Yang stage. Lin Yun had followed Mo Ling's advice all along, so he only refined a small piece of the petal before entering the Wither North Sea. Although it was only a petal, the benefit Lin Yun got from it allowed him to stabilize his cultivation in the pinnacle Yin stage. And now, he could finally refine the infernal flower. Additionally, Lin Yun found a precious firecloud pellet on the 5th level. The moment Lin Yun obtained the pellet, he stopped searching the 5th level and made preparations for his breakthrough. Taking out a firecloud pellet, Lin Yun swallowed it and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra to refine it. When the iris flower and pellet's energy combined together, they released a powerful energy within Lin Yun's body that instantly filled every corner of his body. If Lin Yun's body hadn't been refined by the profound Yin water, there was no way he could endure this pressure. But even so, Lin Yun still felt terrible, right, and his forehead was covered in sweat. His face was pale and void of all color. But when the pressure disappeared, Lin Yun could feel his origin energy surging within the Violet Palace as a sword buzz rang out within his body. At this moment, his cultivation was progressing at a rapid speed and he was undergoing a transformation. Under the flames of the infernal flower, a wisp of golden radiance was added to the silver-violet palace. Lin Yun rejoiced because he knew that there was a high possibility that he could make a breakthrough with this speed. As time gradually passed, the silver radiance emitted from Lin Yun grew even more powerful. He sat with his legs crossed while his origin energy surged violently like a wave. His clothes were fluttering and his facial features were becoming even more defined. When he was done refining the infernal flower, his aura had grown to a terrifying level. Meanwhile, his silver origin energy continued to mix with golden strands. When the iris flower bloomed within his body, there were a total of 84 petals. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Yun's pupils shined brightly and his gaze pierced through the air. Under the empowerment of 84 petals, Lin Yun's sword aura had reached a terrifying stage. But it was a pity that he was still a step away from the greater Yang stage. Then again, Lin Yun wasn't too anxious about it because he knew that cultivating would get harder after reaching the Violet Palace realm. He might not have been able to make a breakthrough, but at least he was only one step away. As long as he had the right opportunity, he could take that step easily, which would stabilize his cultivation even more. In the end, his strength had undergone a drastic transformation under the infernal flower and fire cloud pellet. Lin Yun, who was seated on the ground, suddenly threw a punch to test his strength. Unleashing his sword aura accompanied by saintly music, his aura made the entire chamber tremble. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he threw a punch at the wall in front of him. He had gathered the 84 sword rays in his violet palace into his fist. From his punch, the chamber suddenly crumbled, signifying that his explosive power had gotten a lot more terrifying. I should be able to deal with ordinary greater Yang stage cultivators without using martial techniques now. If I have the flower burial sword with me, even those in the pinnacle Yang stage might not be able to take 3 moves from me, muttered Lin Yun. If Lung Haoyu were still alive, he was confident in killing him with only 3 swords. Although there was still a huge gap between Ji Wuya and him, he no longer had to bring out all of his trump cards to fight. I still haven't finished searching the 5th level. Let's see if there's anything else I can harvest, said Lin Yun as he disappeared from the chamber. After refining the infernal flower and fire cloud pellet, Lin Yun resumed his search. However, the 5th level was empty. It seemed like the others had taken the opportunity to scour the place while he was cultivating. Looks like there are many people who passed the test. Perhaps the real trial will start at the 6th level, muttered Lin Yun as he wasn't too bothered by his current situation. The further he went, the more precious the treasures would be. So Lin Yun didn't mind. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun headed to the 6th level to start the 6th trial. The 6th trial had 6 puppets and it was clear that the cooperation between them was more perfect compared to the previous trial. But it wasn't a problem for Lin Yun since his cultivation had undergone a huge boost. In just half an hour, the 6 puppets were rendered into pieces. At the same time, some geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking also made it through this trial. I'm lucky to have some harvest from the 5th trial. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to make it through the 6th trial. Guisu smiled as his eyes were flashing with anticipation for the 6th level. His strength had undergone a drastic improvement compared to when he first met Lin Yun, as there were bolts of lightning flickering through his pupils. In another corner, Ji Wuya's eyes flashed as he muttered, I'm finally at the 6th level. I hope the treasures here won't be disappointing. Ji Wuya didn't bother looking at the treasures on the first 5 levels. Only the 6th level had piqued his interest a little. Like him, Xia Yunxiao, Yen Kong, Qinen, and Pei Yu also didn't bother stopping at the first 5 levels. With so many geniuses on the 6th level, there would surely be a fight if they ran into each other. While the geniuses of the Dragon Cloud ranking made it through the 6th trial, most of the other people were eliminated after the 4th level. With that, more people appeared at the borders of the Wither Cloud Sea. At the same time, the gap between geniuses grew bigger, so it was impossible for them to catch up anymore. The first 3 trials eliminated nearly half the participants. After the 4th trial, there were less than 100 people left. Even worse, only dozens made it through the 5th trial. It didn't take long for Zhang Yuan and Mo Ling to be eliminated. Their strength was pretty similar and they were both defeated in the 5th trial. Then again, they also had a pretty good harvest from the first 4 trials. Lin Yun isn't out, said Zhang Yuan as he turned to Mo Ling. Not surprising. He should have passed the 6th trial by now, said Mo Ling as she looked at the Wither North Sea. The 6th trial. Zhang Yuan sighed and he couldn't hide the disappointment in his tone. His role had suddenly changed with Lin Yun and the difference was that he couldn't even see the back of Lin Yun's figure. Just thinking about how he tried to show off his strength in an attempt to recruit Lin Yun to the Heavenly Sword sect made him blush in shame. On the 6th level, Lin Yun walked around and confirmed that he was part of the first group of people to reach here. Unlike the 5th level that was plundered, he needed to search this level carefully. Suddenly, a weak fluctuation came from ahead as Lin Yun raised his head with surprise. The fluctuation was weak, but it was like a comet in the darkness that Lin Yun couldn't ignore. I need to take a look. Lin Yun took a deep breath with his eyes flickering. He knew he had to be cautious because whoever else was here had also passed the 6th trial. If someone launched a sneak attack against him, then all his effort so far might go down the drain. As Lin Yun approached, the feeble aura also became even clearer. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to arrive in a gloomy hall. The ceiling of the hall was decorated with a purple chandelier that emitted a faint glow. Beneath the chandelier was an ancient pillar with a white jade slip hovering on top of it. The jade slip was enveloped with purple lightning as it emitted an ancient aura. From the depths of the lightning, Lin Yun could see a black dragon coiling around it. The aura coming from the dragon was shocking. This should be an ancient technique with lightning attributes. Judging from the aura, it should be an Earth-grade technique at the very least. An ancient Earth-grade technique? Even Lin Yun was tempted by it. After all, techniques from the Golden Era weren't common, not to mention it was one at the Earth-grade. If he had guessed correctly, it should be a technique related to body refining because Lin Yun could sense the Dracophant energy within his body stirring uneasily. Could it be that the origin of this technique was an ancient beast that even the Dracophant feared? Right at this moment, a powerful fist aura crackled with lightning as it blew over. It awoke Lin Yun as he turned around and stabbed out with the spear. When the fist aura exploded, Lin Yun also saw the person who attacked him. It was Guisu. Lin Yun's gaze turned cold when he identified his attacker. There was really no way he could let his guard down in the Empyrean's tomb. The threat from the punch was great, and if his sword intent wasn't sharp enough to sense it immediately, he couldn't imagine what kind of consequences there would be. If his cultivation hadn't undergone such a great boost that allowed him to destroy the incoming attack with a blow, he would have been in trouble. When Guoshu saw that it was Lin Yun, he was also shocked. But soon, his gaze turned cold. You again? You're going to compete with me for this ancient technique? Guoshu could keenly sense that the technique on the pillar wasn't simple. His cultivation technique was lightning attributed, which matched this technique perfectly. Even if Lin Yun had obtained it, there was no way he could practice it immediately. However, if Guoshu obtained it, he could start practicing it immediately. With the foundation of his lightning-attributed cultivation technique, there was a high possibility that he could reach the first stage within 4 hours. At that time, his strength would undergo a huge boost, and he might even be able to climb to the 9th level. Why not? You want me to hand it over to you? Your face is pretty thick, mocked Lin Yun. Guoshu's pupils flashed coldly when he heard that. Back in the underground palace, he still didn't place Lin Yun in his eyes. But he never imagined that Lin Yun would grow so quickly and disregard him. Did you think that you can disregard all the geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking since you can take a palm from Ji Wuya? Let me tell you honestly that Ji Wuya didn't use his full strength behind that attack. Not to mention 1 palm, but I can easily take 3 palms from him. As he spoke, he began to accumulate his origin energy, and he continued speaking coldly. I didn't mind sharing the profound Yin water with you, but if you want this ancient technique, then you should give up. Suddenly, he thought of something and his gaze fell onto Lin Yun's sword box. An eerie smile rose on his lips and he said, although I don't know why you've never used the sword in your sword box, you're using that spear as a sword. That means you can't use your sword, right? Even if he was seen through by Guoshu, Lin Yun still maintained his composure as he replied, "You might have been a formidable figure 4 years ago, but 4 years have passed. It's time for the ranking to change. The fact that you're still so naive is laughable. What are you trying to say?" Guosu's eyes flashed with doubt when he saw how composed Lin Yun was. "I don't need my sword to kill you," said Lin Yun as he raised his brow. Despite not having his sword right now, Lin Yun didn't panic. He wasn't afraid of Guosu back then, so it made no sense for him to be afraid now after he had grown a lot stronger. He didn't even need to bring out his Xiantian sword intent at complete mastery. Merely using greater mastery would do. What arrogance! Guosu roared as he threw a punch out. He had accumulated this attack for a long time as he began to crackle with lightning. His aura caused the entire chamber to start shaking as a lightning beast flew towards Lin Yun. Break! But before the lightning beast could bare its fangs, Lin Yun had already found its flaw with his Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery. Circulating the Iris Sword Sutra, the 84 petals bloomed and a sword buzz began to ring out within Lin Yun's body. In the blink of an eye, the attack that Guosu had accumulated for a long time crumbled easily. When the lightning beast dissipated, Lin Yun's spear and his figure began to expand within Guosu's eyes. "Like I said, I don't need my sword to kill you." Looking at Lin Yun charging over, Guosu's face changed drastically as he quickly retreated. Once again, Lin Yun destroyed Guosu's attack with another spear. Lin Yun couldn't use his sword, so he was using the spear as a replacement. However, Lin Yun was proving to be even tougher to deal with than before. This startled Guosu and shock filled his face. Before he could even think clearly, he quickly retreated. When he landed on the ground, he took several steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Although he wasn't injured, he was in a disadvantageous position. At this moment, his face soured. "Guosu, is this all you have?" Lin Yun asked as he pointed the spear at Guosu. "Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Guosu was thoroughly enraged and he unleashed all his power. With a roar, lightning and flames exploded on his body as he chopped down with his palm. His chop instantly created a gale in the hall as the crackling lightning illuminated the hall in purple. As cracks spread out on the ground, Lin Yun stabbed the spear into the ground and threw a punch. In the next second, 30 cauldrons worth of strength burst out and saintly music echoed in the hall. The collision exploded as the lightning spread out. In midair, Guosu pushed out with both his palms as the scattered lightning formed spears that shot towards Lin Yun. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he gathered the Dracophant energy within his body to condense it into armor. The armor looked like it was forged with golden purple metal with an ancient Dracophant engraved on it. This armor itself was comparable to the defense of a mid-grade cosmic artifact. When the spears came in contact with the armor, purple sparks flew but Lin Yun was unharmed. Looking at the unharmed Lin Yun, Guosu frowned his brows as rage flashed in his pupils. He never imagined that Lin Yun would be so powerful without his sword. Not only did his strength reach 30 cauldrons, but he even grasped a technique that could condense armor on his body. But that didn't affect Guosu's resolution to kill Lin Yun. Thunderbolt, lightning quake. Guosu roared as he unleashed his full power in the Pinnacle Yang stage. When he threw his punch out, the lightning around him condensed into a python that instantly devoured Lin Yun. Omnipresent anger, raging sky. But before the lightning python could land, Lin Yun threw his punch that contained his boiling killing aura and instantly tore the python apart. Lightning Dragon Claw. Guosu roared as he formed a claw with his hand and reached out at Lin Yun. When the draconic claw landed on Lin Yun's armor, it left 5 ferocious marks. Even the Dracophant war armor's aura was weakened by the claw. Looking at this scene, Guosu smirked, thunder roar, imprisoning dragon. Before Lin Yun could stabilize his footing, the scattered lighting came together again and coiled around Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, it had formed into a chain that bound Lin Yun tightly. Guosu gasped for his breath as he had exhausted a great deal of his energy in this fight. But his eyes flashed with a sinister glow as he threw a punch out at Lin Yun. "You really think that my ranking is for naught?" He was confident of taking Lin Yun out with his attack. But before his punch could reach Lin Yun, the chains that bound onto Lin Yun broke into pieces. When Lin Yun's figure reappeared, his armor had shattered with traces of blood dripping down from his lips. "You're not dead? You're really troublesome. But since you dared to compete with me, then you'll have to die." Guosu's face sank as his fist crackled with lightning once more. "What an annoyance!" Lin Yun grabbed onto the spear and his gaze turned sharp. Luminous moon. Before Guosu could avoid this attack, he was devoured by the moonlight radiance. Using the spear as a sword, waves of moonlight from Lin Yun's spear crashed onto Guosu's body that constantly weakened the lightning around him. When Guosu landed on the ground, he threw up a mouthful of blood and his face turned extremely pale. "Thunder roar? I also have a thunderbolt-like sword that I'd like you to have a taste of." Lin Yun began to release his sword intent and swung his spear. In the next second, his sword intent began to rumble like lightning. Guosu's previous attack also had the momentum of a thunderbolt, but Lin Yun's attack was clearly more powerful. When Lin Yun stabbed the spear out, a silver bolt of lightning instantly filled every corner of the hall. Before Guosu could get up on his feet, he was pierced by the sword on his chest and fresh blood flowed out. "He isn't dead?" Lin Yun wasn't surprised by this since Guosu was an elite on the ranking. Raising his brow, Lin Yun stabbed the spear once again, which forced Guosu to cross his arms together to block the attack. Lin Yun had put on a strong performance. He suddenly leaned backwards and whipped the spear out like a dragon, which sent Guosu flying. With his back about to lean against the wall, Lin Yun suddenly spun and stabbed out with the spear. In a split second, Lin Yun's spear covered Guosu with wounds. When Guosu landed on the ground, Lin Yun used the spear as a sword and unleashed a sword ray. Guosu was slammed into the wall and the sounds of bones cracking could be heard. When he got back up on his feet, he quickly fled for his life without turning around. Looking at Guosu, Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly, but he decided not to chase after the former. Right now, retrieving the jade slip was of the utmost importance. After all, it would be a great loss if the jade slip was taken by someone else when he chased after Guosu. As for Guosu, Lin Yun no longer placed him in his eyes. He only exerted 60% of his strength with his spear, but it was more than enough to defeat Guosu. After taking a hit from his thunderbolt slash, Guosu no longer had the qualification to stay in the Empyrean's tomb. It would be a great fortune if he could return alive. Letting out a long breath, Lin Yun turned around and looked at the jade slip with a composed expression. It was as though his battle with Guosu was just a small matter. The lightning and the black dragon emitted a terrifying aura. When Lin Yun looked at the dragon, it felt like his soul was about to be devoured. Appearing before the pillar with a flash, Lin Yun reached for the jade slip hovering on top of it. The moment he grabbed onto the jade slip, information flowed into his mind. Azure Dragon Enneaform, an intermediate Earth-grade body-refining technique. In ancient times, a powerhouse created the Azure Dragon art that consisted of sword technique, movement technique, cultivation technique, sword sutra, palm technique, fist technique, and many others. The Azure Dragon Enneaform was the body-refining technique portion of it. The Azure Dragon has control over the power of wind and lightning. This technique tempers the body with wind and lightning energy. This body-refining technique has a total of 10 stages. The first 2 stages are the foundation. After the foundation is stabilized, one can execute the first transformation by empowering the body with wind and lightning energies. At the 9th stage, one can even condense the dragon's breath. The highest stage of the Azure Dragon Enneaform could condense the dragon's breath? Lin Yun's face turned grave when he saw it. Dragons were legendary divine beasts, so Lin Yun didn't feel that it was possible for humans to condense a dragon's breath. After all, many techniques had exaggerated introductions that claimed to be able to shatter the sun and moon upon reaching the highest stage. But the Azure Dragon Enneaform said that one could condense a dragon's breath, which was very interesting. There was no question that the Azure Dragon Enneaform was a body-refining technique that Lin Yun needed. It was filled with temptation for him even without the last sentence. However, if the last sentence was real, it would be a huge fortune for him. It didn't seem impossible. It might be impossible for anyone to condense a dragon's breath now, but it might have been possible in the Golden Era. Putting that matter aside for now, Lin Yun wanted to see if he could practice it immediately. Guosu fought with him because he felt that he could practice immediately because it matched his lightning-attributed cultivation technique. But Lin Yun had the Dracophant battle physique, which might not be any inferior to Guosu's compatibility. Lin Yun was rather confident that his chances of learning the technique were similar to Guosu. At the very least, practicing the first 2 stages shouldn't take too much time from him. Then again, it was an ancient martial technique, so there were some risks involved. If he suffered the backlash from it, then he might have to give up on his exploration in the Empyrean's tomb, not to mention that he was only in the 6th level right now. I'll rethink it after reaching the 8th trial. Lin Yun quickly made his decision and stored the jade slip. He already had a harvest from the 6th level, so there was no need for him to waste his time here. As Lin Yun's body flickered, he headed for the 7th level. In another hall on the 6th level, Yang Fan was staring at a short sword hovering above the stone pillar up ahead. The first time he caught a glance of the pillar, he could sense a chill down his spine that made him start trembling. But when he shifted his gaze away, the chill down his spine weakened. Interesting. Yang Fan's eyes glowed with dense interest filled in his eyes. Many whip users would carry a close-range weapon with them to prevent enemies from fighting close combat, or they would learn a fist technique like swordsmen did. Coincidentally, Yang Fan was proficient in short weapons and he carried a dagger with him all the time. Furthermore, this short sword complemented his fire-attributed whip. A smile crept on Yang Fan's face, but before he could do anything, a figure walked out of the tunnel. Finally, after spending so much time searching the 6th floor, I found a cosmic artifact. At least my trip to the Empyrean's tomb won't be a waste. The newcomer had a skinny frame with crimson eyes like a viper. Just like Yang Fan, he also used a whip as his weapon. The newcomer was Qin En, who was ranked 58 on the Dragon Cloud ranking. When Yang Fan saw Qin En, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with an ugly expression. There were only 2 people on the outer ranking that used a whip as their main weapon. Him and Qin En whips were rarely used as weapons, so they would naturally compete among themselves. But no matter what Yang Fan did, he couldn't win against Qin En. 4 years ago at the Draconic Banquet, he suffered a terrible loss in the hands of Qin and get lost. I have no interest in a loser. Furthermore, I believe you don't wish to end your journey at the 6th level, right? Qin En casually glanced at Yang Fan before he continued walking towards the stone pillar. But when he took 3 steps forward, he noticed that Yang Fan wasn't leaving. Qin En smiled and asked, "What's the matter? You want to compete with me for the sword? It doesn't have an owner, so why can't I?" Yang Fan replied with a dark expression. It had already been 4 years since they last fought, but that didn't mean that he, Yang Fan, would lose. Qin En sneered with disdain. How courageous. Indeed, everyone can compete for a treasure that doesn't have an owner, but not everyone has the qualification to compete with me. Especially you. Then you can come and try. Yang Fan retrieved his whip and swung it. Qin En also retaliated with his whip. Their whips were like 2 vipers wrestling each other, and the loser of this fight would suffer a terrible loss. After all, the loser would lose the cosmic artifact and their journey in the Empyrean's tomb would also come to an end. After a while, Qin En gained the upper hand. Qin En had been traveling with Pei Yu in the Wither North Sea, so he didn't stand out much. But anyone who knew about his strength knew exactly how powerful he was. Half an hour later, Bai Lishuan, who was searching the 6th level, bumped into someone unexpected. When he saw the appearance of the other party, Bai Lishuan immediately guarded himself because the other person was Guosu, who was ranked 78th on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Guosu was known as the Thunderbolt Palm because he had a deep attainment in the profundity of lightning. Furthermore, his fist technique was known to be domineering. He was an opponent who could pose some difficulty to Bai Lishuan. So if he could avoid the fight, Bai Lishuan naturally preferred not to fight. But while he contemplated if he should avoid Guosu, his keen gaze saw the wound on Guosu's chest. When he looked at Guosu even more clearly, he noticed that Guosu was covered with injuries all over his body and that the wounds were caused by a spear. But Bai Lishuan could tell that the wounds were actually sword wounds, which made Bai Lishuan suck in a cold breath. Looking at Bai Lishuan, Guisu spoke out clearly. What is there to see? It'll be fortunate if you can survive an encounter with the person who wounded me. Not bad, at least you managed to survive. Who did this to you? Bai Lishuan asked. He was curious who could inflict such injuries on Guisu aside from his senior brother, Xianxia. What has it got to do with you? Guisu naturally didn't want to reveal that he was defeated by Lin Yun. I'm just curious. You better be honest about it. I might not make things difficult for you if you're truthful, said Bai Lishuan with a threatening tone. Guisu was stunned before he smiled bitterly. He was first defeated by Lin Yun, and now he was being threatened by an upcoming genius from the Cloud Trigram sect. Normally, these geniuses who weren't on the ranking couldn't even enter his gaze. Lin Yun, said Guisu gloomily. Him? Bai Lishuan was stunned when he heard that. He didn't expect it to be Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun took a palm from Ji Wuya, everyone could tell that Ji Wuya didn't give it his all. Even he, Bai Lishuan, was confident in receiving that attack. But looking at Guisu's state, Bai Lishuan was thoroughly shocked. When he looked at Guisu's injuries again, his lips began to tremble as he could tell that Lin Yun had the upper hand in his fight with Guisu. Not only that, but Lin Yun had obtained a complete victory. In other words, Lin Yun had totally crushed Guisu, who was ranked 78 on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Bai Lishuan had seen Guisu's attacks. Even though he was confident that he could win, he knew that it wouldn't come easily. Just when he thought that he left Lin Yun behind, he realized that he was still chasing after Lin Yun. Guisu sighed and gritted his teeth. He's more terrifying than I'd imagined. Furthermore, he didn't even use his sword in the fight. He used a spear as a replacement for his sword to defeat me. Even now, I have no idea how much strength he held back. Using a spear as a replacement? He didn't even use the flower burial sword? Bai Lishuan's heart sank when he heard that. That's enough, barked Bai Lishuan. His sudden roar startled Guisu as he had no idea why Bai Lishuan had reacted so greatly. Didn't he ask me who injured me? Why is he flaring up for no reason? You can leave, said Bai Lishuan after he took a long time to calm himself down. Guisu had no idea what was wrong with Bai Lishuan, but he still left shaking his head. Clearly, his journey in the Empyrean's tomb had come to an end and he could only leave. But just when he was about to leave, Bai Lishuan called out to him, Hey, here's a word of advice for you. If you cherish your life, don't bother going after him when you recover from your injuries. When Bai Lishuan finished, he continued walking without turning around. Even if he couldn't defeat Lin Yun, Bai Lishuan still wanted to see how strong Lin Yun had become. At the very least, he wanted to be able to see Lin Yun's back. Otherwise, he would be too much of a failure. As for Guisu, he paused his footsteps briefly before he disappeared into the tunnel. At the same time, there was an outcome to Yang Fan and Qin En's fight. Qin En spoke coldly to Yang Fan. You were already defeated by me 4 years ago. I never expected that you would still be so weak after 4 years. Get lost, I'm not interested in killing a piece of trash. But as punishment for wasting my time, take this whip of mine obediently. Qin En whipped Yang Fan's face ruthlessly. This sent Yang Fan, who had just gotten back up on his feet, into the wall while vomiting blood. If anyone saw this, they would understand the feelings pent up in Yang Fan's heart from humiliation. When he turned back to look at Qin En, the resentment in his eyes grew even more terrifying than a ghost. However, Qin En didn't seem to be bothered by Yang Fan's gazes. You'll regret it, Yang Fan said coldly inwardly before he turned to leave. Why are you letting him live? You should have just killed him, said Pei Yu as he walked in after Yang Fan left. It doesn't matter, smiled Qin En as he retrieved the short sword on the pillar, which had 2 ancient words engraved on it, Frost Moon. When he pulled the sword out, the blade was white as the snow. What a great sword! Qin En looked at the sword with satisfaction before he sheathed it. Time to kick some people out, said Qin En after he sheathed his sword. Pei Yu nodded his head and asked, Who are we going to start with? Xianxia, Pei Yu said with indifference on his face. I happen to share the same thoughts. Xianxia is weaker than Ji Wuya and Yen Kong. Aside from his Xiantian sword intent in greater mastery, we don't have to be too concerned with him, smiled Qin, and he continued, Ji Wuye and Yen Kong aren't on good terms with each other. They will definitely fight if they run into each other. Let's deal with Xia Yunqiao first on the 7th level before dealing with Ji Wuye or Yen Kong on the 8th level. As for others, I don't think anyone can make it through the 8th trial. They had a pretty good plan where they would be the only ones left on the 9th level if everything went well. At that time, they could have the Empyrean's legacy and Astral Pearl all to themselves. Without any hesitation, they headed for the 7th trial together. Let's go! At the border of the Wither North Sea, there was a commotion when the next batch was sent out, especially when they saw Guisu and Yongfan. Even those two were eliminated, which meant that there were less than 10 people in the Empyrean's tomb now. Who did this to you? Guisu caused an uproar among the elders when he returned to the Thunderflame Sect's camp. After all, Guisu's injuries were too horrifying. Was it Xie Yunqiao? An elder quickly noticed that Guisu's injuries were left behind by sword attacks, and he instantly connected it with Xie Yunqiao, who was still in the Empyrean's tomb. After all, he couldn't think of another person who could inflict sword injuries on Guisu. Guisu smiled bitterly when he heard that. He wouldn't feel so much resentment if it was Xie Yunqiao who defeated him. No, not him. But just when Guisu was about to reveal Lin Yun's name, he suddenly recalled Bai Lishuan's warning and shook his head. Furthermore, he also couldn't reveal that he was defeated by someone outside the ranking. When no one else was teleported out, the various sect's elders began to discuss among themselves. It wasn't a secret that Guisu and Yongfan were teleported out. This meant that the rest must have gotten through the 7th trial. I heard that there was an Empyrean who passed by the ancient southern domain a century ago, and no heavenly soul realm experts dared to attack him. An Empyrean of the modern era was already so powerful, so how horrifying would an Empyrean from the ancient age be? There are only 2 trials left. I wonder who will be the last one standing. Probably Ji Wuye or Yen Kong. Those 2 fiend gods aren't out yet. Qin En, Pei Yu, and Xie Yunqiao must be inside as well. This means that there are only 5 people left and they are all in the top 10 on the outer ranking. Wrong. There's also Bai Lishuan from the Cloud Trigram sect who possesses the saint physique. His name will probably spread throughout the ancient southern domain after this event. There shouldn't be anyone else aside from him, right? Don't forget about Flower Burial Lin Yun. He was the one who defeated Chaozhen from the Northern Snow Manor. I also heard that he killed Lung Haoyu and received a palm from Ji Wuye unharmed. Is that real? Isn't it a little exaggerated? The Wither North Sea became noisy, especially since Bai Lishuan and Lin Yun were still within the Empyrean's tomb. In the past year, many geniuses rose up in the 9 prefectures and there were many newcomers who challenged the elites on the ranking. Coincidentally, the Draconic Banquet was starting this year, so the Empyrean's tomb was an opportunity for them. To those from the Heavenly Province Academy, Lin Yun might not be one of their disciples, but he still held the status as a guest deacon. So everyone from the academy became emotional when they heard that. If Lin Yun could make it through the 9th trial, then it would shine a great light on the academy. As for those on the Cloud Trigram sect, they were excited that Xie Yunqiao and Bai Lishuan were still within the Empyrean's tomb. Among all the sects here, only the Cloud Trigram sect still had 2 disciples in the tomb. This achievement was more than enough to shine glory upon their sect. But right at this moment, a figure donned in blue clothes suddenly landed on the ground. He was staggering out of the sandstorm with a pale face. His entire body was covered with injuries and everyone exclaimed when they saw his appearance. It was Xie Yunqian who was ranked 8th on the outer ranking. How did he get eliminated? This makes no sense. He should be able to get through the 9th trial with his strength. This should only be the 8th trial. Yeah, it makes no sense. If Xie Yunqiao can't get through the 9th trial, then no one else can. After all, his Xiantian sword intent is in greater mastery. Look at his injuries. He must have fought and lost to someone. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so injured. Xie Yunqiao's sudden appearance had caused a huge commotion. After all, Xie Yunqiao was someone who had at least 40% odds against Ji Wuye or Yen Kong. Many people were optimistic that he might be the last one standing, which was why they were so shocked. the discussion suddenly calmed down. They instantly realized that something must have happened to cause someone like Xianxia to be eliminated. In their eyes, he must have been eliminated by Ji Wuye or Yen Kong. Lin Yun's face was pale with exhaustion on the 8th level. The 8th trial was tougher than he had imagined. The cooperation between the 8 puppets was nearly perfect, and Lin Yun could only face them head-on to force them to make a mistake. This meant that he would lose the opportunity and would have to start again if he missed his chance. But fortunately, swordsmen were famed for their offensive capabilities. With complete mastery in his Xiantian sword intent, Lin Yun had a keen sense for flaws. But even so, the 8th trial wasn't an easy one since he couldn't use the flower burial sword. He also guessed that he might be the first person to reach the 8th level. Others might try and search the 7th level, but Lin Yun didn't bother staying long. After he made it through the 7th trial, he executed the 7 profound steps and rushed to the 8th trial. If his Xiantian sword intent wasn't in complete mastery, there was no way he could get through so quickly. This means that I'm ahead of everyone, and I should have some time left, muttered Lin Yun. He now had 3 choices before him. His first 2 options were to search the 8th level or to head for the 9th trial. As for the third choice, it was somewhat risky as he would try practicing the Azure Dragon Enneaform to increase his fighting prowess. Others might fall into a dilemma if they were placed with the choices, but Lin Yun has always been decisive, so he made his mind in the blink of an eye. After all, the Astral Pearl had been his target from the start. Since those in the inner ranking had martial souls at the 8th profound grade when they reached the Yinyang stage, he naturally had to do the same. Otherwise, how could he fight with them during the Draconic Banquet? I'm doing it! Lin Yun found a secret chamber and patted his interspatial pouch to retrieve the jade slip with the Azure Dragon Enneaform recorded on it. The jade slip was still shrouded in lightning along with the coiled dragon. Anyone could tell that this wasn't ordinary with just a glance. Furthermore, it was also recorded that the Azure Dragon Enneaform was just the body-refining technique of the Azure Dragon art. The Azure Dragon art still had a cultivation technique, movement technique, finger technique, and a palm technique, not to mention a sword sutra and secret technique. This was a comprehensive martial technique that consisted of everything back in the Golden Era. Even if Lin Yun could only learn one of the techniques, it was more than enough for him to overlook everyone in the ancient southern domain if he brought it to the pinnacle. Lin Yun knew that he couldn't rush with a martial technique of this level, but he didn't have many options laid before him. He knew that it wouldn't be easy in the 9th level and that there would be a tough battle awaiting him. So if he didn't have the strength, how could he compete with the likes of Ji Wuye and Yen Kong? This was why Lin Yun had to gamble. After all, it would be a great victory if he succeeded. At the same time, Ji Wuye, Yen Kong, Qin and Pei Yu, and Bai Lishuan had started the 8th trial. The Azure Dragon Enneaform was an intermediate Earth-grade body-refining technique with wind and lightning attributes. This meant he had to have some attainments in wind and lightning in order to learn the technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to complete the first 2 stages within 2 hours. But Lin Yun had some confidence since this was a body-refining technique. He practiced the Thunderblitz battle physique when he was in Xiantian realm and the Dracophant battle physique while in the profound martial realm. Moreover, the latter only had 6 stages, but he broke through the limit and reached the unprecedented 7th stage. In terms of comprehension of the lightning attribute, Lin Yun knew that he was inferior to Guosu. But in terms of physique, he had surpassed Guosu long ago. Since he can cultivate it, so can I. Furthermore, my attainment in my physique isn't something he can rival. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he made his decision without any hesitation. Placing the jade slip on his forehead, a boundless amount of information flowed into his mind. The complexity of the body-refining technique had exceeded his imagination. Back in ancient times, there was a ferocious beast called the Azure Dragon that possessed a true dragon's bloodline. It was so strong that even just breathing was lethal to people. The Azure Dragon Enneaform had 11 stages, and its first 2 stages are its foundation. In the first stage, observe the Azure Dragon, he would have to manifest wind and lightning energies to temper his body. This would allow his physique to undergo a transformation. As for the second stage, he would have to refine the wind and lightning energies. When he finished the second stage, he would be able to use the secret technique of the Azure Dragon Enneaform, monoform. At that time, a punch from him could gather both wind and lightning. Even with just one quadrant's worth of strength, saintly music sounds out when throwing a punch, muttered Lin Yun in deep thought. If he could reach that stage, even if his strength didn't contain any lightning energy, the commotion alone would be shocking enough. He had 30 cauldrons worth of strength, which meant that 30 lightning rumbles would overlap each other. He couldn't imagine how terrifying that would be. The key to the first 2 stages of the Azure Dragon Enneaform would be the wind and lightning energies. If one had some attainments in lightning attributes, it would be easier for their body to endure the lightning. For example, the cultivation technique that Guosu practiced could manifest lightning. I just need to give it a try. Lin Yun sat with his legs crossed, allowing the jade slip to hover before him as he looked at the dragon coiling the jade slip. The purple dragon was filled with a trace of demonic origin and was filled with viciousness. Vaguely, a terrifying dragon aura was attacking Lin Yun's mind. If anyone had a weak mind, they would easily be overwhelmed. But fortunately, Lin Yun was a 3rd-grade spiritualist, so he could bear the burden easily. Now that he looked at it, Guosu's mindset was too simple. With his soul energy, there was no way he could bear the impact from the dragon aura, which meant that he wouldn't be able to learn this. Then, Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra for an entire cycle as the first stand of wind and lightning energies appeared in his body. In that split second, it felt like there was a volcano within his body as a domineering energy rampaged. This made Lin Yun's face change as he controlled a strand of Dracophant energy to temper his body. Surprisingly, the first stage was easier than he had imagined. When the wind and lightning energies coursed through his body, he felt comfortable as he could sense his strength rising. Interesting. It looks like the Dracophant battle physique isn't much weaker. As Lin Yun thought about it, he became more bold in tempering his body with the wind and lightning energies. He circulated the body refining technique within his body, and every cell within his body underwent a transformation from the wind and lightning energies. Time gradually passed and 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun's hair was fluttering in the wind as purple lightning crackled on the surface of his body. The lightning sounded as if it came from the 9 heavens. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils glowed brightly as his mental energy surged. He suddenly stood up and threw a punch. Azure Dragon Enneaform Monoform. As 30 cauldrons worth of strength exploded in this small chamber, the fluctuation rippled out and caught Lin Yun by surprise. He threw up a mouthful of blood from his internal injuries. In that split second, he felt like the entire world was spinning and his 6 senses went blank. He was only able to recover his senses after some time passed. Wiping the blood off his lips, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. Is this the rumbling saintly music? From his punch, a purple fluctuation rippled out within the small chamber for a long time. When they clashed against each other, sparks flew around. The Azure Dragon Enneaform is truly terrifying, said Lin Yun with disbelief in his eyes. The Azure Dragon Enneaform was still in the foundation stage, not to mention that he didn't use all his strength. This made him wonder how powerful it would be after reaching Enneaform. But he was sure that it wouldn't be easy. After all, he relied on the Dracophant battle physique as the foundation to complete the first 2 stages. Lin Yun knew that the 3rd stage was only the beginning. But right now, this was more than enough for Lin Yun. This transformation boosted Lin Yun's confidence. He could sense that the bottleneck to the Greater Yang stage had loosened up and that he could cross over any time. Right now, he was confident that he could beat anyone that faced him. With the Azure Dragon Enneaform, the 7 slaughtering fist, and the sword in his hand, he would prove himself. Time to go! Lin Yun left the chamber quickly. For hours had passed, so the others must have passed the 8th trial. He didn't know who he would run into, but he knew that he had to search the place first. The 8th level had many tunnels like a maze. Occasionally, Lin Yun would find chambers, but Lin Yun merely took a glance at them. There were many treasures, but Lin Yun didn't want to waste his time with the mediocre treasures. Suddenly, Lin Yun sensed a weak fluctuation, and he could sense excitement coming from his body. A lightning-attributed treasure? Lin Yun roughly had a guess and moved faster. It didn't take long for an ancient hall to appear before Lin Yun's vision. The center of the hall had a stone pillar, and a droplet of blood hovered on top of the pillar that emitted a powerful aura. Under this aura, Lin Yun could even see visible fluctuations rippling out. Looking at the droplet of blood that contained boundless energy, Lin Yun instantly recognized that it was the blood essence of an ancient demonic beast. Lin Yun had come across many chambers and halls along the way, but he only glanced at them. Only this droplet of blood could make Lin Yun's come to a stop. Since the blood was preserved since ancient times, it must have a huge origin. There was a high possibility that it might belong to a lightning-attributed demonic beast. But judging from the excitement from his body, it might be related to the Azure Dragon. Lin Yun's heart began to beat wildly when he thought about it. If my speculation is true, Lin Yun's gaze became heated in the next second when he looked at the droplet of blood. But as a cautious person, Lin Yun knew that he had to be composed right now. As Lin Yun slowly stepped forward, he had caution on his face as he didn't dare to be careless. When he approached the stone pillar, Lin Yun suddenly stretched out and reached for the blood essence. But the moment he made his move, a weak aura suddenly surged over like a venomous viper trying to take a bite at him. It might seem insignificant, but Lin Yun had a feeling that it was dangerous. Lin Yun instantly reacted by avoiding the attack, relying on his instinct. But before he could gasp for his breath, 3 bolts of lightning suddenly shot towards him. The 3 bolts of lightning released a powerful vibration, and Lin Yun would have been heavily injured if he wasn't strong enough. Lin Yun instantly realized that it was a formidable opponent, so he threw a punch out, releasing his sword aura to destroy the bolts of lightning. When his punch landed on the bolts of lightning, the lightning crumbled as Lin Yun landed at the corner of the hall. When he raised his head, he finally saw his assailant, Scarlet Python Whip Qin, and Lin Yun's face was indifferent as his killing aura surged in his pupils. Qin En's attacks might seem casual, but they were vicious. If he was careless, the only outcome that awaited him was death. "Get lost. I'm taking this blood essence," said Qin En as he walked towards the stone pillar. Qin En didn't bother hiding his disdain for Lin Yun. But suddenly, a sword ray flashed over and left a sinister mark on the ground, which forced Qin En to come to a stop. When Qin En came to a stop, he turned around to look at Lin Yun with rage brewing in his pupils. Lin Yun's sword aura was a warning to Qin En, but at the same time, it was Lin Yun's retaliation to Qin En's arrogance. "Are you blind or are you deaf? Didn't you hear that I'm taking this blood essence?" Qin En looked at Lin Yun coldly. "I won't give this to anyone, even if Ji Wuya was standing here. So who the hell do you think you are?" Lin Yun replied as he sneered inwardly. Who did Qin En think he was? Even if Lin Yun had obtained the blood essence, he also wouldn't let Qin En off. After all, he had to take revenge for the attacks Qin En launched at him earlier. "Oh, I forgot that you managed to receive a palm from Ji Wuya. You should have some capability since you're able to come this far, but I advise you not to be too arrogant because of that. Otherwise, you might lose your life." Qin En revealed a smile that made others feel uncomfortable. He really didn't want to waste his time fighting with Lin Yun, as he already made plans with Pei Yu to deal with the victor of Ji Wuya and Yen Kong's fight on the 8th. They wanted to do this before taking the 9th level for themselves. Their plan was going smoothly since they eliminated Xianxia. With Xianxia gone, they only needed to find Ji Wuya or Yen Kong on the 8th level. But it would be better if he could obtain the Azure Dragon's blood essence in the process. Additionally, fighting with Lin Yun would waste his time. But clearly, Lin Yun had no intention of leaving. "You want my life? You can come and try then," said Lin Yun as he raised his head. He wanted to know how strong Qin En was. How stubborn. "Don't regret your decision." Lin Yun's attitude had thoroughly enraged Qin En. Did Lin Yun really think that he could face him just because he received a palm from Ji Wuya? Since Lin Yun didn't cherish his life, then Qin En had no intention of letting him off. Qin En aimed his whip at Lin Yun as his origin energy erupted like a volcano. His whip caused distortions in the air. Lin Yun's face was indifferent as he pointed his fingers out like a sword and resolved Qin En's attack. Another one with Xiantian's sword intent at greater mastery. Qin En locked his brows together with fear flashing in his eyes. The fight with Xianxia wasn't easy. Xianxiao's sword intent had caused a lot of trouble for Qin and Pei Yu. As long as a swordsman grasped the Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery, they would be troublesome to deal with. They wouldn't even need high cultivation to be troublesome. Qin now understood why Lin Yun was so confident. But that didn't mean that he would be defeated. Scarlet whip, boundless flames. Qin barked as flames began to blaze on his body that illuminated the entire hall in red. At the same time, his aura began to rise frantically. Compared to Guisu, who Lin Yun defeated earlier, his aura was a lot more powerful. Suddenly, the massive flames became as agile as a python. As Qin made his move, countless whips began to descend from the surroundings. Every single whip was fast like lightning, and the blazing energy created a sea of flames in the hall. Great timing! Lin Yun swung out the spear in his hand like a sword. As he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, the densely packed sword rays were like geysers that twisted into a ferocious tornado. Heavenly cloud shatter! Lin Yun roared as he destroyed all the whips coming at him. When the sea of flames shattered, Qin poured his origin energy into his whip, making his whip crackle with flames. Whenever the sparks landed on the ground, huge explosions could be heard. One could only imagine how much power had been poured into the whip. Qin roared, "Blazing Inferno!" Lin Yun was ultimately using a spear as a replacement for his sword, so there were some flaws here and there. When the whip flew over, Lin Yun's sword aura began to crumble and he had to retreat. When Qin's whip landed on the ground, towering flames spread throughout the hall. However, Qin didn't stop there as his whip chased after Lin Yun like a viper. Lin Yun knew Qin and truly deserved his ranking as 8th on the outer ranking. But that wasn't enough to make Lin Yun helpless, as he threw the spear that had snapped into two and formed a seal with his hand. Lin Yun was naturally forming the 7 slaughtering seal. When he unleashed the seal, Lin Yun's killing aura suddenly multiplied by 7. Making him seem like a fiend god that came from hell. Omnipresent anger, raging sky, defiant frustration, and resonance. The 7 slaughtering seal had multiplied Lin Yun's killing aura to an unbelievable height as he threw his punches out. His punches were infused with sword aura and would make explosions that swept the hall in powerful gales. Lin Yun's punches were like the charge of a cavalry that shook the heavens and earth. So what if Qin was 8th on the outer ranking? Lin Yun was strong, and every punch from Lin Yun unleashed a crimson wave out. With his last 2 punches, he shattered all the whips that enveloped him and hit Qin in the chest. Vomiting up blood, Qin was knocked away and slammed into the wall. But he also quickly unleashed his counterattack in mid-air. Apophis! The whip began to spiral as it rapidly expanded, manifesting a huge python that pounced at Lin Yun with its fangs. With the snake's jaw about to bite him, Lin Yun could sense his surroundings turn dark. It was as though the snake had really devoured the sun because of the abyssal darkness approaching him. Do you think you can turn the tables around? Lin Yun's eyes flickered with lightning as the wind and lightning energies circulated within his body. As Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, the purple lightning around him suddenly grew even more powerful. He was activating the Azure Dragon Enneaform's monoform. Lin Yun soared into the sky and threw his punch out. When he threw his punch out, it was accompanied by the rumbling of saintly music and 30 thunderbolts overlapping each other. The surrounding air seemed to have shattered like glass from the explosion. Qin also fell onto the ground with blood leaking from his 7 orifices. His face was pale. As for the domineering python, it had disappeared when the lightning surged forward. When Lin Yun retracted his fist and landed on the ground, he didn't look at Qin as he turned his attention to another tunnel. He could hear footsteps sounding out. As the footsteps approached, Lin Yun could sense that the flower burial sword within the sword box had begun to emit a buzz. As the footsteps approached, the flower burial sword in the sword box buzzed even more ferociously. This was the first time the flower burial sword had reacted in this manner since coming to the Wither North Sea. It was as if the flower burial sword had been challenged. Lin Yun was startled as he could sense the flower burial sword was undergoing a transformation. reaching the level of a cosmic artifact at rapid speed. Lin Yun estimated that it would be soon. He was looking forward to the transformation of the flower burial sword. Despite the joy in his heart, Lin Yun maintained his composure. He hadn't drawn his sword since entering the Wither North Sea, so the flower burial sword's fighting spirits had already reached the pinnacle. Lin Yun felt the same way. Interesting. Possessing such a terrifying body-refining technique and sword intent even more powerful than Xianxia. You're a terrifying person even in the entire ancient southern domain. Pei Yu appeared through the tunnel carrying an ancient saber on his back. He examined Lin Yun and he asked, "Qin, you're still alive, right?" Lin Yun wasn't surprised by Pei Yu's appearance. Pei Yu and Qin had a close friendship and they always appeared together in the Wither North Sea. Furthermore, their aloof attitudes left a deep impression on Lin Yun. It was true that there weren't many people who could compare to him. If the fact that he killed Leng Haoyu in 2 against 1 fight and he received Ji Wuya's palm wasn't shocking enough. The fact that he defeated Qin in a fight was truly shocking. If news of this got out, others wouldn't believe it. "I would be dead if you got here any later," said Qin in a weakened voice as he glared at Lin Yun with boundless rage and killing aura in his eyes. While he spoke, he popped a pellet into his mouth and healed his injuries at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, his face was no longer pale. As someone ranked 8th on the outer ranking, Qin naturally had his own trump cards. Lin Yun merely glanced at Qin and before he turned to Pei Yu. More accurately, his gaze was on the ancient saber behind Pei Yu. If he remembered correctly, Mo Ling called it the Nethercloud Saber and gave a high evaluation of it. But surprisingly, Pei Yu only glanced at Lin Yun before he walked towards Qin. This action made Lin Yun fall into deep thoughts as he wondered if Pei Yu was going to call a truce. Then again, Lin Yun wasn't against that idea as he had just gone through a battle. Fighting another formidable opponent wasn't favorable to him. He could always resume their fight on the 9th level. Lin Yun pondered things while walking to the stone chamber and taking the Azure Dragon's blood essence. He put in his interspatial pouch and began to leave. But just as he was leaving, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. "Did I allow you to leave?" The arrogant words were from Pei Yu. The killing aura in his tone was frightening, and he was clearly unhappy with Lin Yun's departure. As he spoke, he threw out a crimson dagger towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun, who had his back towards Pei Yu, was briefly stunned before a sneer rose on his lips. He didn't mind letting them go, but since they didn't appreciate it, then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. In the next second, a towering sword intent exploded from Lin Yun. "I won't leave then." Lin Yun turned around and threw a punch out. He had pushed his Iris Sword Sutra to the limit and his punch reached the crimson dagger in a split second. Along with a collision, the crimson dagger broke into pieces under his punch. But that wasn't the end as the iris flower bloomed in his violet palace and his next punch shot out like an arrow. This made Pei Yu's face change as he took several steps back. He never expected that Lin Yun would still be so powerful even after fighting Qin. "Qin, take the cloud trigram pellet. If you don't take out all your strength, I might not be able to keep this brat here," Pei Yu yelled with an indifferent voice as he reached for his saber. When he drew the saber, his origin energy and saber intent merged together. "I don't need you to remind me." Qin naturally knew how powerful Lin Yun was, so he knew that it was impossible for Pei Yu to make Lin Yun stay. Qin used his whip to form a sea of flames that poured towards Lin Yun. After taking the cloud trigram pellet, he had recovered a great deal from his injuries. So this attack was the same as when he was in his peak state. It might even be a little more powerful than before. When Pei Yu's aura climbed to the pinnacle, his Nethercloud saber slashed down at Lin Yun. Pei Yu and Qin launched their strongest attacks at Lin Yun. The fight suddenly became perilous with 2 elites from the top 10 on the outer ranking joining hands. If Ji Wuya was here, he would probably be fearful of their joint attack. But Lin Yun allowed them to launch their attacks as his eyes blazed with flames. His Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery was pushed to the limit. A silver sword ray enveloped him and he began to throw out a barrage of punches like swords. The collision created a huge explosion in the hall. like two massive waves slamming against each other. The intensity of the battle had drawn out fury from both sides as they exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. With a huge explosion, the three figures retreated. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he looked at Pei Yu and Qin and, "Let's end this now." "Interesting. I wonder where your confidence came from." Qin and looked at Lin Yun coldly. Lin Yun's clothes were stained in blood. Although Lin Yun's injuries weren't serious, it was a fact that he wasn't in a favorable situation. "Indeed, it's time for this game to end. But you're the one dying here." Pei Yu soared into the sky. He didn't give Lin Yun an opportunity as his saber turned into a boundless crimson beam that hacked down to split Lin Yun's sword aura. So what if Lin Yun's Xianxia sword intent is in greater mastery? I can slash it apart with my saber, just like how I defeated Xianxia. Sword! But just when his saber was about to reach Lin Yun roared with his eyes glowing brightly as the flower burial sword shot out from the sword box. Along with a connection he felt with the flower burial sword, a terrifying surge of energy poured into his body from the sword. As Lin Yun's heart thumped violently, he unsheathed the sword and a bright moon illuminated the sky. The moment the moon appeared, Lin Yun's sword aura that was on the verge of collapse suddenly gathered together and sent Pei Yu flying out. Luminous moon. Before Lin Yun even drew the sword out entirely, two bright lights interlocked and shot towards Qin, and at the flick of Lin Yun's wrist. Damn it! Qin's face changed drastically as he was totally caught by surprise. He didn't hesitate to retreat as he lashed his whip in retaliation. But how could he possibly withstand Lin Yun's attack? The moment his whip came in contact with Lin Yun's attack, Qin's aura began to crumble swiftly. On the other hand, Pei Yu sucked in a cold breath when he saw the scene because Lin Yun's attack was too terrifying. There was no way he could contest it with the Nethercloud saber in his hand. Qin was sent flying by Lin Yun's attack and was covered with even more wounds. When he landed on the ground, he looked at Lin Yun together with Pei Yu as fear radiated in their pupils. They never expected that they would lose despite working together. Heavenly Cloud Shatter. Lin Yun unleashed another attack before the two of them could catch their breath. He unleashed the ultimate move of the Aquaselenic sword with great proficiency. A crimson sword ray shot out from the flower burial sword and formed a violet gale that swept through the hall. Facing Lin Yun's attack, Qin and Pei Yu had to resist with all their might. However, injuries continued to appear on their bodies before they could no longer resist and were sent flying. As Lin Yun's aura surged, killing aura radiated in his pupils as he pounced forward, unleashing his sword intent like a tidal wave. Once again, Pei Yu and Qin, who had just landed on the ground, were blown away. Pain was written on their faces as they gnashed their teeth while trying to resist the attack. However, Lin Yun didn't give them a chance to catch their breath as he exuded a domineering aura and unleashed the Thunderbolt Slasher. When his attack flew out, the origin energy that Pei Yu and Qin had covered their bodies in was shattered instantly, and they slammed against the wall like sandbags. The wall cracked from the impact before they collapsed on the ground. The entire hall was permeated with Lin Yun's sword aura. But when Lin Yun sheathed his sword, the sword aura instantly disappeared. Then, Lin Yun looked at Pei Yu and Qin who were trembling in fear. The hall was silent except for Qin and Pei Yu's nervous breathing. Right now, Pei Yu's eyes were filled with regret. If he could go back in time, he wouldn't have challenged Lin Yun. Lin Yun was already about to leave, but he was the one who called out to Lin Yun. At that time, he didn't put Lin Yun in his eyes because he felt that he could deal with Lin Yun together with Qin. His thought wasn't bad because they had Lin Yun suppressed when Lin Yun wasn't using his sword. They even managed to inflict more injuries on Lin Yun and victory was within their grasp. But the moment Lin Yun drew his sword, the tables turned instantly and resulted in their complete defeat. Furthermore, Lin Yun's sword intent was extremely terrifying. Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent was also in greater mastery, but it was a lot more terrifying than Xianxia. Even at this moment, Pei Yu couldn't figure out what happened. Lin Yun, let us go. I promise that I won't give you any trouble even afterwards. Qin begged with his voice trembling. If anyone was here, they would be shocked by how cowardly Qin was behaving. They didn't want to die here, and they still wanted to give the 9th level a try. So even if they were filled with reluctance, they had no other choice but to beg. "Who will let me off if I let you off?" asked Lin Yun coldly. He knew Pei Yu and Qin well. If he had fallen in their hands, they would definitely not let him off so easily. Furthermore, who would let him off if he bumped into Ji Wuye or Yan Kong in the 9th level if he let them off? So it was naturally impossible for him to let them off. "The name of this sword is Frost Moon. I can give it to you if you're willing to let us off." Qin gnashed his teeth as he took out a short sword from his interspatial pouch. Strictly speaking, this short sword was more like a dagger instead of a sword, but it had a high grade and was rare even among ancient cosmic artifacts. There were complicated spiritual runes engraved on it, and it looked like it was forged with moonlight. Qin had spent some effort to take this sword from Yang Fan, but it was a pity that he ran into Lin Yun. He was defeated before he could even use it. It was undeniable that this sword was precious, so anyone could imagine the pain he was going through in his heart right now. Lin Yun glanced at Qin and before he took the sword and held it. Looking at the body of the sword that glowed in his hand like the moon, Lin Yun muttered, "Good sword." Qin had joy written on his face when he heard that, and his eyes flashed coldly. But just when he was about to speak, blood suddenly flowed out from his mouth. When he lowered his head, he noticed that the frost moon was stabbed into his chest. This made Qin's face change drastically as a terrifying chill began to spread throughout his body. "You!" Although Lin Yun didn't put any origin energy behind the attack, it was still terrifying as the sword was a cosmic artifact. So this meant that he would have to rely on the heavens to survive this ordeal. Right at this moment, Lin Yun spoke out, "This is a good sword, but you're not a good person. I don't wish to see you on the 9th level." When Lin Yun pulled the sword out, blood splashed out from Qin's chest. But there wasn't a single bloodstain on the sword as it maintained its pearly white color. Meanwhile, Qin instantly panicked as he held onto his chest and circulated his origin energy to resist the chill invading his body. Even Pei Yu was terrified when he saw this scene, as he never imagined that Lin Yun would be so decisive to launch such a serious attack all of a sudden. Perhaps they had a misunderstanding that Lin Yun wasn't fond of killing. In reality, Lin Yun had taken countless lives with his sword. If he hadn't, the 7 slaughtering seal wouldn't be so terrifying after being multiplied 7 times. Maybe their misunderstanding was that Lin Yun was a pushover and that he would let them off if they begged. When Lin Yun turned to look at Pei Yu was jolted awake with a chilling feeling in his spine. His nightmare had turned into reality in an instant. But without hesitation, Pei Yu's palm hit his own chest and wounded his internal organs. His injuries were even heavier than Qin, and at this moment, looking at Lin Yun, Qin said weakly, "Don't worry, you won't see me on the 9th level." The two were heavily injured, and there was no way they could recover anytime soon even if they had a divine pellet. This meant that their journey in the Empyrean's tomb had come to an end. "Good luck," said Lin Yun as he kept the frost moon and departed. This time, the two no longer dared to call out to Lin Yun. They only looked at Lin Yun's back as they trembled in fear. At the same time, in another hall on the 8th level, there was a pool that radiated with chill as a crimson lotus hovered over its center. When Ji Wuye stepped in and saw the treasure, he muttered to himself, "The 7-star scarlet flame lotus?" A scarlet flame lotus was extremely precious, not to mention one that had reached 7 stars. Although it wasn't useful to him right now, it would be different once he reached the Yin-Yang stage. Suddenly, Ji Wuye turned around and looked at Yan Kong, who had also entered the hall. "Ji Wuye, you're not dead?" Yan Kong's face turned grim when he saw Ji Wuye. Clearly, the two had a long history of enmity and his words were filled with venom. "Don't worry. How can I be dead when you're not? Since we ran into each other, then let me send you on your way. You can watch from outside how I obtain the Empyrean's legacy and the astral pearl." Ji Wuye sneered with disdain. "Ha, what a joke." Yan Kong laughed. "Even someone outside the ranking didn't place you in his eyes. Do you think you are fit to obtain the Empyrean's legacy?" Yan Kong's words were like salt that rubbed Ji Wuye's wound. Ji Wuye's face was grim, as he released his killing aura that caused the surrounding space to freeze. You'll know soon enough. But since Yen Kong was also called a fiend god, he naturally didn't fear Ji Wuya's killing aura as he unleashed a powerful killing aura at the same level as Ji Wuya. The two fiend gods clashed the moment they met without bothering to negotiate. Ji Wuya and Yen Kong were both acknowledged as geniuses who could get through the 9th trial, so they fought the moment they met each other. After all, only one of them could obtain the Empyrean's legacy and astral pearl. At the same time, they also wished to see who was more powerful after 4 years had passed. An hour later, a person appeared in the hall where Qin En and Pei Yu were in. The newcomer had a powerful sword intent that radiated from his body, which caused Qin En and Pei Yu's faces to change. They thought that Lin Yun had returned. However, when they saw that it was Bai Lishuan, they were relieved. "Who did this to you guys?" Bai Lishuan asked with surprise in his eyes. "What does it have to do with you?" Pei Yu and Qin En replied coldly. They naturally didn't want to reveal that they ganged up on Lin Yun only to be defeated. Bai Lishuan smiled when he saw Pei Yu and Qin En. The two were as stubborn as Guisu. Could it be that they were also defeated by Lin Yun? But the smile soon froze on his face. He knew that he couldn't accept it if his speculation was true. It was okay if it was only Guisu since he was only ranked 7th-8 on the outer ranking. But Pei Yu and Qin En were infamous and were both in the top 10 on the outer ranking. Even his senior brother, Xianxia, might not be able to defeat them both. This was why Bai Lishuan quickly dismissed Lin Yun from his mind. After all, only Yen Kong or Ji Wuya could defeat them both since his senior brother didn't even have the strength to do it. "It's not Lin Yun, right?" Bai Lishuan asked with a smile while pretending to be casual. But when he noticed the changes on Qin En and Pei Yu's faces, Bai Lishuan instantly narrowed his eyes together. He had already found out the answer even without them speaking. Instantly, Bai Lishuan's face sank down and his face was even uglier than Qin En and Pei Yu. He bit on his lips as blood began to flow out. After a long time, he asked, "Where is he?" "Left." Bai Lishuan then left quickly to chase after Lin Yun's footsteps. But the moment he turned around, Qin En glanced at him and said, "You can't catch up to him." Those words instantly set off a bomb in Bai Lishuan's mind as those words began to echo in his thoughts. He suddenly turned around and glared at Qin En ferociously, which left Qin En at a loss. After Bai Lishuan left, Qin En grumbled, "What's wrong with him? Lin Yun already left an hour ago, so how can he possibly catch up to him? What's with that glare?" "I heard that he also came from the great Qin Empire like Lin Yun," said Pei Yu. Upon hearing that, Qin En's eyes flashed as he roughly had an idea of what was going on. As time gradually passed, those at the border of the Wither North Sea were waiting anxiously. Ever since Xianxia was eliminated, a long time had passed without any other eliminations. This made everyone extremely nervous. There are only 6 people left: Lin Yun, Bai Lishuan, Qin En, Pei Yu, Yen Kong, and Ji Wuya. Surely someone will be eliminated on the 8th level. In terms of strength, there's a high possibility of Lin Yun or Bai Lishuan being eliminated. Those two can be proud of their achievements. After all, many elites on the ranking didn't make it through the 6th level. It really wasn't easy for them to get this far. Indeed, those geniuses appearing recently are getting stronger. Looks like the Draconic Banquet will be interesting. The closer everyone got to the 9th level, the more intense the competition would become. All the crowd could do now was guess who would be eliminated next. While they were discussing things, someone was finally teleported out. Everyone quickly turned to look at who was eliminated. But when they saw 2 figures walking out from the sandstorm, all of them exclaimed, especially after seeing the wounds on their bodies. "Qin En, Pei Yu, what heavy injuries." I heard the Cloud Trigram Sect's disciples saying that they joined hands to eliminate Xianxia. So you're saying that the person who eliminated these 2 fought them at the same time? Who is strong enough to face 2 monsters on the top 10 of the outer ranking at once? It has to be either Ji Wuya or Yen Kong. They're really strong. No one felt that anyone else could achieve this besides Yen Kong and Ji Wuya. They could imagine how brutal the fight must have been from Pei Yu and Qin En's injuries. What serious injuries! Many people sucked in a cold breath when Pei Yu and Qin En got closer. It was a miracle that the two were still alive right now. Pei Yu and Qin En's faces were ugly when they heard that. They came out immediately after Bai Lishuan left, fearing that they might run into Ji Wuye or Yan Kong. When they tried the 9th trial, they were naturally eliminated from a single exchange. They already expected that someone would try to ask them questions, but they were determined not to speak. Lin Yun still isn't out. Those from the Heavenly Province Academy's expression became even more nervous. It had exceeded their expectation that Lin Yun could come this far, especially Zhang Yuan, who wore an extremely complicated expression. Elder Tang, I have a feeling that Lin Yun did this to them. Mo Ling spoke out right at this moment, which caught everyone by surprise. Lin Yun did this to them? Wasn't it a little too exaggerating to say that he defeated 2 monsters on the top 10 of the ranking with his cultivation in the Yang stage? One must know that Xia Yunqiao's Xiantian sword intent was also in greater mastery. But even he was defeated by Pei Yu and Qin, and this is only a guess of mine. Their injuries look to be caused by the flower burial sword. Yan Kong and Ji Wuye are both known as Ghost Blade and Bloody Butcher. The former uses a saber, while the latter focuses on his killing aura and bloodlust, said Mo Ling as she continued. But their injuries are purely from sword intent without any killing aura. Hearing her analysis, the eyes of Zhang Yuan and the rest lit up because her words made sense. On the other hand, everyone from the Bloodwing Pavilion was also discussing Lin Yun with a completely different mood. That bastard still isn't out yet? Not only did he kill the disciple of Nethercloud Ghost, but he even killed the chief disciple of our sect. This is simply outrageous. We have to take revenge even if the Academy stands behind him. The Bloodwing Pavilion naturally found out that Lin Yun was the murderer of Lung Haoyu, especially since everything took place in front of many eyes. The elders of the Bloodwing Pavilion were filled with rage, especially Lung Haoyu's master elder Ma Yu, who was the heavenly soul realm expert leading the party. His face was dark and he had been waiting for Lin Yun a long time. But right now, the focus of the various sects were on Qin En and Pei Yu. Everyone noticed something fishy about the wounds that were purely caused by sword intent. This meant that their speculation was wrong, which instantly caused a commotion. Only Bai Lishuan and Lin Yun could leave such injuries on them. Regardless of who did it, the news was shocking. These two represented the rise of the new generation, which justified their shock. Additionally, Lin Yun, who was only 18. I feel that it must be Bai Lishuan. After all, he possesses the saint physique and not many people can be compared to him in the entire ancient southern domain. But it might also be Lin Yun. Don't forget that he even dared to face Ji Wuye. He must have had the confidence to do that. That's right. Even Bai Lishuan's senior brother lost to Qin En and Pei Yu. Don't be so sure about it. How do you know that Bai Lishuan doesn't have a hidden trump card? Qin En and Pei Yu's faces were ugly when they heard the surrounding discussion. They came here confidently for the Empyrean's legacy, and they never imagined that they would suffer such humiliation right now. Everyone turned their gazes towards Qin En and Pei Yu, wanting to know who had eliminated them. But right at this moment, 2 figures walked out of the sandstorm that caused another commotion. The figures were Yan Kong and Bai Lishuan. After them, there wasn't anyone else. This means that only Lin Yun and Ji Wuye are left on the 9th level. So it really was Lin Yun. Now, everyone was certain that Lin Yun eliminated Qin En and Pei Yu. This made things a lot more interesting. There were only 2 people left. One was a monstrous genius who rose to fame 4 years ago. The other was a swordsman who had recently risen to fame. The battle between the two also represented the old and new generations, which left everyone in anticipation. The excitement was palpable, especially since the Draconic Banquet was only 8 months away. Lin Yun sat on the 8th level for a long time before he opened his eyes. Although he didn't suffer many injuries from his fight with Qin En and Pei Yu, the fight had exhausted a great deal of his strength. If the flower burial sword hadn't reached the level of a cosmic artifact, it wouldn't be so easy for him to deal with them both. But after resting for a bit, Lin Yun recovered his origin energy and healed his injuries. Then he retrieved the Azure Dragon's blood essence from his interspatial pouch. The blood essence hovered before him and emitted an ancient and powerful aura. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thoughts. He had completed the first 2 stages of the Azure Dragon Enneaform, and now he could barely use the monoform. He had only reached the tip of the iceberg so far. In terms of the wind and lightning energies, he still wasn't proficient in them. So the Azure Dragon's blood essence naturally came at the right time, as it would save him a lot of time and effort. However, Lin Yun came to a decision and chose not to refine this blood essence right now. He had a feeling that this wasn't just some blood essence. The power contained in it was massive, and he would need at least 3 to 7 days just to refine it. He didn't have enough time to refine it right now, and he had already wasted a lot of time recovering from his injuries and replenishing his energy. The others must have already started the 9th trial, which meant he was falling behind. I'll revisit this in the future. Lin Yun shook his head as he put the blood essence away. His gaze slowly shifted towards the tunnel in front of him. He was finally headed for the 9th level. Initially, Lin Yun only participated because of the profound in water. However, he managed to come this far even after encountering strong opponents. He didn't know what awaited him in the 9th trial, but he wouldn't hesitate to give it a try. When he passed through the tunnel, the scenery suddenly lit up with a vast space appearing before him. The hall only had 3 paintings on the wall. While Lin Yun was looking at them in confusion, a dragon roar sounded out and light shot towards him. The beam of light was dazzling, but it also contained a trace of the dragon's aura. The pressure that Lin Yun felt from the attack was equal to the Pinnacle Yang stage. His eyes flashed coldly as he threw a punch out with his fist enveloped in the wind and lightning energies. From the huge collision, Lin Yun let out a muffled sound as he took 3 steps back. But before he could stabilize his footing, 2 more beams shot over along with more dragon roars. He was placed in a bad position and his right fist was still numb from the collision. But that wasn't all, as more dragon roars rang out, along with beams that looked like colored ribbons crisscrossing together, creating a beautiful scene despite being dangerous. As the 9 beams danced, Lin Yun continued to punch them. Lin Yun was able to barely face them at his own pace, and although he was retreating, his sword aura hadn't weakened a bit. But before he could even react, the 9 beams suddenly converged together into a dragon. The dragon's aura reached the yin-yang stage in the blink of an eye. This made Lin Yun raise his brow as he gathered all his sword, intent with the iris flower blooming in his violet palace to resist the pressure. Is it finally starting? Lin Yun smiled with fighting spirits blazing in his eyes. He came this far without taking a step back. He had already defeated Guisu, Qinen, and Peiyu, so he was ready for this. The flower burial sword started buzzing with fighting spirits as well. When the dragon image converged into a golden armored puppet above Lin Yun, it raised its spear at Lin Yun. Lin Yun initially thought that he would run into 9 silver armored puppets on the 9th trial, but he never expected that they would combine with each other. This meant that it would be practically impossible for him to try and find a flaw. The dragon that he was fighting was even more terrifying than facing 9 puppets at the same time. Shock flashed in Lin Yun's eyes while he took the flower burial sword out of the sword box. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the sword, he unleashed an attack that he had been accumulating for a long time. With a huge collision, cracks were left on the ground as Lin Yun was knocked a few dozen meters backwards. Moon reflection. 2 radiating sword rays attacked the puppet's spear. One was as bright as the moon in the sky, and the other was like the perfect mirror image of a lake's reflection. When the sword and spear clashed, some fine cracks appeared on the puppet's golden armor. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun felt a little relieved that the flower burial sword could break through the enemy's defenses. This would save him a lot of energy. Looks like the flower burial sword is sharper than I imagined. While he was mid-air, his boundless silver sword ray landed on the puppet. But the puppet's strength was comparable to the initial yin-yang stage, so it avoided his sword from a tricky angle. Then, it charged at Lin Yun with its spear, leaving afterimages in the air. Judging from the pressure it was giving off, it was actually stronger than Lin Yun's sword aura. But Lin Yun was calm because he knew the puppet's cultivation level was higher than his. However, neither he nor the flower burial sword would go down without a fight. Heavenly cloud shatter. A boundless sword ray formed a tornado that cut the air because of how sharp it was. When the tornado headed towards the puppet retreated as it used its spear to resist the sword aura. After the puppet took 10 steps, it was sent flying with golden light flickering on its body. With another dragon roar, the puppet stabbed its spear and destroyed the tornado. It's really terrifying that a lifeless puppet is able to achieve this, but this is as far as you go. Lin Yun's clothes fluttered in the wind as he swung his sword out once more like a thunderbolt descending from the sky. This attack had pierced through the puppet and reduced it to pieces on the ground. Landing on the ground, Lin Yun gasped for breath while his eyes flashed. The puppet was terrifying, and he might not have won if the flower burial sword wasn't able to damage its armor. Right at this moment, a warm current from his violet palace spread throughout his body as his origin energy became even more refined than before. Clearly, this battle had allowed him to make his breakthrough to the greater Yang stage. His cultivation was already in the pinnacle lesser Yang stage after refining the infernal flower. He had already shown signs of making a breakthrough in his fight with Qin En and Peiyu. It took the 9th trial for him to finally take the next step. Greater Yang stage. Lin Yun clenched his fists together to sense the surging energy within his body. He was only at the pinnacle Yin stage when he entered the Wither North Sea, and now he was in the greater Yang stage. Naturally, he had the profound Yin water, the infernal flower, and his experiences to thank. Without this battle, he wouldn't have made a breakthrough so easily. The treasures wouldn't have even helped. After all, it was the battle that brought out the potential within his body. Time to leave. Lin Yun collected his thoughts as he became anxious. He was finally going to the 9th level, but he had no idea what awaited him. Now that he got through the final trial, he was only one step away from the 9th level that held the Empyrean's legacy. An Empyrean was rare in the ancient southern domain, and no one even knew if an Empyrean was still in the ancient southern domain. He could only guess that there might be grand elders of overlord forces who were Empyreans. There was nothing to say about an Empyrean's power, except that they were unbelievably powerful, especially the ancient ones. With this in mind, he was only one step away from such a legacy. This was a big deal for Lin Yun. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the doors to the massive gate. But in the next second, his entire world began to spiral, and he could feel his body being stretched and his consciousness becoming blurred. By the time he regained his vision, Lin Yun realized that he was on top of a cold lake with a starry sky above his head. Looking at the 9th level, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. This is the tomb's 9th level? This place was different from what he had imagined. He was standing on top of a boundless lake. Aside from the starry sky, it didn't seem like there was anything special about this place. But when he raised his head, he saw a figure at the center of the lake. Lin Yun pondered briefly before he walked over slowly. Looking at that person in the distance, Lin Yun slowly approached with caution. When he saw that person's appearance, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise because it was the bloody butcher Ji Wuya. "It's you." Ji Wuya raised his head to look at Lin Yun, and the surprise in his eyes grew denser. But after a brief shock, he soon revealed an eerie smile. Ji Wuya hadn't forgotten what Lin Yun did to him before entering the Empyrean's tomb. Lin Yun had contradicted him publicly, which humiliated him greatly. Even the Yen Kong that he had just defeated had mocked him. So if Lin Yun didn't die, then his infamous nickname as the Bloody Butcher would become a joke. Lin Yun swept his glance out calmly, but didn't notice anyone else around. It seems that they were the only ones left on the 9th trial. The others must have been eliminated in the trial or were eliminated by Qin En or Peiyu. But where was the Empyrean's legacy? Even the Astral Pearl was nowhere to be found. Before they could figure anything out, the starry sky suddenly lit up as a massive galaxy appeared above them that shined brightly above their heads. The 9th trial has officially come to an end, and all the tunnels will be closed. Under this starry sky, the last one standing will obtain everything. An ancient voice sounded out in Ji Wuya and Lin Yun's ears. The voice was emotionless and was clearly left behind by the owner of the tomb. When the voice finished speaking, the starry sky lit up as the lake reflected the stars from above. It was as though they were standing on a starry sky. At the same time, all the sect's elders and disciples at the borders of the Wither North Sea could see this scene. The sky had suddenly turned dark, and the starry sky at the center of the Wither North Sea emitted a dazzling glow that lit up the entire area. Just when everyone was shocked, Lin Yun and Ji Wuya appeared within the starry sky. The fight for the Astral Pearl is starting. This is really unbelievable. The Astral Pearl left by the ancient Empyrean actually covered up the other lights. I'm afraid that once the winner is decided, the Empyrean's tomb will be destroyed. How brutal. So many people entered the Wither North Sea, but there are only 2 people left. Ji Wuya was expected, but Lin Yun has really given us a huge surprise. Everyone at the border of the Wither North Sea had excitement on their faces as they never imagined that they would get to witness the fight between Lin Yun and Ji Wuya. Although everyone had guessed that it was Lin Yun who defeated Qin and Peiyu, it was regrettable that they couldn't watch it with their own eyes. But at least they could witness the fight between Lin Yun and Ji Wuya. It was a battle between the old and new generations, and the outcome would be revealed instantaneously. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. What are they imagining about? Do they really think that Lin Yun can defeat Ji Wuya? How naive! Xianxia said coldly with his brows frowned. He should be proud that he made it this far, said Qin and Peiyu. Even Yan Kong, who was defeated by Ji Wuya, wore a look of disdain on his face as he sneered coldly. Is a battle without any suspense really worth anticipating? It wasn't just the top 10 on the outer ranking that weren't optimistic about Lin Yun's chances. Even Guisu and Yang Fan had zero hope for Lin Yun. More accurately speaking, they didn't wish for Lin Yun to win. Lin Yun might seem to be fighting Ji Wuya, but in reality he was challenging the entire Dragon Cloud ranking from 4 years ago. The Dragon Cloud ranking was held once every 4 years, and anyone who could make it on the ranking naturally had their name spread throughout the ancient southern domain. Practically everyone knew about them, so those with a higher ranking naturally had a more influential reputation. Over the past 4 years, those elites were at the center of everyone's attention. Naturally, none of them wished to lose the spotlight. Due to the fear of being replaced, none of them wished to see Lin Yun defeat Ji Wuya, especially those who were on the top 10 of the outer ranking. They could accept losing to Ji Wuya, but it would be humiliating for them if Ji Wuya was defeated by Lin Yun. It was unacceptable. There were so many geniuses on the outer ranking gathered here, but the Astral Pearl could be taken by Lin Yun in the end. If that happened, it would be a resounding slap to their faces. They all sneered and looked down at Lin Yun. They were the most nervous group present. Senior sister, I'm afraid, Lu Yunyan said weakly with a grave expression. Her words made Mo Ling smile bitterly. After all, who wasn't nervous here? They were all shocked by Lin Yun's achievements, obtaining the profound Yin Water, killing Lang Haoyu, and defeating Qin and Peiyu. Even with Xia Yunxiao and the others eliminated, Lin Yun was still competing. Under the starry sky, the azure-clothed youth was at the center of everyone's attention. The height he climbed had left a chill down everyone's spine, and they had no idea what the consequences would be if he fell down. As the saying went, the higher the climb, the greater the fall. This was especially true since Lin Yun was facing Ji Wuya. Back in the 9th level, Ji Wuya and Lin Yun didn't know that they would be at the center of attention. After the brief shock from the starry sky, they quickly calmed down and Ji Wuya spoke out without any emotions on his face. Xia Yunxiao, Qinin, and Peiyu aren't showing up. I'm really surprised that you managed to come this far. But it's also time for us to resolve the matter between us. Lin Yun, you're the one who killed my junior brother, Chun Ho, right? When he finished questioning Lin Yun, a terrifying killing aura exploded from him. This caused everyone's expression to change at the border of the Wither North Sea. They were all greatly shocked by Ji Wuya's terrifying killing aura. Is it that important? So many people died to your sword and you didn't care who their senior brothers were, said Lin Yun as he sneered inwardly. You'll know if it's important after you die. Ji Wuya smiled because it had been a long time since anyone provoked him. In the past, others had acted just like Lin Yun, but in the end they would always beg for their lives. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to get revenge, said Lin Yun as he raised his brow. He wasn't even afraid of Ji Wuya before coming to the Empyrean's tomb. Now that he made his breakthrough to the Greater Yang stage, obtained the Azure Dragon Enneaform, and upgraded the Flower Burial Sword, he was even more fearless. Vengeance? Ji Wuya has to ask if my Flower Burial Sword agrees. You're courting death. No one dared to touch my junior brother. Not even Xianxia, Yen Kong, Qin En or Pei Yu. They knew the consequences of offending me. Ji Wuya. Ji Wuya's face was extremely cold as he started releasing his bloodlust. Perhaps. But the world has changed over the last 4 years. If you're still submerged in the dream of the past, then I'll destroy your nickname as the Bloody Butcher today with my sword. Lin Yun had already defeated Qin En and Pei Yu without bringing out all of his Xiantian sword intent. So he naturally didn't put Ji Wuya in his eyes. The reason why Ji Wuya was so confident was probably because he knew the level of his sword intent. 4 years had passed, so it was time for the Dragon Cloud ranking to change. His goal had never changed since leaving the Great Qin Empire. He would have a position on the Draconic Banquet, and his name would spread throughout the ancient southern domain. I've seen many people that were full of themselves, but no one can match your arrogance. But it doesn't matter since you're going to die today, said Ji Wuya with disdain on his face as he clearly never placed Lin Yun in his eyes. Life and death isn't determined by mere words, replied Lin Yun. That's right. So let me see how capable you are. Ji Wuya couldn't hold back his killing intent. When he was talking with Lin Yun, he had been trying to find a flaw in Lin Yun's aura. But Lin Yun's sword intent was too sharp, so there weren't any flaws under his bloodlust. As he yelled, Ji Wuya gathered all his energy into his right fist and a dazzling ball of flames burst out. Let's fight then, replied Lin Yun indifferently. They were standing at the center of the lake, and their actions were clearly seen by spectators at the border of the Wither North Sea. Everyone in the crowd held their breath and watched the battle. Then, Lin Yun and Ji Wuya's aura reached a suffocating level. Their aura alone was enough to send chills down the spine of others. All of a sudden, Ji Wuya attacked first as he stomped his foot on the surface of the lake, raising a 100-foot-tall screen of water behind him. Shortly after, he crossed the distance of a few hundred meters with a step. When he punched Lin Yun, the flames shrouding his fist began to swell, reaching the size of a house in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a skull had manifested from his attack and flew towards Lin Yun. Was this Ji Wuya's true power? Lin Yun didn't hesitate to draw the Flower Burial Sword as he slashed out with a momentum equal to Ji Wuya. He was using one of the 3 ultimate moves of the Aquaselenic Sword, Luminous Moon. He had previously relied on this move to defeat Qin En and Pei Yu. Ji Wuya's attack was too ferocious, so Lin Yun had to resort to this attack right from the start. Lin Yun's attack had emitted a dazzling moonlight. It was stronger now that the Flower Burial Sword had reached the level of a cosmic artifact. Shrouded in moonlight, Lin Yun's attack slashed down at the gigantic crimson skull. The skull shattered into pieces in a split second as the fragments fell onto the ground. Simultaneously, the attack left a deep crater of a few hundred meters inside the lake. Shortly after, a series of explosions occurred as hundreds of geysers shot into the sky wanting to pierce through the void. After destroying Ji Wuya's attack, Lin Yun took a step forward with the 7 profound step as the golden crow seal bloomed behind him. He turned into a golden beam and charged towards Ji Wuya with his sword slashing down. For a moment, the entire region was enveloped by the afterimages of his sword. Every silver sword image emitted a bright radiance after being empowered by Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery. Facing Lin Yun's attacks, Ji Wuya snorted as his surroundings surged with bloodlust that formed into crimson armor. The armor looked strange, like it was made up of blood. It even looked like it would devour the swords that were landing on it. By the time the force behind the sword reached Ji Wuya, it had already been significantly weakened. Even if the Flower Burial Sword had been upgraded to a cosmic artifact and further empowered by Lin Yun's sword intent, it was still troublesome to deal with Ji Wuya's armor. Ji Wuya sneered, "Sword intent isn't omnipotent. Even if your Xiantian sword intent has reached greater mastery, it's nothing to me at your current cultivation." As he spoke, his surroundings surged with even more powerful bloodlust. Lin Yun frowned his brows as his attacks couldn't pierce through Ji Wuya's armor. He swung his wrist and unleashed more sword rays towards Ji Wuya, but his attacks were greatly weakened when they came in contact with the crimson armor. With Ji Wuya's cultivation, Lin Yun's attacks that passed through the armor could be neglected. He completely disregarded the attacks and charged at Lin Yun. Once again, he threw another punch out that had manifested a crimson skull. Facing Ji Wuya, there was no change to Lin Yun's facial expression as he continued to retaliate with his sword. With another explosion, Lin Yun was sent a few hundred meters away, but he gently landed on the surface of the lake like a butterfly. This fellow, Ji Wuya, was enraged that Lin Yun had resolved his attack with his deep attainments in the way of sword. At the same time, Ji Wuya had completely lost his patience. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Ji Wuya. His Xiantian sword intent wasn't sharp enough to pierce the bizarre armor. Then again, it was definitely not easy for Ji Wuya to maintain the armor. Heavenly cloud shatter. Along with another sword buzz that echoed out, the surface of the lake exploded and formed a massive tornado that roared as it headed towards Ji Wuya. You want to break my crimson armor with this much? How naive. Ji Wuya snorted as he threw another punch out. But the crimson flames blazing on his fist was even more ferocious than the tornado, and it looked as if it could destroy everything. When the two attacks clashed, the water tornado shattered. When the droplets of water containing Lin Yun's sword intent landed on the surface of the lake, they exploded and left behind craters. But Ji Wuya wasn't bothered by this terrifying scene as he carried on with his charge. With another explosion, Lin Yun and Ji Wuya were both knocked back. This scene shocked everyone outside the Empyrean's tomb. Ji Wuya is really strong. He's not even using his sword, and his punches are already so terrifying. A single one of his punches can easily take my life. That crimson armor is the bane of all swordsmen. The armor alone has crippled most of Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent. Lin Yun is trying to exhaust Ji Wuya's armor, but it doesn't seem to be effective at all. Ji Wuya is ultimately stronger. Facing the crimson armor, Lin Yun is already in a disadvantageous position. It was rare to see such an intense fight among the younger generations, as the two of them were a little heaven-defying. At the same time, everyone knew that they were just probing each other. However, Ji Wuya clearly held the upper hand. Xianxia, Yan Kong, and the rest saw this clearly and sneered coldly. In the end, Lin Yun was a little too native to think that he could defeat Ji Wuya. You want to defeat me? I don't even need to draw my sword to kill you. Ji Wuya stood on the lake with his hands on his back as his crimson armor glowed bewitchingly. Is that so? Lin Yun smiled with mockery in his eyes as the boundless sword intent contained in the droplets suddenly exploded on Ji Wuya's armor and sent him flying without any warning. Retracting the smile on his lips, Lin Yun swung the flower burial sword and smacked it against a droplet of water, pouring his sword intent into it. The entire lake began to tremble, and Ji Wuya, who was sent flying away, looked at the approaching water droplet in horror. Before the water droplet came in contact with him, he drew out his sword and held it horizontally to block the attack. But when the droplet of water came in contact with his sword, an explosion occurred that raised a 100-meter screen of water around Ji Wuya. Blood seeped out of Ji Wuya's lips as his face became ugly. After all, he had just claimed that he wouldn't even need his sword to kill Lin Yun. He had slapped his own face in a matter of seconds. Ji Wuya, you better be serious, or you might really lose your life, said Lin Yun indifferently as he looked at Ji Wuya. The tables had turned in a split second, which no one was prepared for. The crowd was dumbfounded as to why Lin Yun and Ji Wuya were so strong. Despite facing the rain that contained Lin Yun's sword intent, Ji Wuya managed to block it with his sword. It was no wonder that the two could remain the last ones standing. Ji Wuya wiped the blood on his lips, and his face became even more sinister. Raising his head, his eyes flashed with a crimson glow as he glared at Lin Yun before revealing an even more eerie smile. No wonder you can come this far. Not even Qin En and Pei you can force me this far. This caused Lin Yun's face to change as he quickly circulated the Iris Sword Sutra within his body to resolve the incoming bloodlust. His sword aura might seem sturdy, but Ji Wuya's bloodlust managed to bypass it. The bloodlust was extremely troublesome, and he would be in trouble if his sword intent wasn't so powerful. But even so, he still suffered a considerable injury. Wuxia was the strongest opponent he had faced since coming to the Wither North Sea. Lin Yun had relied on the 7 slaughtering seal to face Wuxia outside the tomb, and he would do it right now if he could. However, the difference in their cultivation was too great, and it was impossible for him to overcome the gap with the Iris Sword Sutra. Wuxia's cultivation wasn't just at the pinnacle yang stage. He wouldn't be inferior to some of the experts that stepped into the yin yang stage. So if he faced Wuxia with his fists, he would definitely be defeated in less than 10 moves. Fortunately for Lin Yun, the Flower Burial Sword had successfully upgraded to a cosmic artifact. Otherwise, it would have been a problem to destroy Wuxia's crimson armor. The smile on Wuxia's face grew denser, which signified the rage brewing in his heart. Having his armor destroyed and being forced to draw his sword wasn't the scene he wanted others to see. Lin Yun squinted his eyes as he could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from Wuxia. He heard that Wuxia was already in the pinnacle yang stage 1.5 years ago, which meant that he spent all this time tempering his bloodlust. Although he didn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he has been constantly growing stronger. As you wish. I'll be a little more serious then. The crimson glow in Wuxia's eyes suddenly grew, which was followed by a torrential crimson storm that exploded from within his body. It made the starry sky that was reflected on the lake dimmer as Wuxia's crimson glow grew brighter. In the next second, it felt as though the outside world had been isolated, which shocked Lin Yun as he discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy was too dense for him to absorb. But that wasn't all, as the crimson glow also sent endless negative emotions towards his heart. It was so strong that hallucinations even started appearing in his mind. If Lin Yun wasn't cautious enough, his will would collapse. Wuxia's pupils were red and he looked like a demon from hell. He looked at Lin Yun and smiled. This is the blood-fernal domain that I've prepared for those in the inner ranking. Consider it an eye-opener that there's always a world beyond your level. Your talent in swords is rare, but you're still too tender. I'm undefeated as long as this domain remains. Lin Yun looked at the domain with a grave expression. He could sense that hallucinations weren't the domain's only function. His sword intent had practically been isolated and restrained. On the other hand, Wuxia's sword was enveloped in a crimson glow that emitted a terrifying bloodlust. Impressive. Lin Yun had to admit that Wuxia was impressive. He now understood why Wuxia received the nickname the Bloody Butcher. In fact, this domain itself was a lot more troublesome than the crimson armor. Die! Wuxia flashed forward as he hacked his sword down. The crimson light had manifested into a sword image of nearly 100 feet as it hacked towards Lin Yun. Looking at the descending sword ray, Lin Yun frowned his brows as he could sense that the power within the sword ray was still increasing. If Qin and Pei you were facing this attack, they would be heavily injured in an instant. The power of this sword wasn't any inferior to his overlord sword. Lin Yun's sword suddenly dazzled as a bright moon rose up into the sky and clashed with the torrential bloodlust. In the next second, Lin Yun was knocked a few dozen steps away by the sword, with fine cracks appearing in his sword aura. The game has just started. Wuxia's smile grew even more sinister, seeing that there was finally a flaw in Lin Yun's sword aura. Lin Yun was only relying on his sword. As long as he destroys Lin Yun's sword aura, he was confident of killing Lin Yun with a single punch. As he released a bark, the blood mist that covered him began to spread out as howls and cries could be heard in the entire domain. As his aura continued to rise, Wuxia stepped forward and hacked Lin Yun with his sword. 10 moves later, the blood mist in the sky formed numerous swords that emitted cries from hell. Blood sword purgatory. Wuxia roared as the crimson swords enveloped Lin Yun. When Lin Yun raised his head, his face changed as he could sense the danger that he was currently in. He knew that his sword intent wouldn't have the chance to leave unharmed if he was really enveloped by the attack. Even his soul would be instantly devoured by the resentment contained within Wuxia's attack. The resentment within the attack originated from those who were killed by Wuxia. They were consumed with anger and hatred. Lin Yun didn't hesitate to activate the 7 profound steps. As the golden crow seal bloomed behind him, he left behind 9 afterimages. When the afterimages overlapped together, he unleashed the thunderbolt slasher. This instantly lit up the entire domain. The 9 sword rays overlapped together as they descended upon the domain and stirred up a series of miserable cries as countless crimson swords dissipated into black mist. Just like that, the domain was stopped by the 9 overlapping sword rays. It was like a corpse lifted in the sky that couldn't descend. But even so, there were still many crimson swords that landed on his body. They emitted a sizzling sound as they started to corrode his skin. However, Lin Yun continued brandishing his sword as he didn't dare to relax. "You actually blocked it?" Ji Wuye was surprised, but he soon smiled. "Let's see how long you can persevere." Blood Dragon Prison. As Ji Wuye flicked his wrist, the domain instantly spread out like a huge net. It broke free from Lin Yun's thunderbolt slasher and continued its descent. Under Ji Wuye's manipulation, the crimson net released a series of howls as it descended rapidly. No matter how fast Lin Yun was, it seemed that avoiding this attack was impossible. In the blink of an eye, the net had already enveloped Lin Yun as it swiftly shrank. But before it could finish shrinking, Lin Yun could feel the stinging pain on his body. He had a feeling that his outcome would be terrible if he was really bound by this net. But no matter how he swung his sword, his attacks only created sparks on the net. Ji Wuye looked at this scene indifferently. In his view, what Lin Yun did right now was pointless. After a long while later, Ji Wuye finally spoke out. "It's time to end this." The moment he brought out the blood-fernal domain, Lin Yun was already destined to be his plaything. Is he going to lose? Many people's eyes dimmed as they looked at the battle. Lu Yunyan's face was pale as her hands trembled. He still lost in the end. Mo Ling's eyes were filled with dejection. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan let out a breath of relief when he saw this scene as Lin Yun ultimately lost to Ji Wuye. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to accept Lin Yun defeating Ji Wuye. Still trying to struggle? Haha. Ji Wuye let out a burst of laughter filled with mockery when he saw Lin Yun continue to struggle. The net wasn't as simple as it looked, not to mention that the power had been amplified by the domain. Many people had no idea that he used this attack to kill a Yinyang elder of an overlord force in the past. But all of a sudden, a brilliant sword cry rang out from Lin Yun's body as the silver iris flower in his dantian began to spin. When the petals came out of his body, they manifested into numerous silver swords. In the next second, the 94 swords had formed an ancient array around Lin Yun as he barked, "Iris Sword Array. Absolute unrivaled." When the sword array appeared, the crimson net began to emit a cracking sound as it could no longer shrink. When the 94 silver swords danced around Lin Yun, silver waves began to ripple out as the flames burning on the net also began to die. This scene left those outside the Wither North Sea shocked as they watched Lin Yun's aura rise. No one could have imagined that Lin Yun would be able to turn the tables around. Furthermore, they could sense that Lin Yun's aura was constantly rising under the array. Although this aura couldn't be compared to Ji Wuye's cultivation, it had narrowed the gap by a great deal. Everyone was curious as to what Lin Yun would do with the sudden increase in strength. Was this a declaration that the battle wasn't over? Sword array. Many sect's elders were surprised to look at the array around Lin Yun. Just what is Lin Yun's origin to create a sword array by himself? Not only that, but the aura coming from the sword array is extremely ancient. When swords formed an array, even the most ordinary one could amplify someone's power by several times. Powerful sword arrays have always been some sword sect's trump cards. But it was unheard of that someone could bring out a sword array by himself. Many elders who saw this scene had opened their eyes wide. Bringing out a sword array by himself. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Another elder also spoke out. Lin Yun has temporarily stabilized the situation with the array. He really has a lot of trump cards, said Xianxia with a sigh. Don't worry about it. This is only temporary. The blood net isn't destroyed, not to mention that Lin Yun is still in the domain even if he breaks the net. It's only a matter of time before he is defeated. No matter what, he can't have the Empyrean's astral pearl. Qin and Peiyu and Yen Kong looked nervous despite what they said. No matter how they looked at it right now, Lin Yun had managed to stabilize the situation. This meant that Ji Wuya had lost his crushing momentum. The Iris Sword Array had caused a huge commotion outside the Wither North Sea, and those from the Heavenly Province Academy all had joy on their faces. Mo Ling's eyes flashed as she looked at Lin Yun. After all, he had shocked her too many times. He had undergone a huge transformation compared to when he first entered the academy. Since Lin Yun was a dragon, his reputation would increase after this battle. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan's face became awkward as he became nervous again. Ji Wuya looked at the swords revolving around Lin Yun as he said in a stiffened and cold voice, "You're really troublesome." Holding onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun could sense the surging origin energy within his body. The Iris Sword Array had become one with him, and the power he could control right now frightened him. With a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra, the power of the array had become more powerful. "That's why I told you to get serious. Otherwise, you'll lose terribly," said Lin Yun as he raised his head. "What arrogance! Don't forget that you're still in my blood net." Ji Wuya's eyes flashed as he opened a cut on his palm. As his blood flowed into his sword, his face turned pale and his body trembled. But at the same time, a crimson sword ray soared into the sky that formed into crimson clouds that tumbled violently in the sky, as if something terrifying was going to make its appearance. "This fellow is really possessed." Lin Yun frowned his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Ji Wuya's means had already exceeded the scope of swordsmanship. More accurately speaking, he could no longer be called a swordsman as he had gone onto a path of no return in bloodlust. He could sense a terrifying bloodlust brewing in the crimson clouds that even caused the sword array around him to tremble. Right at this moment, Ji Wuya barked, "Blood-Fernal Executioner Stage." At this moment, the feeling coming from Ji Wuya was terrifying. He was like an executioner from hell that harvested lives without any trace of humanity. As the crimson clouds rolled, an execution stage with 9 chains that were embedded with hundreds of skeletons had appeared. "You're the first person who has forced me to use this move ever since I comprehended it," said Ji Wuya with a sinister expression as he slashed his sword down. At the same time, the chains on the executioner stage began to wriggle as the entire stage descended towards Lin Yun. When the stage came crashing down, fine cracks appeared in space. Everyone could tell that Ji Wuya's current strength wasn't any inferior to the initial Inyang stage right now. It looked like he desperately wanted to kill Lin Yun with this attack. Lin Yun raised his head to look at the stage without any fear on his face, albeit he felt the danger coming from it. With a single thought, the silver swords around him all froze as Lin Yun's body jolted from the pain he felt within his body. In the next second, a sword buzz began to echo out as the 94 swords moved slowly by an inch. It was only an inch, but a torrential sword intent exploded out as Lin Yun's sword intent began to accumulate at a terrifying speed. When the array made an entire reverse circulation, it formed a silver pillar that pierced through the clouds. In the next second, the blood net shattered into pieces as the entire lake began to tremble. At the same time, the sword array that was only 100 feet expanded to 200 feet, and the swords had increased by a fold, reaching a shocking amount of 188. But that wasn't all because Lin Yun was still circulating the array. Even after 7 circulations, the array showed no signs of stopping. Lin Yun's forehead was covered in sweat and his face turned pale from this. Ji Wuya's attack was too terrifying, so Lin Yun couldn't be sure that the sword array at 8 circulations could block this attack. On the other side, Ji Wuya's face had also turned ugly. His body was trembling as his face became paler with every second the stage descended. But he still gritted his teeth and gave it his all. Looking at Ji Wuya and the descending stage, Lin Yun knew that Ji Wuya was betting it all onto this attack. "Who's afraid of who?" Lin Yun roared as a torrential sword buzz echoed from his body, and the sword array completed 9 circulations. Then, the size of the array expanded to 1,000 feet. Right at this moment, Lin Yun's origin energy had reached an unbelievable height as the image of an ice phoenix could be vaguely seen descending from the sky. Everyone wondered if their eyes were fooling with them when a brilliant phoenix cry echoed out. The cry was filled with the pride of a phoenix that caused the starry sky to turn dim. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he slashed his sword out at the descending stage. Iris sword array. Absolute unrivaled. Primal origin. Praise the phoenix. When the phoenix cry was heard, a sun started to rise behind Lin Yun as the crimson domain suddenly shattered. When light from the starry sky descended once more, it made the sun look even more brilliant. Lin Yun's sword had shattered space as it clashed with the sinister-looking stage under countless shocked gazes. The shining light was more dazzling than the sun behind Lin Yun. The terrifying sword ray contained within this attack was unbelievably massive. Under the intense collision, the lake suddenly exploded and shocked the spectators outside the Wither North Sea. What a terrifying move! Both Lin Yun's sword array and Ji Wuya's executioner stage were terrifyingly strong, and had exceeded everyone's expectation. This meant that Lin Yun and Ji Wuya's strength had far surpassed them. Who won? Everyone was anxiously waiting for the dust to settle. There was no question that the loser of this collision would lose the competition. Lin Yun and Ji Wuya were both at their limits, and if they lost, all the advantages they had accumulated at the beginning would go down the drain. Senior Tang Yu? Mo Ling looked at Tang Yu nervously. With her cultivation, she couldn't tell who had obtained the upper hand in this fight. The wait was simply torturous. Tang Yu shook his head. The starry sky is a projection, so I can't see things clearly. The phenomenon caused by Lin Yun and Ji Wuya's clash was too intense. The origin energy fluctuation was chaotic, so the other Heavenly Province Academy's experts couldn't see clearly. Right at this moment, Tang Yu suddenly squinted his eyes. In that split second, a dazzling light exploded out from the starry sky that lasted for a brief second before it disappeared. Once the light became dim, the crowd knew that the final outcome was here. This caused everyone's hearts to lift as they wondered who would be the last one standing. Would Lin Yun's sword array prevail, or would he be crushed under the executioner stage? Everyone was anxious to know the results, but it was a pity that the scenes projected were still chaotic. When the chaos in the projection gradually settled down, the violent fluctuation also began to calm down. When everything cleared up, Lin Yun was seen holding onto his sword while the stage was on the verge of being split into two. It's Lin Yun! Everyone's heart jolted violently as they were filled in shock, especially those on the top 10 of the outer ranking. Their faces had changed drastically because they were confident that Lin Yun would lose the battle. But it was clear that Lin Yun had the upper hand now. Not yet. The stage still hasn't dissipated. That's right. Lin Yun's sword wasn't able to split it in half completely, which means that Ji Wuya is still holding on. If Lin Yun runs out of energy, he'll be the one that loses. Those in the top 10 muttered as they still firmly believed that Lin Yun would lose. But the stalemate didn't last for long as Lin Yun's sword continued splitting the stage into two. The stage was trembling as the 9 ancient chains were crumbling. Ji Wuya is going to lose, someone exclaimed. Those who still believed that Ji Wuya would win were dumbfounded. You lost? Lin Yun looked at Ji Wuya with traces of blood leaking down from his lips. His face was pale and the skin on his forehead was torn with blood flowing down. Clearly, it wasn't easy for Lin Yun to circulate the Iris Sword Sutra 9 times. So he had suffered injuries in the collision as well. Ji Wuya's face was dark at this moment as he could sense a surging sword intent coming from Lin Yun. He had never seen such a powerful sword intent in his life, not to mention the power contained in Lin Yun's previous attack. But there was no way he could admit defeat. Ji Wuya's eyes flashed ferociously as he spat out a mouthful of blood on the tottering stage. Supported by the mouthful of blood, the stage surged with crimson light once more as the 9 chains swung around violently. I haven't lost yet. Ji Wuya's face turned even paler with rage burning in his pupils as he looked at Lin Yun. Although the hatred was deep, Ji Wuya's retaliation was nothing to Lin Yun. In terms of ruthlessness, Lin Yun was confident that he wasn't inferior to Ji Wuya. He came so far by being ruthless to both himself and his enemies, so he was certain that no one had suffered more pain than him. If Ji Wuya thought that this was despair, Then he would tell Ji Wuya that it was just the beginning. Real despair was when you couldn't even see your opponent. True despair was to feel powerless when looking at those dying in front of you when you wanted to protect them. Compared to Lin Yun, Ji Wuya was a lot more inferior. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as the indifference made his facial expression look more sinister. Then, he began to pour all the energy from the sword intent into his flower burial sword. With so much power coursing through his body, Lin Yun also began to feel pain everywhere in his body despite his powerful physique. However, his gaze was as determined as ever. Just when he was about to draw all of the power from the array, Lin Yun raised his brow and roared, "Break!" The silver light on the flower burial sword grew violently and enveloped the crimson light coming from the stage. Under the brilliant sword buzz, the sword went through the stage and broke it into pieces. Everyone was shocked. When the stage shattered, Ji Wuya threw up a mouthful of blood as he collapsed onto the ground. His domain also exploded since he could no longer maintain it against Lin Yun's sword intent. Throwing up another mouthful of blood, Ji Wuya fell a few hundred meters away. The domain broke apart. The spectators outside the Wither North Sea exclaimed as they looked at this scene with disbelief. No one had expected that Ji Wuya would lose so badly. Right now, it was difficult for Ji Wuya to even get back on his feet while Lin Yun stood gracefully. Those on the top 10 of the outer ranking looked at this scene with disbelief. They couldn't believe that Ji Wuya lost to someone who wasn't even on the ranking. Every time that Ji Wuya coughed, he would spit up traces of blood. He overexhausted himself, but his current state wasn't just because he exhausted his origin energy. At this moment, his eyes were radiating with unwillingness to accept defeat. However, just when he was about to make a move, a pair of cold eyes looked at him. "You want to bring out your martial soul? I advise you not to. If your martial soul is destroyed, then there's no meaning in you reaching the yin-yang stage." Ji Wuya's face turned stiff when he heard that as he could sense a chill run down his spine from Lin Yun's cold gaze. It was as if Lin Yun's sword would stab him without any hesitation if he dared to move. Looking at Lin Yun's gaze, he lost all courage to use his martial soul to make a last stand. "The victor has emerged." A voice sounded out in his mind while he felt powerless. Ji Wuya's heart was instantly consumed with fear as he cried out, "And no!" But his cry was futile as he was already deemed the loser by the Empyrean's will. He was instantly teleported out like those who were eliminated during the earlier trials. So what if he was the bloody butcher? He still lost everything with a single loss. Lin Yun had emerged out of tens of thousands of people, which displayed how brutal the martial world was. Countless disciples came from countless sects to search for treasures. Everyone was ambitious, but only one would be the victor. Even though there was only one victor, most of the disciples had left the Empyrean's tomb with some kind of harvest. But to those in the top 10 of the outer ranking like Ji Wuya, the treasures of the tomb weren't attractive. Their only goals were the astral pearl and the Empyrean's legacy. Ji Wuya had practically slaughtered his way through the participants and imprinted the name of the bloody butcher in everyone's heart. Although he came for the astral pearl with confidence, he still lost to Lin Yun in the end. This wasn't something that he could accept, but there was nothing he could do to change the outcome. As Ji Wuya gradually disappeared from the lake, he stared at Lin Yun with endless rage in his eyes. "I'll definitely repay this humiliation 100-fold in the future." However, Lin Yun didn't seem bothered by those words. He had heard similar speeches countless times from those he had defeated, but none of them managed to do it. After all, his pride didn't allow him to lose to someone he had defeated. This battle might be tough, but this wasn't Lin Yun's limit. After all, he managed to keep the Xianxia sword intent at complete mastery and the Dustlight sword art hidden. He wasn't like Ji Wuya who had a powerful sect to back him up, and he could only rely on himself. The Heavenly Province Academy wasn't the Sword Firmament Pavilion that could protect him regardless of anything. So he had to keep as many trump cards hidden as possible in this brutal world. At the border of the Wither North Sea, everyone watched as the most dazzling star in the starry sky descended. Everyone knew that it was the Empyrean's astral pearl that would soon fall into Lin Yun's hands. As that star descended, light began to appear once more as the darkness receded. When the star fully descended, the starry sky also disappeared. Then, everything disappeared as if it was all a dream. Right at this moment, a figure fell onto the ground and caused a cloud of sand to rise. When that figure stood up with great difficulty, everyone's faces changed. The figure was Wuxia, which meant that the outcome was determined. Everyone narrowed their eyes as they looked at Wuxia and sighed. Right at this moment, no one suspected the reality of what they saw previously. When they saw Lin Yun defeating Wuxia, they only pitied him. Wuxia clearly held a great advantage, but he still lost to Lin Yun, who came from the Great Qin Empire. He was ranked third on the outer ranking, and there were only 2 people who could defeat him on the outer ranking. However, today there was one more person who had that ability. Lin Yun's achievement represented the replacement of the old generation. His actions were like tossing a huge rock into a calm lake. Everyone knew the consequences of this ripple that could change the sky. There were still 8 months until the Draconic Banquet, and it would be exciting since others like Lin Yun would rise up. He won. The Heavenly Province Academy cheered when they saw Wuxia. No matter what, Lin Yun was still a guest deacon of their academy, so this would bring them fame. Not to mention that Mo Ling and the rest had a deep friendship with Lin Yun. So even if Lin Yun wasn't part of the academy, they would still feel happy for him. How terrifying! He actually defeated Wuxia. Zhang Yuan looked at the sky with admiration in his eyes. He had no choice but to admire Lin Yun. He knew how terrifying Wuxia was. After all, there weren't many core disciples in the Heavenly Sword Sect that could defeat Wuxia. He had also experienced how arrogant Wuxia was. Wuxia was someone that didn't even place the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples in his eyes. But it was a pity that he lost terribly this time. I believe that the name of Flower Burial will spread like wildfire. Tang Yu nodded his head with a smile from the surrounding cheers. Wuxia was ranked third on the outer ranking, so it was natural that Lin Yun would rise to fame after defeating him. That fellow? Compared to them, those from the Bloodwing Pavilion all had an ugly expression. Wuxia actually lost. No wonder Senior Brother Lung was slain by him. Who still remembers Senior Brother's death now? They're all talking about what a genius Lin Yun is and how Senior Brother became his stepping stone. The Bloodwing Pavilion's disciples sighed. As for the Heavenly Soul Realm expert, his face was dark with killing intent surging in his eyes. As Lung Haoyu's master, there was no way he could take this lying down. After a long while later, he said with his teeth gritted, "This brat from the Great Qin Empire dares to kill a disciple of my Bloodwing Pavilion. He has to die no matter what, even if Tang Yu tries to stop us." One of the 3 other elders was briefly stunned before he nodded his head in agreement. "Don't worry about it. We're more than enough to deal with him." The Wither North Sea was in the boundaries of the Nether Prefecture. As a quasi-overlord force in the Nether Prefectural City, they would be thoroughly embarrassed if they couldn't even deal with someone from the Great Qin Empire. Back in the Empyrean's tomb, Lin Yun still had no idea of the great commotion he had caused. Instead, he was looking at the bright star hovering in the sky. More accurately speaking, it was the Astral Pearl. This was something that everyone on the Dragon Cloud ranking yearned for since it could upgrade the martial soul. Those in the inner ranking all had their martial souls upgraded to the 8th profound grade before making a breakthrough into the Yin Yang stage. As for Lin Yun, he had 2 martial souls, the Aurora Dragon and Xianxia, that were barely at the 1st profound grade. Although the 2 martial souls had been absorbing the origin energy in his Violet Palace, there wasn't any clear evidence of improvement. There was nothing Lin Yun could do about it, as it wasn't easy upgrading one's martial soul, even for those geniuses from the quasi-overlord forces. Lin Yun was all by himself, which meant that the resources he could obtain were less valuable than Wuxia. This made upgrading his martial souls even more difficult. But this Astral Pearl would change everything. He had obtained the profound Yin water and refined the infernal flower on this trip in the Wither North Sea, making his breakthrough to the Greater Yang stage. Furthermore, he obtained the Azure Dragon Enneaform, an ancient cosmic artifact, and an Azure Dragon's blood essence. With the addition of the Astral Pearl, his trip was more perfect than he could have imagined. Before coming here, Lin Yun never imagined that he would have such a huge harvest in the Empyrean's tomb. Then again, opportunities were left to people who were prepared, and his training in the academy for the past 3 months had paid off. Lin Yun tried waving his hand to bring the astral pearl over, but the astral pearl didn't move, which made Lin Yun frown. But just when he was feeling baffled, light began to gather and form into the outline of an old man. Lin Yun was surprised by this scene, but he soon calmed himself down. If he had guessed correctly, the old man should be the owner of this Empyrean's tomb. But even if Lin Yun had maintained his composure, he still couldn't help being shocked as he was facing an ancient Empyrean. "Greetings, Senior. May I know how to address you?" Lin Yun asked with his hands cupped together to show his respect. "There's no need for you to know the name of a deceased person, not to mention that I'm not a powerhouse. I'm very inferior to the lord you met in the past." The Empyrean smiled as he examined Lin Yun. "That lord?" Countless thoughts flashed in Lin Yun's mind before he probed. "Are you speaking about Senior Iris Sword Saint? People like me can't use his name directly." The Empyrean nodded his head carefully. Lin Yun was shocked. He knew that the Iris Sword Saint came from the Golden Era and was a powerhouse during that time. However, he never imagined that even an Empyrean wouldn't dare to say his name directly. But now that he thought about it, it made sense because the Iris Sword Saint had quite the temper. After all, he was very picky about who obtained his inheritance. "You already found out my identity?" Lin Yun asked as he collected his thoughts. "Of course, I might not have practiced the Iris Sword Sutra, but I've seen it in the past. But I didn't favor you because you obtained that lord's inheritance. If you were defeated, I would still teleport you out of here. Then, everything would have gone to Wuxia," smiled the Empyrean. "Since you've shown up, does that mean I'm qualified?" asked Lin Yun. The Empyrean stroked his beard and smiled. "I guess so, but I'm proficient in using a spear, which clashes with your sword. Furthermore, you've already received that lord's inheritance. So my inheritance is nothing much to you. Biting off more than you can chew isn't good for you." Lin Yun was somewhat disappointed, but he wasn't too bothered by it. He didn't have much interest in the inheritance. Not only him, but Wuxia and the rest were also only after the astral pearl. Secondly, Lin Yun's other goal was the treasures left behind by the Empyrean. "Actually, even if you would have failed today, your harvest wasn't that bad. You've obtained 2 of my greatest treasures," smiled the Empyrean with his eyes narrowed. "2. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and pondered briefly before he asked, "The Azure Dragon Enneaform and Azure Dragon's Blood Essence?" "That's right. There's nothing I have to say about the Azure Dragon Enneaform, but the Azure Dragon's Blood Essence is also extremely precious. It's impossible for me to obtain it with my strength. I picked it off a senior's corpse by luck in the past." The Empyrean sighed. Lin Yun was briefly stunned and somewhat surprised that an Empyrean had to use such a disgraceful method to obtain treasures. But it didn't matter. The Empyrean might seem invincible in Lin Yun's eyes, but that didn't mean that he was a great figure in the Golden Era. After all, the Empyrean's tomb didn't attract any geniuses from the inner ranking. Lin Yun pondered briefly before he asked, "Let me guess. Did the 3rd treasure have something to do with the Azure Dragon art as well?" "You're smart. The Azure Dragon art is a comprehensive technique that consists of spear, palm, fist, movement, and many other techniques. Someone else had obtained the Azure Dragon Sword Sutra," smiled the Empyrean. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that. The Azure Dragon Enneaform and Azure Dragon's Blood Essence was probably comparable to the Azure Dragon Sword Sutra in value. If he hadn't gotten the Iris Sword Sutra, he would definitely not be able to accept it. "Who got it?" Lin Yun asked. "It's not a big deal if I tell you. The Sword Sutra was obtained by someone called Bai Lishuan. He seems to be acquainted with you. He was always 1 step behind you in the tomb, and he has been shocked by your achievements on multiple occasions. But it's a pity that he failed the 9th trial," said the Empyrean with a complicated smile flashing in his eyes. In the end, White Bai Lishuan had obtained the Sword Sutra, which was probably for the best. After all, Bai Lishuan also came from the Great Qin Empire and the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Since their enmity had been resolved a long time ago, it was better for Bai Lishuan to obtain it than someone else. But Lin Yun was shocked to hear that Bai Li Xuan had been chasing after him. This meant that Bai Li Xuan probably still couldn't accept his defeat back in the Dragon Gate competition. No, that doesn't mean I have nothing for you. You came this far with great difficulty, so I've prepared a gift for you even if you didn't get my inheritance. Smiled the Empyrean as he waved his hand. The lake suddenly lit up as pearls began to rise up. Looking at the sheer number of them, Lin Yun guessed that there were at least 10,000. This had shocked Lin Yun, and he knew that these astral pearls were refined by the Empyrean when he was still alive. But for some reason, Lin Yun had a familiar feeling when he looked at them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "They look like spiritual jades." The Empyrean was briefly stunned before he smiled. I guess they can be considered spiritual jades. Spiritual jades are refined from pure spiritual energy in the world, and an Empyrean can refine astral energy directly. They should be considered fourth-grade spiritual jades. As for the largest astral pearl, it can be considered a seventh-grade spiritual jade. Lin Yun could no longer contain his shock as the number was simply too great. This was probably the whole asset of many quasi-overlord forces in the ancient southern domain. They might be a lot in your eyes, but they're nothing to me, said the Empyrean. It took Lin Yun a long time for him to calm down as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You don't have to be polite with me. This remnant soul of mine won't last for long. Is there anything you'd like to ask? The Empyrean's figure had become dim without Lin Yun realizing. I would like to ask what martial souls are, and why are they so important to those in the yin-yang stage? Lin Yun asked after he pondered briefly. Everyone has 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal souls. The 3 immortal souls represent the heaven, earth, and fate souls. The heaven and earth souls are on the outside and the fate soul is within your body. The fate soul won't show itself without reaching the Xiantian realm. Upon reaching the Xiantian realm, the fate soul will manifest in the form of martial souls. The Violet Palace realm is divided into yin-yang and yin-yang. Upon reaching the yin-yang stage, the martial soul will awaken an innate divine ability. This means that the higher the martial soul's grade, the more powerful the divine ability will be, said the Empyrean. Upon reaching the heavenly soul realm, you will unlock the 7 mortal souls and each soul will amplify your power. When all 7 souls are unlocked and are merged together, you'll reach the astral realm. At that time, a whole new world is waiting for you. The Empyrean not only explained martial souls to Lin Yun, but he also explained how the heavenly soul realm and astral realm worked. Can someone possess multiple martial souls? Lin Yun asked. Life-bound martial souls? They might be rare, but they do exist. Some heaven-defying powerhouses back in my era even had hundreds of martial souls. But a lesser number doesn't mean that it's weaker. The key is to merge your martial soul with your martial path. You'll know about it when you reach the astral realm. The Empyrean then paused briefly before he smiled. I should get going now. The smile froze on the Empyrean's face as he began to fade. This meant that the ancient Empyrean had completely disappeared from this world. As for his smile, it was full of memories of the world. Lin Yun let out a sigh as he bowed in the Empyrean's direction. Then he waved his hand and collected the gigantic astral pearl. When he grabbed it, he could sense a warm current flowing through his body as his injuries recovered at a swift speed. Outside the Wither North Sea, a figure slowly descended that was donned in azure clothes. On his sleeves were unique patterns that belonged to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lin Yun. Even if no one recognized his clothes previously, they knew who he was by now. This was Flower Burial Lin Yun who defeated Wuxia. When he showed up, his presence instantly attracted countless gazes. Those on the top 10 of the outer ranking also looked at Lin Yun with a complicated gaze. They came here with confidence and they didn't place anyone who wasn't in the ranking in their eyes, especially Wuxia and Yan Kong. Those two didn't even place some who were ranked towards the rear on the outer ranking in their eyes. They both came with the confidence to obtain the Astral Pearl, but they were both defeated. In the end, the Astral Pearl fell into the hands of Lin Yun, which was a resounding slap to their faces. It's unbelievable that he actually defeated Wuxia. Could it be that Wuxia was injured in his fight with Yan Kong? Xianxia questioned with doubt in his eyes. His sword intent wasn't any weaker than Lin Yun, and he was better according to his cultivation and his sex foundation. It didn't make sense that Lin Yun was the last one standing. Not only him, but even Qin En and Pei Yu's faces were ugly. Lin Yun, over here. Lin Yun raised his head towards the source of the voice and saw Mo Ling. Then, he headed for the Heavenly Province Academy. Are you all right? Mo Ling asked. It doesn't matter. I have already recovered from my injuries, Lin Yun said as he glanced at Ji Wuya. The battle between them was ferocious, so it was fortunate that he had recovered from his injuries when he left. Did you really defeat Ji Wuya, Qin En, and Pei Yu? The elders and disciples of the Heavenly Province Academy still couldn't believe what they saw from the projection. I believe there's no one else here aside from me, right? Lin Yun smiled. So it's true. Everyone sucked in a cold breath as they were deeply shocked. I should have expected this since you were so confident about facing Ji Wuya outside the Empyrean's tomb, smiled Zhang Yuan. At this moment, the elders of the Heavenly Province Academy had complicated feelings. The strength that Lin Yun unleashed upon reaching the Yang stage had shocked them. They knew that Lin Yun was strong, but this had totally exceeded their imagination. Lin Yun, did you kill Lung Haoyu of my Bloodwing Pavilion? A cold voice filled with a killing aura sounded out. When the Heavenly Province Academy turned their attention over, they saw the Bloodwing Pavilion's party coming for them. The Bloodwing Pavilion's party walked over with 3 crimson-clothed old men in the lead. They were all in the lesser Yin-Yang stage, including the old man who spoke earlier. He was the intersex Grand Elder and he was the strongest of the bunch. But Lin Yun wasn't fazed when facing the 3 elders' pressure because of his sword intent. He only raised his brow and looked around to see that the Heavenly Soul Realm's expert hadn't moved. The old man was probably concerned about his identity or was fearful of Tang Yu. The 3 Zealot Manor's party didn't seem to be interested in joining as they didn't walk over with the Bloodwing Pavilion. Brat, we're questioning you. Did you kill Lung Haoyu? The Bloodwing Pavilion's Grand Elder barked when he saw that Lin Yun had ignored him. He even poured his origin energy into his voice that could injure those who had a weak cultivation. His actions instantly attracted everyone's attention. However, Lin Yun wasn't injured by it as his sword intent protected him. He replied, "Didn't the Bloodwing Pavilion place a bounty on me? So what does it matter? I'm asking you a question. Answer me. Did you kill Lung Haoyu?" questioned the Grand Elder in rage. "Why bother wasting my time? There were many people who witnessed it at the Empyrean's tomb," retorted Lin Yun. "Let's just capture him back to the Bloodwing Pavilion and torture him," said one of the elders. "Let's cripple him first." The elders of the Bloodwing Pavilion had killing aura deep in their eyes. Based on their words, they didn't even place Lin Yun in their eyes. "How dare you? Lin Yun is a guest deacon of my Heavenly Province Academy. Since when is your Bloodwing Pavilion qualified to poke your nose into this matter?" The elders of the academy stood behind Lin Yun under the lead of Mo Ling. After all, Lin Yun had killed Lung Haoyu to save her. When the 3 elders of the Bloodwing Pavilion saw Mo Ling step forward, they questioned coldly, "A guest deacon? How can a guest deacon be compared to the life of our Bloodwing Pavilion's core disciple? You guys better not poke your nose into this matter, or you guys can be prepared to pay the price for starting a war with the Bloodwing Pavilion." He was implying that a guest deacon would leave sooner or later. So a core disciple like Lung Haoyu was naturally more important to a sect. The tone from the Bloodwing Pavilion's elders contained a very clear threat. "Stop dreaming. Lin Yun is the benefactor of our academy. Even if he doesn't belong to the academy won't just stand here and do nothing," said Mo Ling simultaneously. Her attitude had shocked many people. After all, Lin Yun was only a guest deacon who would leave sooner or later, so there was no need for them to start a war with the Bloodwing Pavilion. But in the next second, the 3 elders suddenly unleashed their pressure. They had accumulated their pressure for a long time. So aside from Lin Yun, everyone was caught by surprise as they were sent several steps back. "Lass, you're in no position to speak here. Can you even stop me from killing this brat?" One of the Bloodwing Pavilion's elders dashed forward and struck his palm at Lin Yun's head. His abrupt action had caught everyone by surprise. If anyone took this attack head-on, they would be instantly killed. When the Grand Elder spread his palms out, he left a claw on the ground and Lin Yun felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Lin Yun had always been a cautious person, so he reacted the second the Grand Elder moved. Before his feet sank into the swamp, a golden crow seal bloomed behind him and Lin Yun soared into the sky. When the ground exploded, a sand pillar 100 meters tall had shot into the sky. Although Lin Yun had dodged the attack, he was still affected by the fluctuation as he began to spin in midair. So what if you can run? The Grand Elder sneered as he retracted his palm before he unleashed an even more terrifying pressure at Lin Yun. How violent! This is how unreasonable the Bloodwing Pavilion is. An elder at the Inyang stage actually launched a sneak attack on a younger generation. They're probably after Lin Yun's astral pearl and are using revenge as a disguise. After all, the other sects came from afar and didn't have any heavenly soul realm experts. Lin Yun is probably gone. After all, the Academy might not take the risk to protect him. But Lin Yun isn't a pushover. I didn't even see how he dodged the palm earlier. He's someone that even defeated Ji Wuya. So how can he not have such capabilities? I don't think Lin Yun has changed much. The Bloodwing Pavilion seems determined to keep Lin Yun in the Wither North Sea. Even if Lin Yun was strong, he was only in the Greater Yang stage. There was an entire realm between him and the Grand Elder, so he was naturally in a disadvantageous position. Lin Yun's state wasn't good under the Grand Elder's attack, which made the Bloodwing Pavilion's disciples and elders smirk. That fellow is really bold to kill a disciple of ours without having a background like us. A guest deacon is ultimately a guest deacon. He thinks too highly of himself. No one can protect him since the Bloodwing Pavilion is determined to kill him. I don't believe that a Inyang stage elder can't do anything to him. Those who were in the top 10 on the outer ranking all looked at this scene with playful expressions. Elder Tang. Mo Ling instantly turned to Tang Yu. "Relax for now," said Tang Yu as he wore a grave expression. He didn't place the 3 Inyang stage elders in his eyes, but he was fearful of the Bloodwing Pavilion's heavenly soul realm expert, Wu Feng. That fellow had his attention on him, so Tang Yu didn't dare to make his move carelessly. After all, Lin Yun would be killed if he was even a little careless. The current situation might be dangerous, but it wasn't to the point of life and death. So Tang Yu knew that he had to keep his composure. Then again, dragging this on wasn't a solution. If things were bad, then he would only risk being injured. Die! Another roar echoed as the Grand Elder threw his palm out. When he threw his palm out, the ground collapsed as it raised a huge cloud of sand. Lin Yun was in a terrible state being chased by the Grand Elder as he couldn't draw his sword. He could only rely on his movement technique to dodge, and he knew that he couldn't face the Grand Elder head-on without his sword or he would be heavily injured in a split second. "This brat!" The Grand Elder frowned as he landed on the ground. He then threw out 72 palms in a row with each palm containing the power that could easily crush someone in the Yang stage. But even when facing his attacks, Lin Yun didn't suffer any injuries. After launching a series of attacks, the Grand Elder had no choice but to rest for a moment. But this had given Lin Yun the opportunity as Lin Yun drew the Flower Burial Sword in midair. The Flower Burial Sword had been upgraded to a cosmic artifact, so it released a cold flash when it was drawn out. That's a good sword. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the Flower Burial Sword. "Are you done running?" The Grand Elder laughed sinisterly as he dashed forward. With the crimson light escaping his body and taking form, he threw out a total of 9 palms. Each palm was like a crimson mountain. When the 9 mountains linked together, a massive mountain range was formed. Heavenly Cloud Shatter. Lin Yun's sword released a dazzling silver light that formed a sandstorm as it clashed with the descending mountain range like a thick blade. "Now it's my turn to attack." Lin Yun's eyes radiated with powerful sword intent as he unleashed everything. Along with a sword buzz, the Flower Burial Sword grew even more brilliant. When Lin Yun's sword intent had reached a limit, a wild storm began to rise around him that made him look ethereal. In that split second, all the elders and disciples were shocked and their faces changed drastically. This sword intent, complete mastery. That's definitely the Xiantian sword intent at complete mastery. The torrential sword intent was terrifying when it merged with heaven and earth. Then, with his powerful and domineering aura that was exploding out, Lin Yun created a powerful tornado. Overlord sword, thunderbolt slasher. Lightning began to rumble in the sky that made everything turn dark. Lin Yun raised his hand and swung his sword out. Under the empowerment of his Xiantian sword intent at complete mastery, a dazzling silver bolt of lightning lit up everyone's faces and was imprinted in their hearts. This sword was unbelievably fast no matter who was watching. It was as if the entire world was currently in the sandstorm that Lin Yun created. This is impossible. The Bloodwing Pavilion's Grand Elder had shock written all over his face. His right hand was trembling as he pointed at Lin Yun with disbelief in his eyes. He was so shocked that he even forgot to dodge Lin Yun's attack. His attacks were faster than lightning, yet Lin Yun had dodged them all. As for Lin Yun, he only needed to use one attack to hit him. Additionally, Lin Yun's sword actually managed to destroy his defenses, and the sword intent made his internal organs feel a stinging pain. He actually realized that even at his cultivation, he wasn't able to get rid of the sword intent anytime soon. Lin Yun's sword intent wreaked havoc in the Grand Elder's body, shocking him as he threw up a mouthful of blood. The Thunderbolt Slasher was Lin Yun's ultimate move, which could even split someone in the Pinnacle Yang stage in two. Lin Yun's cultivation was now in the Greater Yang stage. With the empowerment of his Xiantian sword intent at complete mastery, the power was definitely a lot stronger than before. So it was already impressive that the Grand Elder only had his defenses torn apart without any heavy injuries. Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind that was blowing past him. He didn't feel proud that he managed to tear apart the Grand Elder's defenses. He calmly tapped his foot on the ground before he swung his sword out once more, this time using the solar slash. An explosion occurred and the sand on both sides of the Elder soared into the sky like a water screen. Lin Yun held onto his sword as he stabbed it towards the Grand Elder, who was busy retreating. Not good. The Grand Elder was shocked as he quickly mustered all his origin energy and unleashed dozens of crimson swords around him that looked like ferocious beasts. But Lin Yun's attack tore through everything that was in its way, leaving only darkness. When light reappeared, the Grand Elder had a long gash on his chest as he was sent flying away. Damn it! The Bloodwing Pavilion's Grand Elder threw up a mouthful of blood with fear on his face from Lin Yun. This attack was even stronger than before, and he had no idea how Lin Yun managed to do it. Holding onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun stood as he looked at the Grand Elder coldly. His opponent was ultimately a yin-yang stage expert. Holy shit, that sword actually cut off all the light. Just how sharp is that sword to accomplish this? He just reached the Greater Yang stage, right? Could it be that it was his Xiantian sword intent? That must be it. There's also something unusual about his sword technique. It seems to be the long-lost Overlord sword. But even if the Overlord sword is powerful, it's impossible to injure a yin-yang stage expert without sword intent empowering it. There were experienced elders among the audience that managed to analyze something from Lin Yun's sword technique. So much so that they even guessed that it was the Overlord sword. But they were even more shocked by Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent at complete mastery. The sword intent was at a level that even a yin-yang stage expert would be fearful of. Grand Elder! The two elders of the Bloodwing Pavilion quickly rushed over with shocked faces. The remaining disciples also had shock on their faces as their jaws nearly touched the ground. They were shocked that the Grand Elder couldn't suppress an 18-year-old brat. Attack! The Grand Elder snorted coldly as he threw up a mouthful of blood. This time he charged towards Lin Yun with the two elders. How did he manage to do it? Xianxia was stunned like he had completely lost his soul. He knew how terrifying sword intent was since he had reached greater mastery, and he knew how difficult it was to bring his sword intent to complete mastery. That alone was more than enough for Lin Yun to have a spot among the geniuses at his age. Furthermore, Lin Yun was only 18, which made things even more unbelievable. Even Yen Kong muttered out, As long as he doesn't die, his name will surely spread like wildfire. Lin Yun had already shined brightly by defeating Ji Wuya, and now he even managed to injure an elder in the Yinyang stage. This would definitely make his name spread throughout the Nether Prefecture. In the future, his name might even spread to the other 8 prefectures. One must know that not many people knew Lin Yun's name before this event. Even the top 10 on the outer ranking didn't place Lin Yun in their eyes. At the Heavenly Province Academy's party, everyone, including Zhang Yuan, Mu Chan, Mo Ling, and Tang Yu, were dumbfounded. Once again, Lin Yun had shocked them with his strength. So much so that they even started to feel numb from the shock they felt. You guys want to face me together? Fine. Lin Yun laughed while looking at the 3 elders from the Bloodwing Pavilion coming for him. You're courting death. It doesn't matter if your Xiantian sword intent is at complete mastery. You'll die today. The Bloodwing Pavilion won't let you off. The Bloodwing Pavilion had never suffered such humiliation before. Killing intent began to boil in the 3 elders. Shattering Jade Fist, Thunderbolt Palm, Blood Shadow Dragon. They brought out their ultimate attacks, which made many people's faces change. A single elder was terrifying enough, not to mention that the 3 of them were working together. But surprisingly, Lin Yun stood fearlessly as he allowed their attacks to envelop him. But just when those attacks were about to reach him, Lin Yun finally moved. Where do the flowers bloom? Lin Yun turned around and a rose began to dance around his sword. Before the 3 attacks even reached him, they shattered. The eyes of the Bloodwing Pavilion's Grand Elder flashed coldly as he charged over from a tricky angle. He made his move before Lin Yun could pull his sword back. Where do I come from? But Lin Yun sneered at him before stabbing his sword out. All of a sudden, Lin Yun had disappeared as the rose on the tip of his sword shattered. When the petals drifted along with the wind, a brilliant sword buzz began to ring out. In the next second, the Grand Elder was sent flying away as he was covered in injuries. But before the Grand Elder landed on the ground, a sword ray flashed once more that pushed the 2 other elders back. The endless mountain and lake, the crisping leaves and wind. Every step he took would leave injuries on the 2 elders, and it didn't take long for them to be covered in blood. Drifting flowers like dreams and sorrow like fine rain. No one possesses everything in this world, so I shall give the Lord a white lily. Lin Yun spun his sword as the petals began to dance in the air along with fine rain. In the blink of an eye, the 2 elders took no less than 10 attacks from Lin Yun. Retreat! Retreat for now and avoid his momentum. With that, the 3 elders began to retreat. Right at this moment, all the spectators were dumbfounded because they had never seen such a powerful sword technique before. They were so shocked that they were at a loss for words. Lin Yun continued to press on to deal more injuries to the 3 elders. But just when the 3 elders were about to be in trouble, they brought out their martial souls and launched their counterattacks. They actually brought out their martial souls. Interesting. 3 Yinyang stage elders are actually forced to bring out their martial souls when it's already shameless to gang up on a young man. How can the elders of a quasi-overlord force be so shameless? Lin Yun is in danger now. The moment his sword momentum breaks, he'll lose his life. Everyone's face changed when the 3 elders brought out their martial souls. Great timing! Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as a boundless sword aura began to gush out from him. I came from heaven. The flower blooms in my hand. Lin Yun landed on the ground as he plunged the flower burial sword into the ground before opening his right hand. There was a flower bud in his palm that was slowly opening up. As it opened up, a boundless sword intent also exploded out that made many people close their eyes. In the next second, everything within a 10-mile radius began to tremble violently as the 3 elders also had fear written on their faces. However, they still gritted their teeth as they charged over. A speck of dust shines through the mountain and river, roared Lin Yun as the flower in his hand rose up into the sky like a sun-radiating sword intent. When the light reached the limit, it suddenly exploded and everything was reduced to ashes, including the 3 Bloodwing Pavilion's elders. What makes someone a genuine swordsman? What kind of genius deserved to be called a monstrous genius? Only someone who could reduce everything to ashes like Lin Yun deserved to be called a genuine swordsman and a monstrous genius. The sword buzz continued to envelop heaven and earth as the dazzling light from the rose blinded everyone's eyes. The terrible deaths of the 3 Bloodwing Pavilion's elders were still fresh in everyone's mind, and their hearts jolted violently. When everything settled down, Lin Yun's youthful figure was clearly revealed before everyone's eyes as he sheathed his sword. Lin Yun was at the center of attention. They're dead. Are they really dead? Everyone recovered from their shock after a long time with disbelief in their voices. Are they really dead? Isn't he a little too terrifying? He managed to kill 3 Yinyang stage elders even after they brought out their martial souls. His sword technique is terrifying, not to mention that he can empower it with his Xiantian sword intent at complete mastery. But how did he manage to kill 3 elders in a split second? No one could deny that Lin Yun was strong, especially after witnessing his fight with Ji Wuya. Everyone's opinion of the swordsman from the Great Qin Empire had completely changed. When they saw his sword intent and the dustlight sword art, their evaluation of him had reached a whole new height. They knew that his name would spread throughout the ancient southern domain sooner or later. No one could have imagined that Lin Yun would be able to kill 3 Yinyang stage elders at the same time. Damn it! Is he really just 18? Can it be that I will have to be suppressed by him for the rest of my life? Ji Wuye was kneeling on the ground while recovering from his injuries. He was heavily injured during his battle with Lin Yun. It wasn't something that he could recover from anytime soon. So his face turned red when he saw Lin Yun kill the 3 elders and vomited blood in response. His injuries were serious and would need at least a month to recover. However, watching Lin Yun made his condition even worse. Bai Lishuan's face was also looking a bit ugly after watching Lin Yun. He already knew that there was a huge gap between him and Lin Yun back in the Empyrean's tomb, but he never expected that it would be so vast. Many people were numb while others sighed. I once heard that Ji Wuye slew a Yinyang stage expert. Lin Yun could defeat Ji Wuye without bringing all his strength, so it makes sense for him to have such power. Indeed, no one would be so shocked if it was Ji Wuye who slew the 3 elders. But it's shocking since Lin Yun is just a newcomer with a decent reputation. The ancient southern domain will change. More geniuses are rising up, but those geniuses on the inner rankings are even more terrifying. This draconic banquet will probably be an interesting one. There are many underdogs that we aren't accounting for. Not good. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura soared into the sky that caught everyone by surprise. In the next second, the sound of a sword shattering rang in everyone's ears. Lin Yun's sword intent broke into pieces and his sword aura entirely suppressed. Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood as his face paled and twisted from pain. His sword intent was a total mess and all of his internal organs were wounded. This had caught him by surprise. It's a heavenly soul realm expert. This is too much. Only a heavenly soul realm expert can shatter a Xiantian sword intent at complete mastery. Then, everyone turned to look at the Bloodwing Pavilion's heavenly soul realm expert. Although the martial world was where the strong preyed on the weak, it was a rule that no seniors were allowed to lay hands on a junior. Otherwise, no disciples would be able to come out of their sects. Even geniuses on the Dragoncloud ranking couldn't put up a stand against those from the older generation. There would be chaos if anyone broke the rule. It was shameless enough that 3 Yinyang stage elders ganged up on Lin Yun. So it was even more ridiculous for a heavenly soul realm expert to attack Lin Yun. Haha, I've widened my experience today. The Bloodwing Pavilion is actually still called a quasi-overlord force? Let's see how they stay in the Nether Prefecture in the future. They have broken my understanding of shamelessness. Despite the surrounding discussions, Wu Feng completely ignored them. After he shattered Lin Yun's sword intent, he soared into the sky and threw his palm at Lin Yun. Thunderclouds began to roll as a terrifying phenomenon appeared. Even someone in the Yinyang stage couldn't take a palm from a heavenly soul realm expert. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yun was going to die, a figure appeared before Wu Feng and blocked his attack. The clash unleashed bolts of lightning into the sky as if it were about to tear the sky apart. Another heavenly soul realm expert. Naturally, Only another heavenly soul realm expert could block Wu Feng's attack. Senior Tang Yu? Lin Yun was shocked to see Tang Yu standing before him. You want to thank me? Save that till you're safe. Go! Tang Yu smiled as he patted Lin Yun on the shoulder. Before Lin Yun could open his mouth, he was already 1,000 meters away. At the same time, Lin Yun was shocked to discover that the fragments of his sword intent had been entirely suppressed. Wu Feng was furious that Tang Yu stood up. Just when he was about to chase after Lin Yun, Tang Yu appeared before him with a smile. Enraged, he yelled at Tang Yu, "Old geezer, you want to stand against me for a guest deacon?" Tang Yu wasn't bothered by those words as he replied, "He's the benefactor of the academy. I'll protect him even if he's only an outsider. My academy isn't as shameless as your pavilion. We naturally know how to pay back to our benefactors. Then let me see how you'll protect him. His sword intent has already shattered, so now he's just a cripple. Bloodwing Pavilion, listen up. Chase after that brat. Don't let him leave the Wither North Sea." Wu Feng barked. In the next second, the remaining people from the Bloodwing Pavilion soared into the sky as they chased after Lin Yun. Protect Lin Yun. Mo Ling charged forward with the Academy's party. Zhang Yuan, however, hesitated before he eventually drew his sword and went to help the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples. The situation was thrown into complete chaos with two Heavenly Soul Realm experts facing off in the sky and a bunch of people slaughtering each other on the ground. But everyone's attention was on Lin Yun, who was sent flying out. My chance! Ji Wuya's eyes flickered, but he wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Everyone knew that Lin Yun's trump card was his sword intent. Without his sword intent, there was no way he could fight those stronger than him, not to mention that his sword intent had been shattered by a Heavenly Soul Realm expert. This meant that it was impossible for him to recover his sword intent anytime soon. Although the death of the three elders was shocking, this also meant that Lin Yun had exhausted most of his origin energy. So this was the best opportunity for him to kill Lin Yun. You'll only die prematurely if you shine too brightly, sneered Yan Kong. But just when he was about to make his move, a cold gaze landed onto him. When he turned around, he saw that the gaze came from Bai Lishuan. He grinned. I heard that both of you are from the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Do you think you can block me? Yan Kong began to unleash his killing aura. However, before his killing aura could reach Bai Lishuan, Xianxia stepped forward. I can probably block you. What do you think? Senior brother. Bai Lishuan was shocked as he looked at Xianxia. This instantly drove Yan Kong insane as he spoke out solemnly. Xianxia, why are you helping that brat? Don't tell me that you don't want his astral pearl. I naturally don't like him, but I like my junior brother. Since you don't want to fight me, then you should behave yourself and stay here, said Xianxia as the other disciples from the Cloud Trigram sect came over. Damn it! Yan Kong gnashed his teeth as this golden opportunity was actually ruined by them. Right at this moment, two figures soared into the sky and instantly attracted everyone's attention. When Yan Kong saw who they were, he laughed. Those pieces of trash actually took advantage of the situation. The two figures were naturally Qin and Peiyu. The battles between the two Heavenly Soul Realm experts caused intense phenomena. At the same time, the battle between the Bloodwing Pavilion and Heavenly Province Academy had completely unfolded. As for those with malicious thoughts, they charged towards Lin Yun when they saw that he was injured. After the three elders were killed, the situation had fallen into chaos. Many of the other sects began to hesitate if they should join the fight. After all, the Astral Pearl was simply too tempting. But those who came from prestigious sects were in a dilemma due to their reputation, not to mention that they would become targets of a powerful enemy if they failed. Moreover, Lin Yun might still have trump cards. But Qin and Peiyu didn't hesitate since they considered their defeat from Lin Yun to be their greatest humiliation. So they naturally wanted to take Lin Yun's life when he was down. Qin and Peiyu were stronger than many people here, so they arrived in front of Lin Yun after he took several steps. Fate is miraculous. Lin Yun, do you still remember when you stabbed my chest? Qin looked at Lin Yun with a ferocious gaze. The stab wound was fatal and he would be dead by now if he wasn't lucky. Although he survived the ordeal, He still wasted a lot of herbs and he only recovered from half of his injuries so far. If he wanted to fully recover, he would need another 10 days. Flower Burial, weren't you acting so mighty earlier when you killed 3 Yin-Yang stage experts? Why are you in such a sorry state now? Peiyu sneered as he looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's face might be pale, but he was a lot better than before. The 3 Yin-Yang stage experts didn't inflict much injuries on him. His greatest injuries came from his sword intent spiraling out of control. Since his Xiantian sword intent was so powerful, one could imagine how bad the backlash would be. If Tang Yu didn't help him, it would take at least half a day for him to suppress his sword intent. Now that his sword intent had been stabilized, his injuries didn't deteriorate any further. He simply exhausted his origin energy, so it would be a problem for him to face Qin and Peiyu now. Lin Yun. Mo Ling grew anxious when she saw this situation. Stop them. The Bloodwing Pavilion's party became excited. It didn't matter who killed Lin Yun as long as he died. All of the spectators felt that Qin and Peiyu were being shameless, but they didn't dare to interfere as Qin and Peiyu both had huge origins. The spectators merely lamented at the twists and turns of the situation. Damn it! Bai Lishuan, who was stopping Yan Kong together with Xia Yunxiao, cursed as he moved towards Lin Yun. Heh! Lin Yun will be dead before you can even get there. Yang Kong sneered at Bai Lishuan. I don't need you to poke your nose into my affair. Bai Lishuan's face sank as he turned around and roared. When he turned back around, his eyes flashed sharply like a sword. Those words stunned Yan Kong before rage filled his eyes. At this moment, he swore to himself that he would let Bai Lishuan have a taste of the Nethercloud saber. Meanwhile, at Lin Yun's location, he was raising his head to look at Qin and Peiyu. I shouldn't have spared your lives. Haha, and here I thought you had forgotten what you did back in the Empyrean's tomb. Hand over my frost moon and the astral pearl or else you're going to die. Qin smiled coldly with a blatant threat in his voice. You think I could forget how you guys begged me to spare your lives? Lin Yun mocked indifferently. You're courting death. Slaughter him. Qin and Peiyu flew into rage when they heard Lin Yun's mockery. They began to unleash their killing aura as they charged at Lin Yun. In their eyes, Lin Yun was no longer a threat since his sword intent was shattered and his origin energy was exhausted. Shit! Many people who saw this scene felt their hearts drop. No matter how they looked at this situation, there was no way Lin Yun could get out of this situation alive. However, Lin Yun had no change on his face. There wasn't even the slightest bit of fear in his pupils despite his pale face. Nethercloud slash. Scarlet whip. Boundless flames. Qin and Peiyu both unleashed their attacks. Just when everyone turned their heads away to avoid watching Lin Yun get butchered, the center of Lin Yun's brows lit up as 9 paintings floated out and revolved around him. When Lin Yun formed a seal, the soul energy within his profound palace surged out as the 9 paintings unfolded. In the next second, a powerful aura exploded from Lin Yun. When the 9 paintings joined together, dazzling flames surged out that blinded Qin and Peiyu's eyes. A spiritual diagram? The Ablaze Phoenix painting? It doesn't look like it. The Ablaze Phoenix painting might be powerful, but it's definitely not this powerful. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. The painting actually contains a wisp of the divine rune's power. That fellow still has trump cards. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the terrifying aura coming from Lin Yun. When the 9 paintings fully unfolded, the massive Ablaze Phoenix painting appeared behind Lin Yun with a vivid-looking phoenix that seemed as if it could incinerate everything. Retreat! Qin and Peiyu's faces changed because they never expected that Lin Yun still had a trump card. But it was already too late. The 9 paintings exploded as a terrifying pressure swept out along with a sea of flames that contained a wisp of the divine rune's might. Accompanied by a phoenix cry, Qin and Peiyu were enveloped by the flames. The huge fire even lit up the sky as if it was trying to burn the sky as well. When Peiyu and Qin reappeared, large patches of their bodies had burns as they spit out mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! How did this happen? How is the Ablaze Phoenix painting so terrifying? Qin and Peiyu were startled and shocked. Suddenly, A sword buzz rang out along with a cold aura that made everyone raise their heads in shock. A silver ray flashed and 2 heads fell down. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, he no longer turned back. His face had grown paler, but there was no panic in his footsteps as he walked. The ablaze phoenix painting had shocked many people, but more people charged over since Lin Yun's face was clearly paler than before. This was truly the best opportunity to kill Lin Yun. As Lin Yun ran for his life, he threw up a mouthful of blood as his footsteps began to falter. Earlier, when he drew the flower burial sword, his injuries were affected and the pain was so terrible that he couldn't stand straight. He knelt on the ground and supported himself with the flower burial sword as he coughed. Is this the end? Lin Yun looked around with a bitter and helpless expression. He had prepared several trump cards, but he never expected that a heavenly soul realm expert would attack him. But the fool should be coming soon, muttered Lin Yun. In the next moment, he could hear a ruckus as Lil Red charged over. Cloud trigram. Chaotic cloud. Rumbling thunder. A figure descended from the sky as those that were charging at Lin Yun were all killed. Looking at Bai Lishuan descending from the sky, Lin Yun was surprised because he clearly never expected that Bai Lishuan would help out at this moment. Bai Lishuan squeezed out a smile as he looked at Lin Yun. I knew that you wouldn't die so easily. It was difficult for him to squeeze out this smile, but the excitement on his face wasn't fake. He was truly happy that Lin Yun could survive. But his happiness was short-lived as it was soon replaced with a complicated expression. The two had a grudge that went way back, which was why Lil Red didn't have a good expression when it looked at Lin Yun. In that second, Lin Yun wanted to give Bai Lishuan the Azure Dragon's blood essence from his interspatial pouch, but it was clear that it would only infuriate Bai Lishuan. Lin Yun jumped on Lil Red and looked at Bai Lishuan. Lil White, I should be able to witness your Azure Dragon Sword Sutra in the Draconic Banquet. I'll wait for you. Although Lin Yun left, many people still tried to chase after him. However, they were left eating Lil Red's dust. The dragon-blooded horse was covered in a fierce crimson radiance that made it look like a crimson beam as it disappeared into the distance. With that, everyone settled down. But this was only the beginning of Lin Yun's fame spreading throughout the Nether Prefecture. It had been a long time since the Nether Prefecture had such a heaven-defying talent. Not just the Great Qin Empire, but even the profound Yang Palace didn't have someone so talented. At the Emperor's tomb, Lin Yun began his journey by defeating many geniuses on the ranking, such as Guisu, Qin and Pei Yu. In the end, Lin Yun even defeated Ji Wuya, which shocked everyone. The outcome was something that no one had expected, but this wasn't Lin Yun's limit as he also slew 3 Yin-Yang stage elders that ganged up on him. Lin Yun's performance would definitely shock the entire Nether Prefecture, and he would be the focus of attention for a long time. As time gradually passed, Lin Yun's fame would surely spread throughout the Nether Prefecture. That fellow actually became famous in one day, said Yen Kong in a depressed tone. You should be happy that I saved your life, smiled Xianxia. After all, Qin and Pei Yu's corpses were fresh examples. Then again, this was why Lin Yun would become famous. There weren't many in the ancient southern domain who could bring their Xiantian sword intent to complete mastery among the younger generation. At the very least, none of the Cloud Trigram sect disciples had achieved this. Sword intent wasn't invincible and the geniuses in the inner ranking had ways to restrict it just like Ji Wuya had done with his domain. However, they surely wouldn't feel great with their strength being restricted when facing Lin Yun. Lin Yun had a great advantage when facing those geniuses on the inner ranking because his sword intent was at complete mastery. If I was facing Lin Yun, who knows what the outcome would have been. Yen Kong snorted before he left. Whatever you say, Xia Yunqiao sneered at Yang Kong. In his eyes, the ablaze phoenix painting was terrifying and he believed that Yen Kong would be heavily injured by Lin Yun. 10 days later, in the Great Qin Empire in the Imperial Palace, a figure was seated in an elegant study room. She was flipping through an ancient book. Although she was wearing a veil to mask her face, her ethereal appearance couldn't be concealed as an emperor's aura exuded from her. As she sat quietly, it felt like she was the sovereign of the world. This lady was naturally the Bloom Phoenix Princess, Su Xiao. She was the new empress of the Great Qin Empire, and her aura as a ruler had grown denser in just 3 months. It was so dense that it far surpassed the previous emperor. Right at this moment, someone gently entered carrying monkey wine in his hand. The newcomer was naturally Drifting Goblet, the only person who dared to enter Su Xiao's study room so casually. News of Lin Yun again? Su Xiao placed her book down and she looked at Drifting Goblet. Clearly, she had been keeping track of Lin Yun's activity. After all, the Great Qin Empire was too small, so it was unavoidable for people to go out and experience the world. Drifting Goblet nodded his head and drank a mouthful of wine. An Empyrean's tomb appeared in the Wither North Sea that attracted the attention of many geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Many in the top 10 on the outer ranking came, such as Ji Wuya and Yen Kong. There were no changes to Su Xiao's expression as she continued to listen. Lin Yun was in the Nether Prefecture, so he naturally went there. However, his performance shocked everyone. A swordsman from the Great Qin Empire actually defeated the geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking. He even defeated Ji Wuye and obtained the Astral Pearl. Even Su Xiao was shocked when she heard that. She never expected that Lin Yun would catch up to the geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking in just 3 months. Drifting Goblet paused briefly and continued. But that's not all. There is a quasi-overlord force that has grudges with Lin Yun. When Lin Yun appeared, they sent out 3 Yin-Yang stage elders to attack him. The Bloodwing Pavilion, Su Xiao muttered as her eyes flashed with a cold killing aura. A brief moment later, she continued, "Since you're here, this means that Lin Yun isn't dead." Drifting Goblet sighed. Not only is he still alive, but he even killed those 3 elders. Now, he is the center of attention in the Nether Prefecture. I bet the Bloodwing Pavilion won't let this matter rest. The Nethercloud Ghost, who has a grudge with Lin Yun, might act personally. Even if Lin Yun leaves the Wither North Sea, he'll be hunted. Got it, Su Xiao replied indifferently, but anyone could sense that a storm was coming. Suddenly, she thought of something and instructed Drifting Goblet. Share this piece of news to the Sword Firmament Pavilion as well. Drifting Goblet took a sip of wine and examined Su Xiao. The pressure coming from her had gotten a lot more powerful and unfathomable. Her strength had undergone a huge transformation in the past 3 months. You'll be leaving soon, right? Drifting Goblet asked. Perhaps, replied Su Xiao as she looked at Drifting Goblet. Drifting Goblet didn't say anything else. He simply shook his head with a bitter smile. He suddenly thought about Lin Yun's words before he left and how he claimed that he would grab Su Xiao even if she soared into the heavens. You better work hard or you won't be able to catch up to her in your lifetime. Drifting Goblet muttered inwardly before he recalled something else Lin Yun said. He said that he would find the woman that he had slept with no matter where she went. The determination in his tone was probably the reason why Su Xiao chose him. Even Drifting Goblet didn't expect Lin Yun to improve so greatly in just 3 months. At the Sword Firmament Pavilion, the pavilion was bustling since it had become the head of all sword sects in the Great Qin Empire. Right at this moment, the elders and the 7 sword-bearing elders were gathered in a hall wearing grave expressions. They were looking at the news Drifting Goblet sent to them with shock. Is this true? It should be true since it came from Drifting Goblet. It has only been 3 months, but Lin Yun can already compete with geniuses on the outer ranking. Even someone like Ji Wuye was been defeated by him. Not only that, even 3 Yin-Yang stage elders were killed by him. This is simply unimaginable. This means that we don't need to help him anymore. All the elders were filled with disbelief. However, the shock was short-lived as they immediately smiled. They were even more happy that Lin Yun was only the guest deacon of the Heavenly Province sect. After all, Lin Yun even rejected the recruitment from the Heavenly Sword sect. This means that Lin Yun still considered himself to be the disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. In the end, he had never forgotten his status as a disciple here. Guardian Plum also wore a smile. More accurately, he was now called Pavilion Master Plum. After the previous Pavilion Master and Lord 13 left the Great Qin Empire, he had officially taken over the pavilion. Compared to others, he was more grateful that Bai Lishuan actually helped Lin Yun. He was happy since Bai Lishuan was once his disciple. Although he had joined the Cloud Trigram sect, it was totally understandable. Even other sects would consider it their honor to have their disciple accepted into the Cloud Trigram sect. Gentlemen, we have to keep this a secret. There's no need to spread it around and bring unnecessary trouble to Lin Yun. Guardian Plum smiled as he looked around. He was now looking forward to Lin Yun's growth before the draconic banquet. A bolt of crimson lightning flashed in the forest at a terrifying speed. Even Yin-Yang stage experts who were proficient in movement techniques wouldn't be able to travel so quickly. The bolt of lightning landed on a towering tree. Under the lushy tree sat an azure-clothed youth who opened his eyes. He was naturally Lin Yun. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he let out a long breath and reached out to the fruit that Lil Red spat out. He cleaned it briefly with his sleeves before he took a bite on it. After the ordeal in the Wither North Sea, Lin Yun found out that his injuries were more serious than he had imagined. His injuries weren't serious in his fight with the 3 Yin-Yang stage elders, but the backlash of his sword intent had injured him heavily. It had been 10 days and he had barely recovered. "It's still a heavenly soul realm expert who broke my sword intent," muttered Lin Yun. His Xiantian sword intent at complete mastery was terrifying enough that allowed him to face 3 Yin-Yang stage elders. But there was nothing he could do before a heavenly soul realm expert. For example, water could easily extinguish fire. But when fire reaches a limit, it could easily evaporate water. But if his sword intent could reach a new level, it might be possible to resist the pressure coming from heavenly soul realm experts. Just like how his Xiantian sword intent at complete mastery could suppress 3 Yin-Yang stage elders. The 3 might be Yin-Yang stage elders, but they're probably weaker than those geniuses on the inner ranking. Lin Yun pondered as he ate the fruit to replenish his energy, recalling his experiences back in the Empyrean's tomb. According to his experience fighting Ji Wuya wasn't any weaker than the 3 elders. Since geniuses on the inner ranking were at least in the Yin-Yang stage, this meant that they were even more terrifying. It'll be difficult to make a breakthrough after reaching the Yin-Yang stage. The difference between lesser and greater is like a huge gulf. My odds of winning aren't high even if I run into other greater Yin-Yang stage experts. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. This meant that he couldn't slack if he wanted to shine on the draconic banquet. Based on his initial intentions, he planned to visit the Sword Sect's ruins first and see if he could find an opportunity to make a breakthrough in the sword. He made a breakthrough from the pinnacle Yin stage to the greater Yang stage in the Wither North Sea, and it would be practically impossible to find a similar opportunity in the future. It would be lucky if he could reach the pinnacle Yang stage before the draconic banquet. This means that he could only take an alternate route to upgrade his sword intent and strengthen his advantage. The Sword Sect's ruins were located in the Thunder Prefecture, a long way from the Nether Prefecture. He had to cross several prefectures to reach his destination. Furthermore, the Thunder Prefecture had the most disastrous environment in the ancient southern domain. There were many experts there along with sects, especially the Sword Sect's ruins, which was said to be special. So it would be best if he could bring the Azure Dragon Enneaform to the 3rd stage. By then, it would be easy for him to face Yin-Yang stage experts even without using the Dustlight sword art. This would also guarantee that he would maximize his harvest at the Sword Sect's ruins. The Azure Dragon Enneaform was also divided into the Lesser, Greater, and Complete Mastery. The 3rd stage represented Lesser Mastery, and it would definitely be terrifying since it was an ancient body refining technique. Then again, it definitely wouldn't be easy since he had only reached the 1st stage. He still didn't dare to refine the Azure Dragon's blood essence, fearing that it might go to waste. "Let's take it one step at a time," said Lin Yun. The Azure Dragon Enneaform was terrifying, but it was impossible for him to try and ascend the heavens at one go. Throwing the half-eaten fruit in his hand away, Lin Yun looked around cautiously before he went on the horseback and patted Lil Red's neck. Lil Red let out a neigh as it turned into a crimson bolt and disappeared. Lin Yun knew that the Bloodwing Pavilion wouldn't let him off after leaving the Wither North Sea, and he had been cautious along the way, preventing any possible encounters with human cultivators. As for his battles with demonic beasts, that could be considered a form of cultivation, as he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. A long time after Lin Yun left, an old man appeared in the forest. The old man was enveloped in an eerie aura with many vengeful spirits around him. That old man was naturally the guest elder of the Bloodwing Pavilion, Nethercloud Ghost. Nethercloud Ghost was a demonic cultivator to begin with. It was said that he had offended a formidable figure and was forced to join the Bloodwing Pavilion as a guest elder. Speaking of it now, he had a long grudge with Lin Yun since the Indigo Cloud Lake. The Nethercloud Ghost initially thought that Lin Yun wouldn't be worth the trouble of him making a move personally, but he accepted this task from the Bloodwing Pavilion when he found out that Lin Yun killed 3 Yin-Yang stage elders. After all, there wasn't any better option to ensure Lin Yun's death. That brat is rather cautious, Nethercloud Ghost muttered. He had been chasing after Lin Yun for the past 3 days. The reason why he hadn't made his appearance was because he didn't want to alarm Lin Yun. If he couldn't kill Lin Yun with a single attack, Lin Yun could easily flee with the dragon-blooded horse. At that time, it would be troublesome for him to catch up to Lin Yun. After all, the strength Lin Yun displayed back in the Wither North Sea made Nethercloud Ghost not daring to look down on Lin Yun. If he had to make a move, he had to ensure Lin Yun's death and not give him any chance to live. It doesn't matter. You'll slack sooner or later, sneered Nethercloud Ghost as he had plenty of patience. In the densely packed forest, a beast roar echoed as tall trees suddenly snapped, revealing a colossal beast. But the beast was covered with injuries as its blood had formed into a pool on the ground. After a brief struggle, the beast ultimately fell onto the ground unwillingly. When the demonic beast collapsed, a figure flashed and landed on the demonic beast's corpse. The person's clothes were tattered with gnashes on his body. He didn't have an exceptionally muscular body, but the explosive power contained beneath his skin felt dangerous. He was naturally Lin Yun, who had been training in the forest for half a month after he recovered from his injuries. Over the past 15 days, Lin Yun would fight demonic beasts daily, and each battle was bitter. The one he had just killed was a blood-fernal hound, an overlord demonic beast in the pinnacle Yin stage. Even most experts at the lesser Yang stage would avoid it. It wasn't easy for Lin Yun to defeat it without his sword, and it wasn't because he didn't want to use his sword, but he wanted to focus on the Azure Dragon Enneaform for now. If he had resolved the demonic beast easily with his sword, he wouldn't be able to temper his physique. Furthermore, spiraling between life and death was also a training to his willpower. Covering his palm with sword energy, Lin Yun easily tore apart the demonic beast's skin and easily retrieved its beast core. But before the beast core landed on the ground, it was devoured by a crimson bolt that was naturally the dragon-blooded horse. Lil Red grinned and revealed its bucktooth, which Lin Yun smiled when he saw this scene. Lil Red had also been training by fighting with all sorts of demonic beasts. It had grown even more robust as the wisp of dragon's bloodline within its body was constantly being awakened. Lin Yun speculated that he could probably face someone in the pinnacle Yang stage head-on. It's been half a month, but there's still no sign of me making a breakthrough in the Azure Dragon Enneaform. The Azure Dragon Enneaform had 11 stages, and the 3rd stage was the threshold. At this moment Lin Yun decided to refine the Azure Dragon's blood essence. Otherwise, who knows when he would make a breakthrough to the 3rd stage. But he had gained much comprehension over the past 15 days, and he was confident that he wouldn't waste the blood essence. Here then, Lin Yun's gaze fell onto a hill. Since he had to comprehend the wind and lightning energies, he naturally had to do it on a hill. Using the 7 profound steps, Lin Yun spread his arms apart like a golden crow and soared up. Lil Red also grinned as it followed behind Lin Yun. A long time later, an eerie figure appeared where Lin Yun previously stood as he looked at the distant hill. Looking at Lin Yun seated on the hill, Nethercloud Ghost revealed a sinister and brutal smile. Finally showing a flaw? There was actually no need for him to be so cautious with his cultivation in the pinnacle Yin-Yang stage, not to mention that he was proficient in demonic arts. But even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. This was also the reason why none of those who caught Nethercloud Ghosts I managed to survive. Lin Yun was seated on top of a hill as he looked at the Azure Dragon's blood essence and fell into deep thought. He could sense the immense power contained within the droplet of blood. But right at this moment, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. He could sense that a vague aura had enveloped the blood essence. If he didn't sense it with his heart, he wouldn't have noticed it even with the blood essence in his hand. After a brief moment of pondering, Lin Yun guessed that there was a protective membrane. It must be similar to how pellets had a layer of beeswax on it to prevent any interaction with the atmosphere. After all, there was also a lot of filth in the atmosphere that could ruin the pellet. In the end, a pellet might end up becoming a poison. So it made sense that a similar method was used to preserve this blood essence. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he flicked with his right hand, unleashing a silver sword ray at the blood essence. But just when it was about to come in contact with the blood essence, the sword ray was devoured by the membrane around the blood essence and burned. When the sword ray was completely incinerated, the blood essence reappeared in his hand as if nothing had happened. Lin Yun looked at the blood essence as he muttered, "Interesting. It looks like it won't be easy to refine it." Lin Yun flicked his hand again and unleashed more strands of silver sword rays. But all of them were devoured when they approached the blood essence. "It doesn't work?" Lin Yun frowned as he snorted in his heart. He refused to believe that he couldn't tear this membrane apart. When he summoned his Xianxia sword intent at complete mastery, a sword buzz rang out from Lin Yun's body that caused clouds to start rolling in the sky. A powerful aura exploded from Lin Yun as his presence completely merged with heaven. Under his immense sword intent, the blood essence in his hand began to tremble as a black flame blazed on the blood essence. The mysterious membrane covering the blood essence was slowly crumbling under Lin Yun's sword intent. When the black flames burned, wind began to gather that instantly covered the sky with thunderclouds. Just what the hell did he get from the Empyrean's tomb? The Nethercloud Ghost's expression became grave when he looked at the phenomenon on the hill with greed flashing in his eyes. He initially thought that Lin Yun only obtained the astral pearl, but it looks like Lin Yun's harvest was more than he had imagined. He wasn't too interested in the astral pearl since he was already in the yin-yang stage. Even if he obtained it, he could only swap it for other treasures that could help him make a breakthrough to the heavenly soul realm. But judging by the phenomenon before him, even an idiot could tell that Lin Yun was refining something powerful. With this thought, Nethercloud Ghost's face became grim with a killing aura surging in his pupils. "It doesn't matter what it is. I'll find out after I kill you." Lin Yun was already cautious enough since he trained for half a month after he recovered from his injuries before refining the blood essence. But it was a pity that he ran into Nethercloud Ghost, who planned on assassinating him despite having a cultivation in the pinnacle yin-yang stage. The Nethercloud Ghost was like a viper and it was practically impossible to defend against him. Now that Lin Yun had to focus on refining the blood essence, he would be more or less distracted. So if the Nethercloud Ghost launched a sneak attack on him right now, Lin Yun would probably die. But something bizarre happened as the smile on the Nethercloud Ghost's face froze when he took a step out. He cautiously retracted his feet as he could hear a sneer by his ears. It appeared out of nowhere and startled him. After he retracted his feet, he began to look around to find out where the sneer had come from. However, he couldn't find any traces of a person. Was that an illusion? Nethercloud Ghost began to second-guess his ears before taking another step. Humph! Right at this moment, a snort rang out that instantly caused Nethercloud Ghost to retract his gaze. He had fought with Heavenly Soul Realm experts in the past, so he could protect himself with his demonic arts. But this person could completely conceal their existence from him. Just how powerful was this person? Damn it! Just who the heck did I offend? SS Senior. Who are you? Nethercloud Ghost had offended many people in the past, so this situation made him feel afraid. Who I am doesn't matter, but you're not allowed to touch this person. I might not like this brat, but you're in no position to interfere. An aged voice echoed out that made Nethercloud Ghost panic. In that split second, he felt as if the mysterious person was everywhere around him. "I'll leave immediately. I swear that I won't touch him," said Nethercloud Ghost. "Too late." An indifferent voice replied to him before he watched in fear as the towering tree before him began to distort. He was within the distorted space and couldn't move. But before he could even react, stars began to blossom in the distorted space as a hand fell onto his head. When the hand left his head, Nethercloud Ghost was reduced to a puddle of blood. When everything cleared up, an old man suddenly appeared. Just like that, the infamous Nethercloud Ghost was killed in the Nether Prefecture. If Lin Yun was here, he would surely recognize the old man as the old man who stood in his way like a mountain back in the Great Qin Empire's imperial palace. Right at this moment, an eerie light began to rise up from the puddle of blood. The eerie light looked like vengeful spirits from hell, but the vengeful spirits could only tremble in fear before the old man as they fled. A demonic cultivator? This old fellow must have refined many vengeful spirits in his lifetime. The old man glanced at them briefly before waving his hand. Then, the vengeful spirits were reduced to ashes. Standing with his hands behind his back, the old man looked at Lin Yun, who was shrouded by the thunderclouds. When he saw the black flames, he was surprised. Nether flames? He was surprised to see the nether flames. After all, they were flames that existed between reality and illusion. So, nether flames were rare and bizarre. What's in the flame? The old man, who initially wanted to leave, suddenly became interested as the scenery on the hill became clear before him. When he saw what was enveloped in the black flames, the old man exclaimed, "Azure Dragon Blood!" Then again, Lin Yun was an oddball to try and destroy the flame using his sword intent, but that was probably his only method of removing it. The old man was truly surprised that Lin Yun had such attainment in his sword intent at such a young age. The old man looked at the youth enveloped by the thunderclouds with interest. But that's pure Azure Dragon's blood. Without any outside help or a senior helping him, it won't be easy for him to refine it relying on his physique alone. The old man was really curious if Lin Yun could subdue the blood. It would probably be hard, but for some reason, the old man had a feeling that there would be a surprise waiting for him. Since that was the case, the old man was no longer in a rush to leave as he decided to stay. "Let me see what makes you so attractive to the Saintess." The phenomenon on the hill grew even more terrifying. Clearly, the nether flame enveloping the Azure Dragon's blood was gradually being diminished by Lin Yun's sword intent. As more aura was released from the Azure Dragon's blood, the phenomenon grew even more powerful. When the seal around the Azure Dragon's blood was completely removed, the phenomenon in its entirety was unleashed. Lin Yun frowned because he never expected that the Azure Dragon's blood would be so powerful. The wind and lightning was so powerful that Lin Yun struggled to keep his eyes open. He looked so tiny under the immense aura, as if he would be blown away at any moment. For a second, Lin Yun contemplated if he should give up for now and try again when he was stronger. But that thought only lasted for a second before he smashed it apart. His cultivation had undergone a huge boost in the Wither North Sea since it reached the Greater Yang stage. This kind of improvement was unimaginable for anyone else. Lin Yun only managed to do it because his luck was too heaven-defying. But when he thought about it, his improvement was too quick. Making a breakthrough so quickly wasn't exactly good, as it would affect his foundation if his cultivation wasn't properly stabilized. However, it was possible that he would have more good luck and make unimaginable improvements. When Lin Yun thought about it, he made a decision that he should temper himself well rather than making a breakthrough recklessly even if the opportunity was present. The way things were, it looked like he had to temper his cultivation for a long time to stabilize his foundation. This meant that he wouldn't be making a breakthrough anytime soon. So if he gave up the opportunity to refine the blood now, he had no idea when he would be able to refine it. This meant that even if the risk was great, he had to refine the Azure Dragon's blood essence. Still persevering? The old man muttered with a grave expression. The Azure Dragon's blood is the foundation to cultivate the Azure Dragon Enneaform. Without the Azure Dragon's blood essence, it will be practically impossible to cultivate. But a genuine Azure Dragon's blood essence isn't that easy to cultivate. The old man's eyes flashed as he looked at the disappearing nether flames that enveloped the blood essence. In the next second, thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning streaked across the horizon. Under the flashing bolt of lightning, the blood essence shot into Lin Yun's chest. In the next second, the blood essence branched out into countless lines as they wriggled and spread on the surface of Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun let out a pained howl that showed how much he was suffering. However, he endured and gnashed his teeth. It's dragon's blood, so it's naturally not something humans can merge with. It won't be easy trying to gain its acknowledgement. If he can't persevere, then his outcome won't simply be failure. The old man had no changes to his face as he had expected this. What was an azure dragon? An azure dragon was an existence that wandered in the sky controlling wind and lightning with a physique comparable to a divine artifact. Its blood naturally contained part of its soul, so one must have a powerful physique comparable to an azure dragon in order to bear its might. Fortunately for Lin Yun, it was only a droplet of the azure dragon's blood. Otherwise, he would surely be dead. But even so, it wasn't easy for Lin Yun since he had just reached the Yang stage. In the old man's eyes, he was an ant, and refining the azure dragon's blood was reckless. The old man looked at Lin Yun's struggle and became hot-blooded as a violent aura began to emit from his body. Lin Yun also couldn't remain seated as he kept throwing out punches, which unleashed his terrifying origin energy in the manner similar to a storm. His actions caused the entire hill to start shaking. This made him feel better as the roar coming from inside his body began to soften. He was trying to get used to this feeling in order to perfectly merge with the blood. Did this brat have a similar experience in the past? The old man frowned his brows as he managed to see a thing or two from Lin Yun's actions. If this was Lin Yun's first time bearing such pain, he would be yelling out in pain, not gnashing his teeth while waiting for the violent collision to subside. Clearly, he was experienced in receiving pain, so this wasn't too bad. Right at this moment, the old man seemed to realize something. He finally knew why Lin Yun could have such achievements in just 3 months. After all, he was a dragon. Now that he was exposed to the sea, he would naturally grow even more ferociously. Lin Yun gradually calmed on the hill as he sat down and circulated the sword energy to refine the blood essence. But it didn't take long for the thunderclouds to roll even more ferociously as a crimson storm shot down at Lin Yun. I knew that it wouldn't be this easy. Lin Yun cursed inwardly as he had this premonition when the phenomenon first appeared. He could feel that the natural law wouldn't allow him to refine the blood essence so easily. A tribulation was unavoidable. He didn't know the exact reason why, but his premonition was spot on. It's the crucial moment now. The old man stroked his beard with a smile as he looked at the crimson storm. The crimson storm soon enveloped Lin Yun, and there was nothing he could do about it. He could only cover himself with his origin energy to ensure that he wouldn't be killed. He had reached the 11th stage in the Iris Sword Sutra, which had enough power to protect him for now. Although his improvements were quick, his foundation was stable. The Sword Sutra was powerful and would occasionally cause a chill to surge within his body, which gave him relief. Lin Yun's origin energy was constantly being drained under the stalemate. 15 minutes later, he had already exhausted 1/3 of his origin energy. Even his battle with the Yin-Yang stage elders didn't exhaust his origin energy so quickly. Just when Lin Yun was contemplating if he should use his physique to bear the tribulation, the flower burial sword began to buzz within the sword box. The sword barged its way out of the sword box before turning into a sword ray that shot into the sky and pierced through the thunderclouds. Shortly after, more holes began to appear in the sky as the thunderclouds were being torn apart. It didn't take long for the thunderclouds to disappear and for sunlight to shine once again. Simultaneously, the storm enveloping Lin Yun had weakened without the phenomenon supporting it. Great! Lin Yun rejoiced when he saw this situation. He released all his origin energy to form an iris flower beneath him that devoured the storm. While he was at it, he used this opportunity to try and make a breakthrough in the Azure Dragon Enneaform. This sword! The old man's face finally changed for once when he saw the sword. A long time later, he turned to look at Lin Yun and muttered, "This brat is pretty lucky." As he muttered to himself, a crimson light began to shine from Lin Yun, along with a dragon roar that originated from Yun's body. At this moment, the old man knew that Lin Yun had succeeded. Suddenly, Lin Yun looked down, which surprised the old man. But the old man smiled shortly after. "You discovered me? You still aren't qualified to meet me. But if you can maintain that perseverance of yours and continue down your path, we will meet in the future. I look forward to meeting you." The old man disappeared shortly after, erasing his aura that left traces of his existence with a wave of his hand. At the same time, the traces left behind by the Nethercloud ghost had also disappeared. Shortly after he left, Lin Yun descended to where the old man previously stood and started looking around. "There's no one here?" Lin Yun's eyes flashed with doubt. Although he was distracted when he refined the blood earlier, he could sense a faint gaze on him. He couldn't determine if the gaze came from a demonic beast or a cultivator, but he was pretty confident that the gaze came from here. This was why he charged over after he finished refining the blood essence. Logically speaking, there should be some traces left behind. But no matter how Lin Yun searched the place, he couldn't find a lingering aura. "Weird," Lin Yun muttered to himself. There were only two explanations. Either there was no one here to begin with, or that person's strength was too powerful. The former was a good thing, but the latter, Lin Yun stopped thinking about it. If a heavenly soul realm expert really placed his eyes on him, he would definitely be dead no matter what he did. Rubbing his nose, Lin Yun smiled. A small fry like me shouldn't be capable of luring a heavenly soul realm expert to hunt me down, right? Generally speaking, heavenly soul realm experts wouldn't make reckless moves. The Bloodwing Pavilion had many enemies, and heavenly soul realms were their strongest fighting prowess. They could send one to the Wither North Sea, but the gains wouldn't make up for the losses to dispatch one out of the Nether Prefecture. Furthermore, if it was that heavenly soul realm expert from the Bloodwing Pavilion, he would be dead by now. "I'll stop thinking about it for now." Lin Yun retracted his gaze. This was only a minor issue, and it was more important for him to examine the changes after refining the blood. With a single thought, a purple glow was released from Lin Yun's body that formed a membrane on the surface of his body that was engraved with lightning runes. Lin Yun removed his clothes and looked at the surface of his body with shock in his eyes. He could sense the strength brought to him by the lightning runes and the terrifying defensive capability of this membrane. The membrane was similar to the Dracophant war armor. However, the difference between the two was so great that they couldn't be compared at all. The Dracophant war armor was refined into an armor on his body, but this was a membrane on his skin that wouldn't hinder his movements. He could tell that the Azure Dragon Enneaform had a huge origin when he first looked at it, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then again, the Azure Dragon Enneaform required the Azure Dragon's blood to cultivate. Now that he had refined the Azure Dragon's blood, he had formally completed the first two stages of the Azure Dragon Enneaform. He could sense that the armor made up of these lightning runes were stronger than low-grade cosmic artifacts. But Lin Yun had a feeling that this was just the surface of this technique. Strictly speaking, the Azure Dragon Enneaform wasn't a pure body refining technique, as there were some lethal techniques to it. As he cultivated it more, there would be more transformations to his body. He could even use wind and lightning energies to fight for him. Inside his chest was half of the blood essence that had yet to be refined. He could guess that the blood essence would gradually merge with his body as he cultivated the Azure Dragon Enneaform. The two complemented each other, so when he merged with the blood completely, he would also reach the limit of the Azure Dragon Enneaform. Time to test the power. Azure Dragon Enneaform, Monoform. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he poured his origin energy into his right hand. The moment he clenched his fist, the lightning rune appeared and lightning began to flicker on his body. The lightning made it look like there was a dragon coiling around him. When Lin Yun threw out his punch, he unleashed a dazzling brilliance that shined brightly in a 1,000-meter radius. When everything settled down, all signs of life had been annihilated. Lin Yun let out a breath and the membrane on his body gradually disappeared. The power of the monoform had increased by a lot, and it was comparable to the Thunderbolt Slasher. The monoform was already so powerful after refining the Azure Dragon's blood. This meant that he should be able to face those in the Greater Inyang stage once he reached the third stage of the Azure Dragon Enneaform and obtained the Duoform. The Inyang stage was separated into Lesser, Greater, and Complete Mastery. Every time Lin Yun made a breakthrough, his strength would undergo a transformation. Logically speaking, an expert in the Greater Inyang stage could kill 10 cultivators in the Lesser Inyang stage. It was also a threshold since many people would spend 10 or 100 of years stuck in the Lesser Inyang stage. As for the geniuses on the inner ranking who were in the lesser yin-yang stage, they could suppress elders at the same cultivation as them. However, they might face trouble when encountering someone in the greater yin-yang stage. The further one went in cultivation, the greater the gulf would be. Although Lin Yun managed to slay 3 Bloodwing Pavilion's elders, he had a clear understanding of his strength. The 3 lesser yin-yang stage elders were probably weaker than Ji Wuya by themselves. But he knew that he couldn't let his guard down when facing someone in the greater yin-yang stage. As for those geniuses on the inner ranking, there was naturally nothing to say about them. The inner and outer ranking were 2 completely different worlds. As time gradually passed, Lin Yun continued fighting with demonic beasts during the day to temper the Azure Dragon Enneaform. At night, he would comprehend the Overlord Sword. In his free time, he would temper his origin energy to consolidate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Currently, Lin Yun was fighting a hound demonic beast that was huge in size. However, it was no match for him as he used his fist and quickly killed the beast. When it died, the spikes on its body leaked out poison. But since Lin Yun had been training in the mountain range for a long time, he naturally wasn't injured by it. Lin Yun relaxed his fist as he raised his head to look out at the mountain range. The demonic beasts along the way are getting weaker and weaker. It looks like it won't take long for me to get out of here. Since no one from the Bloodwing Pavilion was pursuing him, he believed that he must have shaken them off. Lin Yun pondered briefly and continued his journey since it was time for him to get out. When he stepped out of the forest, a vast plain laid before him. There was a group of people gathered together fighting a demonic beast. The demonic beast was a bull with lightning flickering on its body. Its cultivation was in the pinnacle yang stage. Damn it! Why is there a thunder brute bull here? Lady Yun, run while we stop it. A middle-aged man dressed in blue clothes turned to a lady as he was busy stopping the bull with several others. I won't leave if you guys don't. The lady's face was pale, but her face was firm. Lady Yun, leave quickly. We won't be able to hold it back for long. Several guards were persuading her as they wore ugly expressions. Right at this moment, the thunder brute bull flickered with lightning as it sent several of the guards flying and vomiting blood. Damn it! The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with rage as he stabbed his spear out. The sharp spear only managed to pierce the bull's skin by half an inch. Blood splashed out, which infuriated the bull as it attacked with a bolt of lightning that struck the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man lost his grip on his spear as he was sent flying while throwing up a mouthful of blood. As he flew, he smashed through 3 towering trees. A thunder brute bull? A figure landed on a tree nearby. It was naturally Lin Yun, who had spent a few hours rushing to the border of the mountain range. All the demonic beasts he encountered were weak, so he dealt with them quickly. Lin Yun was surprised to see a thunder brute bull. He ran into many lightning-attributed demonic beasts over the past few days, but they were all overlord demonic beasts, so he didn't dare to touch them. After all, lightning-attributed beast cores were beneficial for him to cultivate the Azure Dragon Enneaform. The thunder brute bull continued to charge towards the middle-aged man with shocking speed. The middle-aged man was a cultivator in the greater yang stage, and he slammed his palm onto the ground just before he soared back into the sky. But when he was mid-air, he was sent flying by the bull, throwing up another mouthful of blood. He knew that he would be dead if this carried on. But right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky, and a palm landed on the bull. The sounds of bones cracking could be heard as the thunder brute bull was sent flying. It was naturally Lin Yun who attacked. The middle-aged man, who was saved, clutched his chest as he got back up on his feet with great difficulty. Uncle Chen. The lady ran over nervously. The middle-aged man looked up ahead and replied, I'm fine. The lady's gaze also fell on Lin Yun, and she was shocked that Lin Yun could send a thunder brute bull flying so easily at such a young age. Thank you for your help. The middle-aged man cupped his hands together. He was also shocked that this young man was so powerful, which was rare. But with his experience, he knew that there were many geniuses in the world. So his shock only lasted for a brief moment before he calmed down. Watch out! The lady suddenly yelled as her face changed. The thunder brute bull that was sent flying away had thrown a bolt of lightning at Lin Yun with a ferocious roar. As the lightning bolt traveled, trees exploded and the ground trembled violently. However, Lin Yun stayed calm as he had stayed vigilant the whole time. He turned around and unleashed his sword aura. Under his aura, it seemed like the lightning bolt was stuck in a swamp as it struggled to travel through the air. Clenching his fists together, Lin Yun threw a punch at the bolt of lightning. He shattered it and sent the thunder brute bull rolling on the ground. 7 slaughtering fist, raging sky. The thunder brute bull had a cultivation in the pinnacle yang stage along with a powerful defense. So it was tough for an ordinary punch to pierce through its defenses. Therefore, Lin Yun didn't want to waste any time. Soaring into the sky, Lin Yun's fist radiated with a purple glow that contained his sword intent. He punched the thunder brute bull tore through its internal organs. If it weren't for the sword intent behind his fist, he wouldn't have penetrated the bull's defenses so easily. The thunder brute bull died immediately. The middle-aged man and the rest were dumbfounded. What power! He killed a thunder brute bull with a single punch. He looks like he's only a few years older than Lady Yun. How is he so strong? The guards were dumbfounded. The geniuses in the ancient southern domain were legends to them, so they were utterly shocked to witness Lin Yun's might. The thunder brute bull suddenly exploded as a beast core flew out. Lin Yun waved his hand and grabbed onto the beast core. The thunder brute bull might only be an elite demonic beast, but the thunder-attributed energy contained in its beast core was extremely pure, so he could make do with it. Hello? My name is Xianxia. How may I address you? The lady stepped forward and asked with splendor in her pupils. When she got close, Lin Yun realized that she was very young, 14 at best. Since he had nothing to hide, Lin Yun told her his name. Big brother Lin, thank you. We would have died if it wasn't for you. Are you an outsider? If you're not in a hurry, you can come with us. I believe my father will thank you well, said Xianxia with anticipation in her eyes. But when she said those words, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow with hesitation on his face. Sensing the expression of the middle-aged man, Lin Yun wanted to deny her, but a sudden ominous aura exploded from behind him. The ominous aura was even stronger than the thunder brute bull, which made the young lady and the middle-aged man's faces change. The aura came from Lil Red, who ran out of the woods and revealed its majestic body. Lil Red emitted a powerful pressure. Don't panic. This is my friend, said Lin Yun as Lil Red came to his side obediently, revealing its bucktooth while it chuckled. This horse is really interesting. Can I touch it? Xianxia was still a little girl, naive and innocent, so she couldn't help asking the moment she saw the dragon-blooded horse. Lin Yun naturally nodded his head and the young girl approached Lil Red to pet it. The two connected pretty well since Lil Red would occasionally tease her, drawing laughter from the young girl. When Lin Yun saw that Lil Red wanted to lick the young girl, he patted on Lil Red. It seemed like a casual thing from Lin Yun, but Lil Red shivered from the pain as it gnashed its teeth. It was almost like it had been electrocuted. Haha, this horse is really cute. Can I ride it? Xianxia smiled with her hands on her cheeks. Missy. The middle-aged man let out a cough and Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. She looked at Lin Yun and gave him an offer. Young Master Lin, you can travel with us. I have to thank you greatly for your help. It was nothing, replied Lin Yun. But when he saw Xianxia's watery eyes, he pondered briefly before he agreed. All right, but I can't stay for long. I have to leave very soon. Lin Yun didn't think there would be an issue if he stayed a short while. He spent quite a bit of time in the mountain range, so it would save him time if someone could lead him out. When Xianxia saw that Lin Yun had agreed, she instantly rejoiced. As they chatted, Lin Yun followed closely on Lil Red. When they came out of the mountain range, the middle-aged man pulled Xianxia to the side and whispered, Missy, the Flagscythe County hasn't been calm lately. It's rare for you to come outside, and those in the stronghold won't be happy if you bring someone back. But I don't think young Master Lin is a bad person. Xianxia lowered her head. Peeking at Lin Yun, she continued, Furthermore, he saved our lives. So how can we not thank him? The middle-aged man knew how stubborn Lung Xiangyun was, so he gave up persuading her. He could only smile bitterly. A genius like Lin Yun probably wouldn't care about any thanks, so it was just a small matter anyway. The young lady hadn't experienced much in life, so he knew that it was useless for him to try and persuade her. Not too calm. Lin Yun could hear their conversation despite being at the back of the party. From their conversation, he had a rough idea of where he was. This place was called Flagscythe County, and its environment wasn't that good. There were two main forces of this county: the Three Eagle stronghold that the young lady belonged to and the Bloodwolf clan. These two forces were the overlord forces of the Flagscythe County, and the conflict between them was intense. The forces here were like the sects located at the borders of the Great Qin Empire. They weren't particularly flagged with righteousness or evil. The competition here was intense and massacres were the norm. As for the strengths of the Three Eagle stronghold and the Bloodwolf clan, they were a lot weaker than the Heavenly Province Academy and even the Firmament Sword sect. Flagscythe County is located in the remote parts of the Cloud Prefecture, so the middle-aged man should be used to the competition here. So why did he say that it wasn't calm? But Lin Yun wasn't particularly interested in the reason, as he only wanted to find a place to rest briefly. Lady Yun is back. Open the gate. How weird. Why did they bring a stranger along? He has a cultivation in the Greater Yang stage at such a young age. Where did this young man come from? Does Flagscythe County have a genius like him? How weird. Lin Yun attracted a lot of attention as he walked. In one of the Three Eagle Stronghold's halls, Lung Xiangyun was telling everyone how her group met Lin Yun. When everyone heard the story, they looked at Lin Yun with a weird gaze. The person with the most authority was a purple-clothed middle-aged man, and he was currently looking at the middle-aged man standing beside Lung Xiangyun. The purple-clothed middle-aged man seemed pretty experienced, and there was a killing aura in his pupils. Although both middle-aged men were in the pinnacle Yang stage, the purple-clothed man was clearly a lot stronger. "Young Master Lin, are you a disciple of the 8 Overlord forces?" asked the purple-clothed middle-aged man. "I'm not," replied Lin Yun. The purple-clothed middle-aged man countered. "Are you a core disciple of a quasi-overlord force then?" "I'm not," said Lin Yun once again. "Then is your name on the Dragon Cloud ranking?" The purple-clothed middle-aged man continued to question Lin Yun with a smile. Placing his sword box to the side, Lin Yun leaned back in his chair as he took a sip of the tea while shaking his head. "Since you're not willing to tell me your origin, then what motive do you have to be in the Three Eagle Stronghold? I'm curious, since you're not a disciple of an overlord force or a core disciple of a quasi-overlord force. If your name isn't on the Dragon Cloud ranking either, then how did you kill a Thunder Brute Bull with a punch?" The purple-clothed middle-aged man retracted his smile as he looked at Lin Yun coldly. The 8 Greater Yang stage experts behind him all raised their heads as they looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun casually glanced at them before turning to the others that were looking at him. He could tell that they were all looking at him with ill intention, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Even Lung Xiangyun was too terrified to speak. Just how not too calm was this place? Since this place didn't welcome him, Lin Yun decided to put the teacup down and leave. "You should stay and sit down obediently," the purple-clothed middle-aged man barked with killing aura brewing in his eyes. Simultaneously, the 8 experts behind him soared into the sky and pounced at Lin Yun, unleashing lethal moves right at the start. The 8 experts looked experienced, and everyone could tell that they had plenty of killing experience. The moment they attacked, they unleashed lethal moves aimed at Lin Yun's vital spots. But that wasn't all, as the 8 of them even summoned their martial souls. When Lin Yun raised his head to look at them, Lung Xiangyun exclaimed, "Don't! Big Brother Lin is a good person." But just when she was about to get up, the middle-aged man behind her pushed her back down into the chair as he followed the purple-clothed middle-aged man's lead. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Lin Yun despite Lung Xiangyun's pleading. "Uncle Chun, don't stop me. Big Brother Lin is in danger." Lung Xiangyun was riddled with guilt because she didn't expect the situation to develop like this. The middle-aged man known as Uncle Chun shook his head. He knew some secrets that Lung Xiangyun didn't, so he also didn't think that anything would happen to Lin Yun. Even if Lin Yun couldn't fight the 8 of them, it shouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Just before the 8 experts were about to land, Lin Yun gently patted the chair as he flashed to the side and dodged their attacks. This left the 8 experts shocked because they never expected Lin Yun to avoid their attacks so easily. But they reacted quickly as they charged forward without hesitation. Facing them, Lin Yun waved his hand indifferently and summoned the sword box into his hand. Before the 8 experts could get close, Lin Yun gently patted the sword box and the dense sword box slammed into them like a mountain. Once hit by the sword box, the 8 experts threw up blood and were sent flying away. But the sword box continued to spin after them, hitting them multiple times and breaking their bones. When the 8 experts fell onto the ground, they groaned in pain because they could no longer get back up. Everyone stood in shock as they looked at Lin Yun. Together with the chair, Lin Yun soared into the sky and landed where he had been sitting. This caused cracks to form on the ground for feet away from his chair. Looking at the purple-clothed middle-aged man, Lin Yun said, "I have no ill intentions. I only ran into Lady Yun coincidentally and saved her. All I need is a place to stay temporarily. It's best for you to explain yourself." Everything took place in the blink of an eye, and if it wasn't for the 8 people lying on the ground, they wouldn't have believed that Lin Yun moved. The purple-clothed middle-aged man's face became ugly, and he only spoke out after a long time had passed. "This was a misunderstanding. My name is Gu Fei. The 3 chiefs of the stronghold are out at the moment, so I'm in charge for the time being. The reason why we acted against you is because we didn't have a choice. 2 months ago, Feng Wuhan, who is ranked in the top 100 of the demonic cultivator ranking, showed up in Flagscythe County and eradicated many forces. He's as young as you, which is why you guys acted against me, seeing that I don't belong to any of the Overlord or Quasi-Overlord forces? Or was it because I'm not on the Dragon Cloud ranking?" Lin Yun finished the sentence for Gu Fei. "I apologize for that matter. But Flagscythe County hasn't been calm lately, and our greatest foe, the Bloodwolf clan, has sent out their elites to attack the 3 Eagle stronghold. The 3 chiefs are out to look for more information. They left early today and they'll be back before the sun sets," Gu Fei said awkwardly as he observed Lin Yun. He said these things to pacify Lin Yun for now and to also let Lin Yun know that the 3 genuine experts of the 3 Eagle stronghold weren't here. Since the 3 Eagle stronghold could rule Flagscythe County, they must be in the Yinyang stage. But Lin Yun had no changes to his expression. Through the battle in the Wither North Sea, he had widened his scope greatly. So, something like this couldn't cause a change in his expression. But for some reason, he could sense something unusual about this matter. The Bloodwolf clan and 3 Eagle stronghold might have a conflict, but they should be far from a life-and-death situation. So it made no sense for the Bloodwolf clan to dispatch all of their elites. Furthermore, the 3 chiefs left the stronghold to obtain more information, which meant disregarding the safety of the stronghold. This made things even more fishy. While they talked, the purple-clothed middle-aged man tried to find out about Lin Yun's origin. When Lin Yun told him that he came from the Great Qin Empire, the purple-clothed middle-aged man was baffled because he clearly didn't believe those words. But Lin Yun didn't want to bother explaining things if Gu Fei didn't believe him. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned dark and the upper hierarchy of the 3 Eagle stronghold began to feel anxious. In the past, even if the 3 chiefs left, they would always return at sunset. But it was fishy that they hadn't come back yet. "Deacon Gu, it's bad." A scout ran in anxiously as he continued. "The Bloodwolf clan is here. They're barely 100 miles away from the stronghold." 100 miles wasn't a very long distance to cultivators. Even profound martial realms could travel that distance in 2 hours. What should we do? Everyone began to feel anxious because their chiefs weren't here, not to mention that Lin Yun had injured 8 of their experts. If the Bloodwolf clan came now, it would definitely be a massacre. "Calm down," Gu Fei yelled after a brief shock. "So what if they're here? The 3 Eagle stronghold has been here for many years. They won't be able to break the array protecting the stronghold anytime soon. Issue an order to be on alert and seal all the exits." Lin Yun was inwardly shocked as things were getting more interesting. It was too much of a coincidence for the Bloodwolf clan's elites to come when the 3 chiefs weren't around. Lin Yun could tell that Gu Fei was just pretending to be calm. Without a yin-yang stage expert present, it was just a matter of time before they would break into the stronghold and create a bloodbath. Lin Yun, however, had no intention of interfering as he began to stroll around the stronghold. He could see people gathering at a visible speed beneath the walls to seal the entire stronghold. This made Lin Yun frown because he was planning on finding an opportunity to leave. He knew that he would be intercepted by the Bloodwolf clan if he left like this. The Bloodwolf clan had many Yang stage experts, and it was rumored that their sect master was someone in the greater Yin-Yang stage. The best opportunity would be to leave when both sides were fighting. But he had no idea what the Bloodwolf clan was trying to do. Right at this moment, 3 powerful figures appeared, which made everyone in the stronghold cheer. "The chiefs are back!" Lin Yun raised his head in doubt to see an elder appearing. The elder emitted a powerful aura that was even more powerful than the outer sect of the Bloodwing Pavilion's Grand Elder. That man was probably Lang Xiangyu's father, one of the chiefs of the stronghold. Lin Yun was surprised to find such a powerful figure at the border of the Cloud Prefecture. Behind him were the 2 other chiefs, but they were both injured. The 3 of them might have the same cultivation, but there was clearly a huge gulf between them. This meant that Chief Lung must have had an encounter when he was young. After Chief Lung comforted everyone, he said, "There's no need to panic. I've already checked. The Bloodwolf clan's target isn't us but the Thundercloud Treasury." Thundercloud Treasury? How is that possible? So, the place where Lei Yunzi is buried is really Flagscythe County? Isn't that just a legend, though? Many geniuses from the Overlord sects have searched through the Flagscythe County, but they found nothing. How is that possible? Even if Lei Yunzi was buried in Flagscythe County, how did the Bloodwolf clan find out about the location? Everyone had shock written on their faces. This is true. Me and the second chief were injured by that fellow from the Bloodwing sect. That fellow had a treasure map from long ago that he managed to decipher just recently. The 2 Yin-Yang stage experts beside Chief Lung explained the situation further. The 2 of them were injured pretty heavily as they both had huge gashes on their chests. Their wounds were so deep that their internal organs could be seen. So one could imagine how brutal the battle must have been for them. I know that there's a treasure map, but I didn't expect it to be in the hands of the Bloodwolf clan. Chief Lung said solemnly with a somewhat paled face. In the distance, Lin Yun was in deep thoughts as he seemed to have understood something. The Bloodwolf clan sent out their elites to intimidate the Three Eagle stronghold while they sent out experts to search the tomb. But who the hell was Lei Yunzi? Lin Yun couldn't help feeling curious about Lei Yunzi. Perhaps Lei Yunzi was a famous name to those in Flagscythe County. But Lin Yun was totally baffled. Looking at the shock on everyone's faces, he could tell that the Thundercloud Treasury was a huge source of temptation for everyone present. Chief Lung swept his gaze around and discovered Lin Yun's existence. Despite his eyes flickering with doubt, he continued his speech. The Bloodwolf clan are a bunch of cunning fellows. They refined the Flame Dragon armor and caught the 3 of us by surprise. It wasn't easy for us to retreat, but we'll lose our position in the county if they obtain the Thundercloud Treasury. The Flame Dragon armor? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because it appeared that his speculation was correct. The Bloodwolf clan had relied on a treasure to confront the 3 chiefs. But it appears that they didn't have anyone in the greater Yin-Yang stage. Otherwise, the 3 chiefs wouldn't make it back. After all, the gap between a lesser and a greater Yin-Yang stage was immense. Lin Yun definitely wouldn't be able to fight the sect master if his cultivation was really in the greater Yang stage, and it would be difficult for him to even leave safely. However, if his cultivation wasn't in the greater Yin-Yang stage, then he wouldn't be very terrifying. What should we do now? Everyone cried out while the upper hierarchy's eyes flickered. The 3 chiefs didn't know that the other party had totally refined the Flame Dragon armor in the past. But since they knew about it now, they might not be at a disadvantage anymore. Furthermore, the Three Eagle stronghold also had many experts. It didn't take long for them to come to a consensus. There was no way they could give the Thundercloud Treasury to the Bloodwolf clan. But they also couldn't disregard the Bloodwolf clan's men stationed outside the Three Eagle stronghold. So someone had to stay behind to guard the place. As for the treasury's location, there was no need for them to worry as they could simply tail the Bloodwolf clan. Since the treasury was within the Three Eagle Stronghold's vicinity, it was impossible for the Bloodwolf clan to shake them off. Very quickly, all the Yang stage experts from the Three Eagle Stronghold gathered and formed a powerful formation. There were 3 in the Pinnacle Yang stage, 8 in the Greater Yang stage, and 11 in the Lesser Yang stage. Adding the 3 chiefs, there were a total of 25 people. Chief Lung, what should we do with this person? Gu Fei asked as he looked at Lin Yun coldly. He was only amicable to Lin Yun to pacify him temporarily. Now that the 3 chiefs were back, any single one of them could easily crush Lin Yun. Kill him. That brat didn't go easy earlier when he attacked. He's just someone with unclear origins, not to mention that he even claimed to be from the Great Qin Empire. How can a place so small give birth to such a terrifying genius? No one had a favorable impression of Lin Yun, especially the 8 that Lin Yun had injured previously. This was why many of them suggested killing Lin Yun. Then again, it made sense since Flagscythe County was a lawless place. No, don't. Father, young Master Lin saved my life. I was the one who brought him back. Let him go, said Lung Xiangyun anxiously. Standing beside her, the middle-aged man shook his head. Lung Xiangyun was too innocent and naive. How could a ruthless person such as her father care if Lin Yun saved his daughter? He would even probably suspect that Lin Yun had ulterior motives in doing this, especially when the Thundercloud treasury had just appeared. There was no change to Lin Yun's expression. In fact, he was looking forward to how the chiefs would respond. Chief Lung's eyes flickered unevenly because he could sense a dangerous aura coming from Lin Yun, which signified that Lin Yun wasn't an ordinary cultivator in the Greater Yang stage. This meant that Lin Yun shouldn't be someone from Flagscythe County or even the Cloud Prefecture. At the same time, Lin Yun shouldn't be a wandering cultivator as the ominous aura on a wandering cultivator couldn't be concealed. Most importantly, Lin Yun was still so calm despite everyone wanting to kill him. This was why Chief Lung hesitated. But nevertheless, Lin Yun was an uncertain factor. Young friend, are you interested in coming with us to the Thundercloud treasury? You can have a share of the treasury, smiled Chief Lung as he made his decision swiftly. Oh? Lin Yun looked at Chief Lung and replied calmly, sure. He was rather surprised that he would be invited. Then again, he understood the meaning behind it quickly. Since they weren't sure how strong he was, they might as well make use of him. They didn't have to fear if he had an ulterior motive either since they had more people. Especially Chief Lung, who probably thought that Lin Yun wasn't too powerful. He didn't even fear someone in the lesser Yin Yang stage, not to mention someone only in the Greater Yang stage. Furthermore, it was definitely better for them to have more people since the Bloodwolf clan's sect master had refined the Flame Dragon armor. So everything was within his control regardless of the situation. Who's Lei Yunzi? Lin Yun asked. What? You don't even know Lei Yunzi? Everyone looked at Lin Yun with shock. Chief Lin glanced at Lin Yun and smiled. Young friend, you might not know about this person since you're not from here, but there aren't many who don't know about him in Flagscythe County or the entire Cloud Prefecture. 200 years ago, he was a monstrous genius from the Indigo Moon Elysium. He was extremely talented and was ranked first on the Dragon Cloud ranking 2 times in a row. But not long after, he betrayed the Indigo Moon Elysium and no one knows why. Then, he relied on an ancient incomplete slip to create the Blood Devour demonic cannon, an unparalleled demonic technique that was comparable to heaven-grade cultivation technique. Thus, through this demonic technique, he could devour human flesh and refine them for his own cultivation. Although the Indigo Moon Elysium sent people to hunt him, they failed and were killed by him instead. The Blood Devour demonic cannon. Lin Yun was shocked that such an evil cultivation technique existed in the world. After all, it refined the flesh of others for the purposes of cultivation. He couldn't imagine how quick the improvements would be, and just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. 200 years ago, Lei Yunzi emerged with the Blood Devour demonic cannon and killed all the elders sent from the Indigo Moon Elysium to hunt him down. He created chaos in the entire Cloud Prefecture. Many sects sent out men to hunt him, but Lei Yunzi managed to escape every single time with his high attainments in spiritual runes. He killed his pursuers and grew even stronger. But that demonic technique was flawed. The further you cultivate it, the higher the requirement will be. No one dared to provoke him anymore by the time he was in the heavenly soul realm. He was stuck in the seventh soul stage for a long time, so he had to take the risk to kill his way back to the indigo moon Ilium in order to devour the heavenly soul realm elders. But it was a pity that he was killed by an Empyrean elder. Although he managed to escape, he was heavily injured in the process. 15 years ago, it was rumored that he died in Flagscythe County after a battle with his pursuers. Before his death, he buried his cultivation technique and all his treasures in his tomb. Those who heard this exclaimed in admiration. Lei Yunzi might be evil, but his stories were shocking. Many years ago, the elites from the various sects would send people into the Flagscythe County to search for Lei Yunzi's tomb, but they all returned empty-handed. The number of people decreased 5 years later, and not many people believe in it anymore. They treat it like a legend now. But now, the legend had come true. The Bloodwolf clan actually found the Thundercloud treasury. The treasures in there would probably exceed all of their expectations. After all, he probably had more treasures than many quasi-overlord forces. Chief Lung wore a grave expression as he continued. No matter what, we can't let the Bloodwolf clan have the Thundercloud treasury. If they obtain the Blood-Devour demonic cannon, we will surely be destroyed. That's right, the Bloodwolf clan has annihilated many sects in the past. If they obtain this, they will only be more terrifying than Lei Yunzi. We can compete for the treasures left behind by Lei Yunzi, but the Blood-Devour demonic cannon has to be destroyed. Everyone could feel their blood boiling from Chief Lung's words. Lin Yun was watching from the side coldly. Despite how righteous these people might seem to be, they weren't any different than the Bloodwolf clan. Many people's attainments were limited due to their talent and comprehension. However, the Blood-Devour demonic cannon could allow them to increase their cultivation by devouring the flesh of others. If they could get their hands on it, they could easily break their bottleneck and would be left with endless possibilities. Not many people could resist this temptation. Yuner. Chief Lung turned to his beloved daughter and said, Lei Yunzi was a 4th-grade spiritualist before his death, so the treasury will definitely be filled with spiritual arrays. You're proficient in spiritual runes, so come along with us. Oh, okay. Lung Xiangyun nodded her head after being stunned. Proficient in spiritual runes. Lin Yun looked at Lung Xiangyun and fell into deep thoughts. Lung Xiangyun wore a bashful expression as she lowered her head. And no, I'm just a 2nd-grade spiritualist. She could sense a pressure from Lin Yun that only spiritualists could sense. Others couldn't see it, but Lung Xiangyun could clearly sense the soul energy on Lin Yun. So how could she dare to claim that she was proficient in spiritual runes in front of Lin Yun? After the two chiefs recovered most of their injuries, the group, including Lin Yun, set off during the night. The Three Eagle Stronghold's elites set off late at night. Occasionally, they ran into the Bloodwolf clan's blockade, but they would resolve it easily. After all, the weakest among them was in the Greater Yang stage, which excluded Leng Xiangyun. Found it! The Three Eagle Stronghold finally found the Bloodwolf clan's elites in a desolate mountain. The Three Eagle Stronghold spanned thousands of miles, so they were more familiar with the terrain than the Bloodwolf clan was. There was a camp at the edge of the mountain. The Bloodwolf clan's men were elites, and their leader was a man with a long scar across the right side of his face. He was donned in thick battle armor engraved with dragon-patterned runes on it. As the runes flickered, a flame dragon could be seen coiled around him. This man was the Bloodwolf clan's sect master. Many people in Flagscythe County address him as Bloodwolf due to his brutality and bloodlust. A loser dares to come back again? Did you forget that you guys were defeated by me? It looks like the previous lesson wasn't enough for you, said Bloodwolf coldly with a sinister smile. His armor began to flicker as a ferocious aura in the Yin-Yang stage exploded out. A storm quickly swept through the valley because of Bloodwolf. Trash of the Three Eagle Stronghold, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing all of you. Ha ha ha. The Bloodwolf clan's party laughed at the Three Eagle Stronghold. Lin Yun swept a glance at Bloodwolf. In terms of aura, his aura was slightly stronger than Chief Ling. However, with his armor, he was even more terrifying. With his armor on, he might even be able to contend against an expert in the greater Inyang stage. The Flame Dragon armor had given everyone from the Blood Wolf clan confidence. But that didn't deter the Three Eagle stronghold as they approached the camp. "Don't put on an act with me. If you were really that capable, why did you let us go? Since the Thundercloud treasury is on the boundary of the Three Eagle stronghold, there's no way you can shake us off. In the worst scenario, I could leak the news and neither of us would get the treasures," said Chief Lung coldly. He didn't cower a bit in front of the Blood Wolf clan. With him and the two other chiefs standing by, the Three Eagle stronghold was relieved. When the Blood Wolf clan heard Chief Lung's words, their faces changed. They weren't afraid of the Three Eagle stronghold, but if news got out to the Quasi-Overlord or Overlord forces in the Cloud Prefecture, it would be troublesome. There was no way the Blood Wolf clan could contend with those forces. Blood Wolf's gaze was grim because he also had concerns. The reason why the three chiefs had to escape from him before was because they didn't know about the armor. But now that they came prepared, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat them again. Then again, it would be impossible for the three chiefs to touch him. He was filled with confidence now that he had refined the Flame Dragon armor. Even if he ran into an expert in the greater Inyang stage, he was confident of protecting himself. The Flame Dragon armor was stronger than he had imagined. The Three Eagle stronghold has been here for years and we know this region well. If I'm right, it won't be easy for you to find the treasury even with the treasure map, said Chief Lung. Bloodwolf's eyes flickered because Chief Lung was right. Despite having a treasure map, they had no success even after an entire night of searching. They couldn't verify the symbols on the map. They could only confirm that the treasury was within this general vicinity of 1,000 miles. A 1,000-mile radius wasn't huge to a Violet Palace realm expert, but it would be troublesome for them to search the place. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts by the side. Chief Lung might seem to have made a strong case, but in reality, he just didn't wish to clash with the Blood Wolf clan. It was probably because Chief Lung had concerns about Blood Wolf's Flame Dragon armor. In fact, there probably wasn't much he could do to Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf hesitated, which proved that Chief Lung had quite a bit of methods. Blood Wolf might not know, but Lin Yu knew that the two chiefs were still injured and they weren't in their top form. If they really fought, the Three Eagle stronghold wouldn't gain an advantage. So they're going to join hands? This thought flashed in Lin Yun's mind as he wore a smile. It was just as he had expected. The stalemate lasted briefly before both sides stopped their dispute for the time being. The elites of the Blood Wolf clan and the Three Eagle stronghold were shocked. After all, the two parties had a long feud, so they were filled with indignation at joining forces. It was especially so for the Blood Wolf clan because they didn't want to share the treasury. Only Blood Wolf was sneering inwardly without any changes to his face. In the end, strength was required to compete for the treasury, so it didn't really matter if they called a truce for the time being. Since Blood Wolf was undefeated with the Flame Dragon armor, he believed that he would win in the end. With that, both sides had called a temporary truce. After all, it was impossible for the Three Eagle stronghold to find the treasury without the map. Take a look at it for yourself. According to the map, the treasury should be 100 miles northeast. However, we searched for an entire night and we didn't find a tall mountain aside from some hills. Blood Wolf handed the map to Chief Lung. The Three Eagle stronghold's party gathered together to examine the map briefly before they started laughing. "What are you guys laughing at?" Blood Wolf said coldly. "Nothing much. We already know about this location. Indeed, there isn't a tall mountain in the surroundings, but there was one 15 years ago. However, it was destroyed by Lei Yunzi himself with a palm in a battle, and only the veterans of the Three Eagle stronghold know about it." Destroyed with a palm? Lin Yun stayed calm after hearing this. It might sound a bit exaggerated, but it wasn't impossible for Heavenly Soul Realm experts. "Come with me." Chief Lung led everyone over to some ruins. There were no traces of the mountain that used to be here. 100 miles northeast. "Over there. Let's go." Everyone got ready to move. Very quickly, they arrived at a valley that was filled with spiritual energy, but there was nothing unusual about this place. Blood Wolf looked at the valley and asked, Are you sure this is the place? This should be the place if your map isn't wrong. Many sex elites came here to search after Lei Yunzi's death, but they returned empty-handed. So there must be an illusion maze or some sort, said Chief Lung with interest building deep in his eyes. Blood Wolf returned to the Blood Wolf clan's party and began to talk with a purple-clothed old man. That fellow actually managed to invite Master Fu. Chief Lung was surprised as the others from the Three Eagle Stronghold also recognized the old man. Is he strong? Lin Yun asked. Aside from Master Gu, he has the highest attainment in spiritual runes in Flagscythe County. I heard that he was once a guest from the Azurefoot Academy, a third-grade spiritualist, Chief Lung explained before turning to the two other chiefs. The Thundercloud treasury must be here. Let's go, we'll see what we find. Yuner, we'll be depending on you later. Lung Xiangyun nodded her head. She was a second-grade spiritualist, but there was no way she could be comparable to a third-grade spiritualist. At the edge of the valley, Lin Yun looked at those who were busy in the valley and fell into deep thoughts. If the treasury was really here, the array that Lei Yunzi set up back then must be rather powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to fool so many people. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun started releasing the Firefeather spiritual rune in his profound palace as he began to release soul energy. After a long time, Lin Yun opened his eyes in shock. No fluctuation at all? He couldn't sense any spiritual rune fluctuations in the valley. If there was really a spiritual array here, then it was rather powerful. Narrowing his eyes briefly, the Firefeather rune in his profound palace began to emit a golden light, releasing a wisp of the divine rune's power. After Lin Yun exhausted half of his soul energy, he retracted his gaze and roughly had an idea of what to do. On the other side, the Blood Wolf clan's guest Master Gu had locked their brows together. Is it really here? There's nothing? Is the treasure map fake? Half an hour later, the Blood Wolf clan and Three Eagle Stronghold's men started to get irritated. Level the valley. Don't let go of a single inch. Blood Wolf instructed as everyone began to destroy the valley. Lin Yun shook his head lightly when he saw this because he knew it was futile. A powerful spiritualist could merge the spiritual array into heaven and earth, and you wouldn't sense anything even if you were in it. Looks like I have to help out. Lin Yun muttered inwardly before he spoke out. There's no way you guys can find the Thundercloud treasury this way. The moment he spoke, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Blood Wolf and Chief Lung turned to look at Lin Yun. If it was someone else in Lin Yun's position, they would feel a great deal of pressure. However, Lin Yun had no changes to his face as he continued. If there's really a spiritual array here, it's best for us to scout the natural environment. A powerful spiritual array can merge with the surrounding, so destroying the surrounding is futile. Is he speaking the truth? Blood Wolf turned to look at Master Fu with doubt in his eyes. Master Fu nodded his head. There's indeed such a saying. He probably has some attainments in spiritual runes. But for now, we should listen to what he has to say. Master Fu was a pinnacle third-grade spiritualist. Although what Lin Yun said made sense, he didn't really believe it. He didn't believe that Lei Yunzi's attainments in spiritual runes would be so high. If Lei Yunzi had set up a concealing array, then he would be able to find a flaw in it sooner or later. Blood Wolf and Chief Lung waved their hands to stop their men from destroying the surroundings. You guys still don't understand? Lin Yun sneered as he continued. If there's really a spiritual array here that merges with the natural environment, then we're already in the spiritual array itself. So why bother finding it? Master Fu's eyes lit up when he heard that because he had a clear picture of their situation. Lung Xiangyun also pondered Lin Yun's words for a moment before joy filled her face as she looked at Lin Yun. That must be it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to sense any spiritual rune fluctuations. But it would make sense if we were in the array. Since that's the case, then we just have to observe our surroundings. We'll be able to find the flaw eventually, said Master Fu in excitement. Since they were already in the array, why would they try to look for one? It was like using a torch to look for light. Once everyone had a clear idea of what to do, the Three Eagle Stronghold and Blood Wolf clan began to search their surroundings for abnormalities. No one cared about Lin Yun anymore, and Lin Yun was happy to have it that way. But when he toured the valley, he couldn't help feeling perplexed. The Bloodwolf clan and Three Eagle Stronghold were currently searching the terrain. The terrain? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. What could they possibly tell from the terrain? In reality, Lin Yun had already found the peculiar spots in the array, since his soul mark contained a wisp of the divine rune's power. He had a rough idea of where the flaws were, but everyone would be shocked if he revealed them. Time gradually passed as the men from the Three Eagle Stronghold and Bloodwolf clan continued their search. Although they found many unusual places, they still couldn't find anything concrete. Lin Yun walked over to Lung Xiangyun. She had been examining the valley by relying on her attainments in spiritual runes. Sweat was covering her forehead and her brows were tightly scrunched. She was truly hard-working. Anything that the Three Eagle Stronghold thought was suspicious, she would immediately examine. After all, they feared that they would fall behind the Bloodwolf clan. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. He also wanted a share of the Thundercloud treasury, but he knew that it would be dangerous for him to go alone. So after a brief pondering, he formed a plan. Taking a handkerchief out of his interspatial pouch, he spoke to Lung Xiangyun. "Here. This is for you." Lung Xiangyun was briefly stunned before she took it happily to wipe her forehead. "Thank you, Big Brother Lin. It's all thanks to your reminder that we are making progress. Otherwise, we might still be in the dark right now. Didn't you sense that we've been perspiring even more ever since we entered the valley?" Lin Yun asked. "Really?" Lung Xiangyun tilted her head and pondered briefly before she rejoiced. "The wind! It must be the wind. Thank you so much, Big Brother Lin." The wind. Lung Xiangyun's cheer had attracted many people's attention. Those from the Bloodwolf clan and Three Eagle Stronghold, who were proficient in spiritual runes, were briefly stunned before they started sneering. "What a joke. How does wind have anything to do with the spiritual array here? Are you trying to tell us that we're blinded by the wind? The wind might be weaker than it is on the outside, but it's not surprising since this is a valley." Lung Xiangyun turned to look at Lin Yun. When she saw Lin Yun nodding his head, she mustered her courage and said, "The spiritual array here must be an illusory maze, such as the scenery that we're seeing right now. This is definitely not the true appearance of the valley. If there's anything unusual here, then it's the wind. If I'm right, the center of the array must be at the source of the wind. It wouldn't be tough for Yinyang stage experts to stop the wind in this valley. But that was based on the prerequisite that someone would believe her." "She's right." While everyone was feeling doubtful, Master Fu backed her up. Shock was in his eyes because he didn't believe that Lung Xiangyun managed to connect the array with the wind. Could it be him? Master Fu turned to look at Lin Yun. Lung Xiangyun was only in her teens, so naturally everyone doubted her. But no one doubted it anymore since Master Fu had spoken. Bloodwolf and Chief Lung exchanged a glance before they closed their eyes and unleashed a terrifying aura that spread throughout the valley. When everyone sensed what they were doing, they quickly soared into the sky and left with shock on their faces. In the blink of an eye, Bloodwolf and Chief Lung were the only ones left in the valley. Lin Yun squinted his eyes as he looked at Chief Lung. The more he looked at Chief Lung, the more shocked he was. Others might not be able to see anything, but Lin Yun could because he had experience fighting 3 Yinyang stage elders. He could sense a concealed aura on Chief Lung that was a lot more terrifying than the Grand Elder of the Bloodwing Pavilion's outer sect. He was baffled because it made no sense for a lesser Yinyang stage expert to be in such a remote place. It was even more confusing because he was more powerful than the elders of quasi-overlord forces. Lin Yun could vaguely sense the terrifying origin energy coming from Chief Lung, but he wasn't sure about it. After all, every Yinyang stage expert had their own trump cards. As for Bloodwolf, he also wasn't a pushover. The flame dragon armor he was wearing had merged together with his flesh, and the violent aura emitted from the dragon-shaped runes were terrifying. While Lin Yun examined them, they opened their eyes at the same time and smiled. "Found it!" The two soared into the sky and reappeared 1,000 meters away, showing great rapport as they threw out their fists at the same time. Their punches caused a huge commotion as everyone had excitement on their faces. The source of the wind has appeared. The punches destroyed the source of the wind, and the terrain instantly underwent a drastic transformation. Then, the sky was covered in thunderclouds. Rumbling lightning filled the air, and the entire valley suddenly became barren. There weren't any traces of life anymore. Everyone they saw previously had disappeared, which shocked everyone, including Lin Yun. This was the genuine appearance of the valley. The center of the valley had a huge crater with flickering lightning. The Thundercloud Treasury. That must be the Thundercloud Treasury's entrance. Everyone yelled emotionally. Found it! Bloodwolf and Chief Lung both had joy on their faces. In the next second, everyone began to charge over towards the crater. Looking at the crater, Lin Yun was baffled because the crater was a little too terrifying. It was as though there was a demon in it. Was the array meant to seal off the palace, or was it simply an illusory maze to prevent people from finding it? If it was only an illusory maze, then the dangers inside would greatly decrease. After all, the dangers were meant to test if the people here were qualified to inherit Lei Yunzi's treasures. But if it was a seal, then it would be troublesome, as it would mean that this place was extremely dangerous. Young lad, what are you thinking about? Do you have any thoughts about the treasury's entrance? Master Fu came over to ask, seeing that Lin Yun stayed behind. How can I possibly know anything if you don't already know it? Lin Yun didn't like the old man and headed over to the crater. That brat must know something. Master Fu looked at Lin Yun's figure coldly as he fell into deep thoughts. It looks like he had to tell Bloodwolf to keep an eye on this brat. Lightning rumbled from within the crater, making it look eerie under the shade of the thunderclouds. But those standing by the crater had excitement on their faces. Aside from talent and comprehension, cultivators could only rely on encounters to grow stronger. The Thundercloud Treasury might not be comparable to the Empyrean's tomb since it had only been 15 years since it was sealed, but Lei Yunzi was still someone in the 7th soul stage of the heavenly soul realm. He was a legend, and the treasures he left behind were tempting to the Bloodwolf clan and Three Eagle stronghold. With such a temptation laid before them, no one could think about anything else. When Lin Yun arrived, he looked at the crater and fell into deep thoughts. This crater looked like a demonic nest, and he could tell that this would be dangerous. The array left by that old geezer is really troublesome. Bloodwolf sneered before giving a signal to his men. The Bloodwolf clan's men soared into the sky and leaped into the crater, disregarding the danger. You! Go! Chief Lung cursed as he led everyone from the Three Eagle stronghold. At this moment, there was no way he could allow himself to fall behind. A brief moment later, almost everyone entered the crater. Lin Yun wanted to express his concerns, but clearly, no one cared about his opinion. That aside, weren't they afraid of the danger by going down directly? Aside from Yin-Yang stage experts, there was no certainty that anyone else would be safe, even if they were in the pinnacle Yang stage. As for those in the lesser Yang stage, it was even more dangerous. Lin Yun shook his head at their actions. It didn't matter to him, though. The wind and lightning energies couldn't hurt him. Things developed just as Lin Yun had expected. When he jumped down, he could hear a violent crackling of lightning followed by a series of howls. The crater was roaring with violent wind and lightning. Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Enneaform to refine all the violent wind and lightning energies coming at him. Not only was he uninjured, but his body-refining technique was improving. Follow him. Chief Lung looked at Lin Yun and instantly sensed the peculiar signs on Lin Yun. He could tell that the wind and lightning energies around Lin Yun were weaker. As they followed Lin Yun, the pressure they felt instantly dropped. 15 minutes later, Lin Yun landed on the ground. Meanwhile, the Bloodwolf clan's men weren't in great shape. Basically, everyone in the lesser Yang stage was killed by lightning. As for the Three Eagle stronghold, their situation was slightly better because they followed behind Lin Yun. They were spared from suffering some losses. Big brother, there's something unusual about this brat, said the third chief as he looked at Lin Yun. He isn't a problem, right? Don't bother. He's only in the greater Yang stage, so there's nothing he can do about the situation. Since he's on our side for now, we might as well make use of him. The three chiefs were conversing among themselves secretly. Once both parties landed on the ground, an explosion sounded out as two figures descended beside the crater. The one on the left looked to be 15 or 16, but he seemed rather experienced in life from his eyes. He was holding onto a sword with his hand as he wore an eerie smile. He was giving off a powerful pressure in the yin-yang stage which shocked many people. Having a yin-yang stage cultivation at such a young age was rare, even in the entire ancient southern domain. Beside him stood an old man donned in gray clothes and his face covered with wrinkles. The Bloodwolf clan and Three Eagles stronghold became cautious when they sensed the newcomer's aura. "Who are you?" But the moment they questioned, a rumbling sword intent echoed in the valley as the youth drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword rays lit up the entire valley. It only took a second for him to kill all those who were stationed beside the crater. Feng Wuhan, one of the nearby cultivators, managed to hold on, but fear was on his face. So the youth was Feng Wuhan, a demonic cultivator who showed up in Flagscythe County recently. He was clearly over 50 years old, but he looked like a young teen. This was why Lin Yun was mistaken for Feng Wuhan when he arrived at the Three Eagle stronghold. After killing those stationed by the crater, Feng Wuhan took out a napkin to wipe the blood that splashed on his face. A brief moment later, he took out a mirror and examined himself before putting it away with satisfaction. The gray-clothed old man gagged inwardly as he diverted the topic. "Feng Wuhan, you're so calm even though you let the Three Eagle stronghold and Bloodwolf clan enter first? Why not? There are 3 copies to this treasure map. Since I dared to let the Bloodwolf clan find the last copy, I naturally have the confidence to deal with them. But I'm just surprised that the Three Eagle stronghold actually meddled in this matter," said Feng Wuhan. When Feng Wuhan mentioned the Three Eagle stronghold, he had surprise on his face. He never expected that the Three Eagle stronghold would meddle in this affair. But he wasn't too bothered about it since it would only make things slightly more troublesome. The gray-clothed old man glanced at Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan was close to the greater yin-yang stage and he had a strong sword intent, so his confidence made sense. A brief moment later, he spoke out. "Lei Yunzi might possess many treasures, but there are only 5 precious ones. The Blood Devour demonic cannon, Indigo Flame Thunderwhip, Azurewood Wine, Dreamcatcher Flower, and the profound lightning bead left by your master. I wonder which one are you interested in?" Feng Wuhan smiled. "It's naturally best for me to have it all. But what I want the most isn't the Blood Devour demonic cannon or the profound lightning bead, but the youthful pellet he stole from the Flowery Rain Pavilion." As the name implied, the youthful pellet would allow one to maintain a youthful appearance. This instantly left the gray-clothed old man speechless because Feng Wuhan was unusually strange. "But I need to obtain the profound lightning bead first. With the bead, I'll be able to suppress those 2 geezers. Master Gu Yen, you should be able to obtain it with your outstanding attainments in spiritual runes, right?" Feng Wuhan asked with a cold light flickering across his pupils. "Don't worry about it. The guy that the Bloodwolf clan invited, Master Fu, was expelled from the Azurefoot Academy back then. As for that lass from the Three Eagle stronghold, how can she possibly compare to me?" So it turned out that the gray-clothed old man was the strongest spiritualist in Flagscythe County, Master Gu. At the bottom of the crater, both sides were taking a break because they didn't know what was happening on the surface. Both Bloodwolf and Chief Leng's faces were ugly because they suffered so many deaths right from the start. But they had to continue because it was no longer possible for them to return. "There's a cave up ahead." A brief moment later, the scouts sent by the Bloodwolf clan and Three Eagle stronghold returned. The news they brought back put excitement on everyone's faces as they got up on their feet. "Let's go!" Guided by the scouts, the group journeyed until stopping in a dark and serene cave. The cave was tightly shut. When they got close, they could see a faint light coming from the cave and everyone could see the 2 majestic statues by the cave. The statues were 2 ferocious tigers and they were roughly half a meter tall. These statues? Lin Yun could sense something unusual about the statues, but he wasn't sure what it was. The others looked at the statues briefly before their eyes were glued to the 2 words engraved at the top of the cave. Chief Lung had excitement on his face as he muttered, "Thundercloud Treasury. His right hand came in contact with one of the tiger's heads and the ground began to start shaking. Vaguely, a tiger's roar echoed out, and it seemed like they would be buried at any moment. "What have you done?" Bloodwolf barked as he looked at Chief Lung. "I don't know. I just touched it a little," Chief Lung said as he was clearly panicking. "You fool! Are you trying to kill us all?" Bloodwolf cursed. As the ground shook violently, the Bloodwolf clan opened the doors to the cave and yelled, "Sect Master, come in!" With that, everyone quickly entered the cave without any hesitation. Lin Yun entered last, but he maintained calmness on his face when he did. But before he entered, he looked at the stone statue that Chief Lung had touched previously with doubt written on his face. He didn't think much and patted the tiger's head again. This time, there wasn't a commotion as the two tigers looked like ordinary statues. Weird? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts as he wondered if Chief Lung really touched it accidentally. But after a brief thought, Lin Yun touched the tiger on the right and there was still no reaction. Then, right at this moment, a cold gaze shot over from the cave as it came from Master Fu, who noticed that Lin Yun didn't follow them. "That old geezer." Lin Yun waved his sleeve before entering the treasury. Perhaps there really was no trick. Lin Yun stopped thinking about it and entered the cave. He decided to push it to the back of his mind and merely took note of it. But his suspicion of Chief Lung wouldn't be removed anytime soon. The group traveled carefully through the cave and both parties sent out their men who were proficient in spiritual runes to scout the place. Lei Yunzi might not have been a genuine spiritualist, but the means he left behind were troublesome. They could run into danger at any moment, so Master Fu, who had been watching Lin Yun, couldn't be bothered with Lin Yun anymore. Master Fu was leading the Bloodwolf clan's party, breaking through the arrays carefully. As for the Three Eagle Stronghold, they could only rely on Lung Xiangyun. She might only be a second-grade spiritualist, but she was rapidly growing. Occasionally, when she ran into trouble, she would turn back to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun might not be proficient in spiritual arrays, but he had garnered plenty of experiences in the Heavenly Province Academy, especially under Mo Ling's hellish teaching. At the very least, even Master Fu couldn't compare to him in terms of spiritual runes. Furthermore, his soul mark, the Firefeather rune, contained a trace of the divine rune's power. This was something that he would always be better than Master Fu in. He wasn't stingy with his teaching, so he would answer Lung Xiangyun whenever she asked him for help. So under Lin Yun's help, the Three Eagle Stronghold's losses were a lot less than the Bloodwolf clan's losses. Many times, the Three Eagle Stronghold would get past the spiritual arrays that the Bloodwolf clan had trouble in. This caused Bloodwolf to glare at Lin Yun from time to time. He knew that there was no way Lung Xiangyun's attainments in spiritual runes were comparable to Master Fu. They were only cooperating for the time being, so if they suffered too many losses along the way, they would be in a disadvantageous position when they got to the treasury. Lin Yun was ruining everything. "Stop!" Everyone was walking towards a platform and Master Fu's face changed just when they were about to get close to it. He quickly issued a signal for the Bloodwolf clan's party to stop. "Father, there's something unusual up ahead. Be careful," said Lung Xiangyun with her brows locked together. Lung Xiangyun and Master Fu didn't sense any spiritual rune fluctuations coming from the platform, but they could sense something unusual about it. But this wasn't an intersection, so they had to carry on despite the danger. With that, everyone raised their guards as they approached a long tunnel after going up the platform. But before they could even react, hundreds and thousands of metal beads suddenly fell onto the stage and created explosions. Along with a lightning rumble, the metal beads exploded and released a dazzling flash. In the next second, countless small blade fragments shot out from the metal bead and flew around. The blade fragments were extremely sharp and had terrifying explosive power, so they sliced off the heads of many greater Yang stage elites. "Let's go!" Everyone's faces changed as they covered themselves with their origin energy and began running. All of them used their weapons to deflect the blade fragments away. At this critical moment, everyone's strength was revealed. Bloodwolf and the three Yin-Yang stage experts from the Three Eagle Stronghold managed well by easily protecting themselves and their men. As for Lin Yun, He circulated the azure dragon Enneaform to cover his skin with lightning runes as he continued forward as if there was nothing. All the blade fragments that shot towards him were deflected by the lightning runes. The metal bead ordeal came and went very quickly, so it didn't take long for them to get past the ordeal safely. When they turned back and looked at the mutilated corpses on the ground, they wore grave expressions. The blade fragments might be sharp, but it wasn't dangerous for those in the greater Yang stage. It was mainly the rumbling noise and flash that caught many people by surprise. There's something unusual about this brat. He might be a wild card. It's best for us to get rid of him as early as possible, said Master Fu towards Bloodwolf. Master Fu had a high status within the Bloodwolf clan, so his words were convincing. Bloodwolf replied with a smile, "Don't worry about it. I've already taken note of that brat, but there's nothing to worry about. He's just a piece of trash in the greater Yang stage. Later, when we turn on the Three Eagle Stronghold, he'll be the first to die. Big brother, that brat is acting even more unusual. He's able to maintain his composure even now," said one of the other chiefs of the Three Eagle Stronghold. "We're unsure about him. Won't there be a problem if he continues to stick around with us?" The two other chiefs from the Three Eagle Stronghold looked at Lin Yun with distrust. Chief Lung glanced at Lin Yun before he replied, "We'll talk later. His attainment in spiritual runes seems to be stronger than Shang Yun's attainments. We can still make use of him for now." No one bothered to rest as they continued their journey. Soon, they ran into another dangerous situation. The entire region was a spiritual diagram made up of mainly earth-attributed spiritual runes that formed a swamp beneath everyone's feet. Occasionally, blood vines would shoot out of the water and anyone who got caught would have their blood fully drained. In the blink of an eye, several elites from the Three Eagle Stronghold yelled. Looking at this situation, Master Fu sneered. Holding a spiritual artifact in one hand and a seal in the other, the blood vines disintegrated into spiritual runes before they could even get close to him. Under his protection, the Bloodwolf clan didn't suffer many losses. The spiritual diagram here had surpassed Lang Shangyun's understanding, so she could only protect herself. When the three chiefs saw more and more of their men being captured by the blood vines, they began to help out. Lin Yun, who was strolling through the swamp, suddenly soared into the sky and dragged Lang Shangyun with him. 9 blood vines shot past Lang Shangyun's shoulder and headed for Lin Yun. "Don't force yourself," said Lin Yun as a spiritual rune enveloped with golden flames appeared in his palm. It was his soul mark, the Firefeather rune. Waving his hand casually, the Firefeather rune flew out and began to release spiritual runes. As time passed, the outline of a phoenix was created. The 9 blood vines that shot over were instantly disintegrated. But that wasn't all as Lin Yun waved his hand once more and the phoenix dove into the ground. In the next second, a series of explosions rang out, destroying the spiritual diagram that Lei Yunzi had set up. "Big brother Lin, you saved my life again." Lung Shangyun smiled when they landed on the ground, not realizing that she would have died if Lin Yun didn't save her earlier. Her entire focus was on the fact that Lin Yun had saved her again. Chief Lung was terrified as he looked at Lin Yun. It was fortunate that they had Lin Yun around or their losses would be great. "It's that fellow again." Bloodwolf's eyes surged with a cold light and killing aura. The group's journey in the cave wasn't smooth as Lei Yunzi had left behind tons of tricks that gave everyone a headache. They hadn't even seen a shadow of a single treasure, but their casualties had already exceeded more than half of their original party. They continued losing more and more people as they proceeded. 2 hours later, a stone gate stood before everyone. Once again, there were 2 statues by the side. The environment was dark, and before anyone could get a clear look of the stone statues, the gate was opened by Chief Lung. The Three Eagle Stronghold's men didn't even hesitate to enter, which caused the Bloodwolf clan to start cursing before they quickly followed behind. Just when Lin Yun was about to enter the gate, he suddenly thought of something and turned around. The 2 statues were 2 tortoises with a serpent on their backs. But before Lin Yun could pay more attention to the details, the stone gate suddenly closed. If he wanted to get a closer look at the 2 statues, he would have to reopen the gate, which would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. "What do those statues mean?" Lin Yun was certain that there was a trick behind the statues. After passing through the second gate, the Bloodwolf clan and Three Eagles stronghold hastened their footsteps. They could sense that they would soon reach the core of the treasury. The party traveled another 10 miles when the sound of flowing water instantly attracted everyone's attention. When they raised their heads, they could see a 100-foot-wide river that blocked their path. The river was covered in mist and emitted a stench that made everyone lock their brows together. Bridge! Someone from the Bloodwolf clan pointed in a direction and everyone saw a bridge forged with jade that appeared out of the mist. At the far end of the bridge was another stone gate. Let's go! Bloodwolf had excitement on his face as he quickly led his men over. Although Master Fu felt something unusual about the bridge, he had no choice but to follow. On the other hand, Lin Yun wore an indifferent expression and stayed where he was. When Chief Lung noticed Lin Yun's unusual action, he stopped everyone from heading any further. But there were still those who couldn't resist the temptation and continued ahead. The water in the river flowed even more quickly as armored bugs began to appear from the fog. The swarm of bugs made everyone's scalps go numb. Armored corpse bugs. Chief Lung sucked in a cold breath and his face changed drastically. The armored corpse bug loved to be in eerie and damp environments, and it hunted living beings. Each one had a foul stench and an extremely powerful biting ability that not even ordinary cosmic artifacts could withstand. An armored corpse bug by itself wasn't dangerous, but armored corpse bugs never traveled alone. They would always appear in a swarm that ranged from tens of thousands to tens of millions. In ancient times, there was a classification of demonic cultivators that controlled creatures like snakes, rats, and bugs. Such cultivators were known as bugmasters. The strongest bugmaster could put hundreds of millions of creatures under their control. The bugmaster's legacy was long lost, so Lei Yunzi probably found the armored corpse bugs when he was still alive. Armored corpse bugs were also classified into different ranks. The strongest armored corpse bug had a golden armor that flickered with astral lights that even an Empyrean would have trouble facing. But the armored corpse bugs in front of them had gray armor, which meant that they were of the lowest rank. But even so, the sheer number of them was extremely terrifying. There's no water in this river. The sound of flowing water is just the armored corpse bugs flapping their wings. Chief Lung said this with a grave expression. Only those in the Yin-Yang stage can be confident about crossing the bridge. Even those in the Pinnacle Yang stage would be in danger facing the bugs. Chief, doesn't that mean that we're going to die? The Three Eagle Stronghold's elites asked this as their faces paled. It was very difficult for them to get here, so they couldn't accept being told that their journey had come to an end. Chief Ling spoke indifferently. The two chiefs and I can each ensure one person's safety. As for the rest, you guys can only leave it up to fate or you can stand guard and wait for us to return. You guys are already lucky. If you don't believe me, just look at the Bloodwolf clan's situation. Everyone's faces changed when they raised their heads. The Bloodwolf clan's party was engulfed by the armored corpse bug, and they could occasionally hear screams coming out. A few moments later, a few piles of skeletons belonging to several greater Yang stage experts had appeared on the ground. Although everyone who came here had already been prepared to die, this way of dying was still a little too brutal. Suddenly, a pillar of fire burst out of the swarm of armored corpse bugs before taking the shape of a flame dragon. The armored corpse bugs were instantly incinerated. Bloodwolf finally made his move, bringing out the power of the flame dragon armor. However, the number of the armored corpse bugs was simply too great and Bloodwolf couldn't protect everyone. In the end, he could only slaughter his way out with an eerie expression. Haha! The pressure is less with that old dog leading the way for us. Xiangyun, come with me, said Chief Lung. Father, what about big brother Lin? Lung Xiangyun instantly thought about Lin Yun when she heard that even someone in the greater Yang stage would die. Young Master Lin isn't even injured. You should spend more time worrying about whether I can protect you, said Chief Lung with an amicable smile. But despite his words, he didn't believe that Lin Yun was strong enough to get through. So far, Lin Yun had relied on little tricks as a spiritualist to come this far. Those tricks were useless against the swarm, so he didn't believe that Lin Yun could make it out alive. Anyhow, they had already milked most of Lin Yun's worth, so it would be best for him to die now. Otherwise, Lin Yun would be troublesome in the treasury. After all, he naturally didn't wish to share Lei Yunzi's treasures with Lin Yun. If Lin Yun could die here, then he wouldn't have to waste energy killing Lin Yun himself. Let's go! Before Lin Yun could reply, Chief Lung grabbed onto Lung Xiangyun forcibly and charged towards the swarm with the 3 Eagle Stronghold's men. The others weren't concerned with Lin Yun's life and death either. Although they relied on Lin Yun several times along the way to survive, they weren't thankful towards him. Only Lung Xiangyun would occasionally look back with concern in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, the group had left Lin Yun behind. Lin Yun stood still as he watched the group leave without any changes to his expression. But when he looked at Lung Xiangyun, he couldn't help having suspicion in his eyes. This place was dangerous and many people had died. Which father would endanger his daughter like this? He thought it was weird, so he suspected that Chief Lung had some secrets of his own. It seemed like the 3 Eagle Stronghold had some secrets. The Bloodwolf clan and 3 Eagle Stronghold's men ascended the bridge and ran towards the shore with their lives on the line. The journey was only 100 feet, but many people lost their lives in the process. After half a teacup's time had passed, only Bloodwolf and Master Fu had crossed the bridge. However, the 3 chiefs from the 3 Eagle Stronghold were close behind and each of them were protecting one person. The remaining ones who made it over were experts in the Pinnacle Yang stage, but their faces were ugly as they were constantly being assaulted by the armored corpse bugs. It hurts. I'm dying. Screams could be heard as several elites in the Pinnacle Yang stage fell close to the exit as their corpses were being eaten. In the end, the Bloodwolf clan only had 6 people left, while the 3 Eagle Stronghold only had 7. The journey was brutal because they started with almost 50 people, but now there were so few of them left. Bloodwolf glared at Chief Lung because he wasn't happy with how he was used to clear the way. Up until this point, the Bloodwolf clan's losses were small because of Master Fu. But now they had lost just as much as the 3 Eagle Stronghold. We'll see. Fearing that the armored corpse bugs might catch up to them, Bloodwolf cursed before entering the gate with everyone else. You think I'm afraid of you? Chief Lung sneered before he followed behind. Lung Xiangyun looked behind several times with disappointment written on her face. She was tempted to return and see how Lin Yun was, but she was forcibly escorted away by the 2 chiefs before she could even put her thoughts into action. Both parties left in a hurry, so they didn't notice that there were also 2 statues in front of this gate. A long time later, an azure-clothed figure slowly walked over from the Jade Bridge with countless armored corpse bugs pouncing at him. But those armored corpse bugs were struck flying by lightning the moment they came in contact with Lin Yun's body. Just like that, Lin Yun casually walked through the bridge. Looks like this armor is more useful than I'd imagined. Lin Yun had relied on this unique armor to save his life several times throughout the journey. His Azure Dragon Enneaform hadn't even reached the 3rd stage. He had a feeling that when he reached the 3rd stage, his armor would be even more powerful. Lin Yun swept his glance at the 2 statues. This time, the 2 statues were 2 dragons. When Lin Yun turned around, he realized that the armored corpse bugs seemed to be afraid of the 2 statues, as they didn't dare to get close. There was nothing he could tell from the statues with just a glance. Then, Lin Yun began to recall the statue that Chief Lung touched at the beginning. At the same time, Feng Wuhan and Master Gu arrived at the 2nd gate. As the strongest spiritualist in the Flagscythe County, Master Gu's eyes were glued to the 2 statues at the gate. A long time later, he said, "There's truly something special. The 2 statues should be linked to the treasury as they both have a spiritual seal. The spiritual seal seems to be a unique symbol to enter somewhere, so it won't be possible to open it without the seals." Feng Wuhan glanced at the statues and said, 2 statues? So you're saying there's a real and a fake seal? What happens if we touch the fake one? Something terrible, probably. Those ahead might have already experienced it, smiled Master Gu. How long will it take for you to determine the real from the fake? 2 hours, said Master Gu with confidence. We don't have that much time. We'll touch both the statues together. You take the left and I'll take the right, said Feng Wuhan as he walked towards the statue on the right. Master Gu's expression became stiff and he spoke after a brief hesitation. "No, you left and me right." "As you wish," said Feng Wuhan casually. They came into contact with the statues and two spiritual seals flowed from the tortoises to their palms. In the next second, Master Gu's right arm exploded and his face turned pale from pain. "My arm! My arm!" Master Gu yelled out in pain as he looked at his missing arm. Looking at Master Gu's condition, Feng Wuhan glanced at the seal on his palm and felt fortunate. With a smile on his face, he said, "Master Gu, don't waste any more time. Deal with it quickly and let's get going. Lei Yunzi has a treasure called the Bloodhawk arm, and if I remember correctly, it's a prosthetic arm. It's definitely better than your original arm, so you're in luck." Master Gu stared at Feng Yunzi and wanted to vomit blood. But he said nothing as he would also choose to put on that prosthetic arm if he had a choice. Left or right? Lin Yun opened his eyes and made a decision. According to his memory, Chief Lung chose the left statue. It didn't matter if Chief Lung knew about it beforehand, but it was definitely the safest choice. Taking a step forward, Lin Yun placed his palm on the right statue. When he let go of the statue, there was a dragon's spiritual seal on his palm. He looked at it carefully and noticed that it was constructed of numerous complicated spiritual runes, but it didn't have a powerful fluctuation. Instead, it looked like a key made up of spiritual runes. The spiritual seal embedded itself on his palm, waiting for the chance to spread across his body. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts with a peculiar light flashing through his eyes. Recalling back to how the crater appeared, he felt that there was something unusual about it. How could Lei Yunzi, an infamous demonic cultivator, leave his treasures and inheritance to other experts? Thinking this way, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to restrict the spiritual seal to his palm. With light flickering in his pupils, Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and suppressed the spiritual seal on his palm. He only felt relieved after the spiritual seal was completely suppressed. Then he stopped thinking about it. The order of the statues so far was tigers, tortoises, and dragons. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Were those representing the white tiger, black tortoise, and azure dragon? He had a feeling that he would have to go through 4 gates to reach the core of the Thundercloud treasury, and that each door had a spiritual seal that acted as a key into the core region. This meant that without the spiritual seal, it would be impossible for anyone to try and enter the core region. Since that's the case, there should be another door with 2 vermilion bird statues. Lin Yun muttered to himself as he looked at the dragon's spiritual mark suppressed on his palm. No matter what, he now had the qualification to enter the core region. Regardless of what tricks Chief Lung was trying to play, he wouldn't leave here empty-handed. There was another seal left, so it would be up to Bloodwolf to figure it out. Time to get serious. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. He had been watching everything by the side. The Bloodwolf clan and Three Eagle Stronghold seemed to treat him as some pushover that could be crushed at any time. Since that was the case, he wanted to see who would be the last one standing. Meanwhile, the Bloodwolf clan and Three Eagle Stronghold's parties continued their journey, pushing their movement techniques to the limit. Both parties had a feeling that the core region was far away. So if they were one step slower, they might lose their initiative on the treasures left behind by Lei Yunzi. They would also lose out on the blood-devour demonic cannon. However, there were many dangers still along the way. When they arrived at the last gate, the Bloodwolf clan only had Bloodwolf and Master Fu still alive. As for the Three Eagle Stronghold, only the 3 chiefs and Lung Xiangyun were alive. It seemed like a moment ago when everyone was feeling excitement for the treasures left behind by Lei Yunzi. But in the end, even those in the Yinyang stage had suffered a considerable amount of injuries to get this far. Another 2 statues? Bloodwolf looked at the 2 statues in the form of birds with doubt in his mind. The statues might look vivid, but he couldn't find anything unusual about them. The last gate. Chief Lung looked at the stone gate up ahead with excitement. In the next second, he soared into the sky and entered the gate. Bloodwolf was briefly stunned before he cursed and followed behind. But just when he was about to push the gate open, he paused briefly and turned back to look at Master Fu, giving the letter a signal. When he entered the gate, The gate behind closed and an isolated palace appeared before him. The palace was massive and without any cracks. Inside, there were 9 coffins neatly arranged. This Master Fu, who followed behind, was briefly stunned. Are there any more paths? This palace was unlike the core region that everyone had imagined. If this was the final destination, then this place was a little too shabby. How could someone like Lei Yunzi bury himself in such shabby coffins? Just when they were feeling baffled, the 9 coffins exploded and the corpses lying within bounced up on their feet. They all emitted a demonic aura, to which Master Fu's flinched and said, "Human puppets!" Judging by the clothing of the 9 puppets, the puppets looked like the artisans who constructed Lei Yunzi's abode when he was alive. Unfortunately, they had been refined into puppets. Many spiritualists were proficient in refining puppets, but making puppets out of human beings was taboo since ancient times. Lei Yunzi was truly brutal, and there was a reason why he was called a demon. But before Bloodwolf and Master Fu could think about it, the 9 puppets sensed a living being and pounced over. Courting death, Bloodwolf snorted as flames ignited on his armor, forming a ferocious fire dragon that coiled around him. With the dragon coiled around him, he emitted an even more violent energy, climbing closer to the greater yin-yang stage. The dragon would coil around his arm and overlap with his fist whenever he threw a punch. With each punch, the sound of a dragon roar and whistling wind could be heard. The attacks were ferocious, and the defensive abilities of the flame dragon armor was unbelievably strong. With the armor, Bloodwolf wasn't even afraid of the puppets' corrosive and poisonous attacks. By himself, he faced 4 puppets at the same time and was even able to suppress them. On the other hand, the 3 chiefs were barely able to block 4 puppets. Aside from Chief Lung, the other 2 chiefs were having difficulty facing the puppets, as the corrosive demonic aura from the puppets was too terrifying. As for the remaining puppet, it was being stalled by Master Fu and Lang Xiangyun. The tedious battle lasted for an hour before the 9 puppets were dealt with. All 4 of the yin-yang stage experts had suffered injuries from the fight. Even Bloodwolf, who didn't seem injured, had a pale expression as he had exhausted a great deal of his origin energy. Hee, Bloodwolf, you're going to be shocked that you made it so far with such great difficulty only to die, sneered Chief Lung and the 2 chiefs as they stood before Lang Xiangyun and looked at Bloodwolf. Just when Bloodwolf was bewildered, Chief Lung chuckled and started pouring origin energy into his open palm. The tiger spiritual seal began to emit a bright light that caused the entire palace to tremble violently, with large rocks constantly falling down from the ceiling. At the same time, a painting appeared on the wall up ahead. The painting was 2 meters in length and looked like a bronze gate with a white tiger painting engraved on it. Chief Lung looked at Bloodwolf with mockery on his face. You should be able to figure it out by now. What a pity. You can enter this place, but you can't leave. Bloodwolf looked at the painting on the wall before he looked down at the spiritual seal in his palm. He smiled. I see. Looks like I have to thank you for resolving my doubts. When Chief Lung saw the smile on Bloodwolf's face, he instantly felt that there was something unusual about this situation. Standing beside Bloodwolf, Master Fu snickered as he opened his palm. Beside the white tiger painting, a vermilion bird painting slowly appeared. You were acting well this whole time. I was nearly fooled by you and allowed you to take the entire Thundercloud treasury. Bloodwolf looked at Chief Lung coldly. Chief Lung's acting was pretty believable, as he pretended to accidentally place his hand on the statue when they jumped into the crater. He also went out of his way by pretending to be anxious and trying to divert Bloodwolf's attention away from the statues. Bloodwolf was just 1 step away from being fooled. The tense atmosphere was suddenly interrupted when the stone gate opened up and an azure figure walked in. When everyone saw the appearance of the newcomer, both Bloodwolf and Chief Lung were shocked. Lin Yun. Lin Yun is actually still alive. Many people had died along the way, including Pinnacle Yang stage experts. Lin Yun was only in the Greater Yang stage, but he was actually one of the last ones standing. This alone left them shocked. Lin Yun raised his head to look at the paintings on the wall and instantly knew what was going on. The paintings were the gates that could only be resolved by those with the spiritual seals. When Lin Yun poured his origin energy into his palm, An azure dragon painting appeared beside the two other paintings. "The two of you don't seem to welcome me," said Lin Yun when he noticed the changes on Bloodwolf and Chiefling's faces. "Kill him." Bloodwolf and Chiefling both came to an agreement. It was tough for them to accept that they had to divide the treasury into 2 shares, not to mention 3. So Lin Yun had to die no matter what. Looking at Chiefling and Bloodwolf coming to him, Lin Yun maintained his composure with a faint smile rising on his lips. Bloodwolf and Chiefling weren't like those ordinary experts in the lesser Inyang stage. Facing the two would be tougher than facing the 3 Bloodwing Pavilion's elders. After all, Bloodwolf had the Flame Dragon armor. As for Chiefling, he had been concealing his strength the whole time because he was even stronger than the Grand Elder of the Bloodwing Pavilion's outer sect. Not to mention that there were 2 other Inyang stage experts around. Logically speaking, it should be easy for them to kill a cultivator in the Yang stage. But Lin Yun possessed a spiritual seal. It was more important for them to seize Lin Yun's seal, which was the true reason behind why they moved. Looking at Chiefling and Bloodwolf charging over, Lin Yun swept his gaze briefly before charging at Bloodwolf. "You're courting death." Bloodwolf snickered and pushed his palm out. Boundless flames surged out from his armor and flew towards Lin Yun. It might seem like a simple attack, but it wasn't as simple as it looked. Palm techniques tended to be less explosive and less sophisticated than fist techniques. Meanwhile, fist techniques focused on ferocity and explosive power. Bloodwolf had perfectly fused the advantage of a fist and palm technique perfectly. When he clenched his fist, the boundless flames condensed into a dragon that released a resounding roar. It caused the entire palace to start trembling. "No!" Lung Xiangyun yelled with her face turning pale. But facing such a terrifying aura, Lin Yun was indifferent. Since he had chosen Bloodwolf, he naturally had the confidence to deal with him. "Great!" 7 slaughtering seal. Lin Yun formed a seal with one hand and his killing aura began to surge violently. His black hair began to flutter in the wind like a fiend god who came from hell. In a split second, his killing aura began to multiply. In the next second, everywhere within a 100-meter radius looked like an ocean of killing aura. Even someone as powerful as Bloodwolf felt his movements becoming slow. Raging sky. Lin Yun threw out a punch with the 7 slaughtering seal as his eyes flashed brightly. When the 2 punches collided in the sky, Lin Yun made use of the rebound force to disappear, causing Chief Lung to miss his attack. When Chief Lung and Bloodwolf found Lin Yun again, they realized that Lin Yun had already bypassed their blockade. But Lin Yun had a trace of blood on his lip as he had clearly suffered some injuries. This scene left everyone surprised. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun took a palm from Bloodwolf. Not only was he alive, but he only suffered some light injuries, which was unbelievable. "Stop him!" Chief Lung roared anxiously. Lin Yun wasn't dead, and he even made use of the rebound force from Bloodwolf to bypass their blockade. The 2 other chiefs snorted as they charged towards Lin Yun, executing their strongest attacks. They arrived in front of Lin Yun in the blink of an eye, so there wasn't an opportunity for him to escape. But it was a pity that they were a lot weaker than Chief Lung and Bloodwolf, despite being in the lesser Inyang stage. They were so weak that Lin Yun thought the Bloodwing Pavilion's elders were stronger. So what could these 2 do to him? 7 slaughtering fist, defiant frustration, resonance. Lin Yun soared into the sky and threw out 2 punches. In the next second, his boundless killing aura combined together and began overlapping like waves. Relying on the 7 slaughtering seals' killing aura, Lin Yun held the upper hand against the 2 Inyang stage chiefs. When both sides clashed, a bizarre scene occurred as they were both sent flying by Lin Yun. How is this possible? Chief Lung was dumbfounded by this scene. He was even more shocked by this scene than when Lin Yun received Bloodwolf's attack head-on. He couldn't believe that someone in the greater Yang stage actually forced 2 lesser Inyang stage experts back. Was this youth's name not really on the Dragon Cloud ranking? Lin Yun smiled. If he couldn't crush these 2, then all his efforts would go down the drain. When he landed on the ground, he tapped his foot on the ground to dash towards the Azure Dragon painting. They still weren't in the core region, so Lin Yun didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. It didn't matter if it was Chief Lung or Blood Wolf, they weren't easy to deal with and he only had a 60% chance of winning. So even if he could win, there was no doubt in his mind that he would be heavily injured. If that happened, he would definitely die rather than obtain the treasures. So, from the start, he had made up his mind not to clash with them head-on. But just when he was 500 meters away from the painting, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Master Fu from the Blood Wolf clan. This fellow had been eyeing him right from the start, and Lin Yun would have taught him a lesson if he didn't have any concerns. Hee, you didn't expect me, right? Since I'm here, you can dream of leaving. Master Fu smiled sinisterly as spiritual runes began to spread around him. But just when he was about to bring out his spiritual artifact, Lin Yun's speed suddenly increased and left behind 9 afterimages. Get lost! Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he gave Master Fu a slap. Taking the slap head-on, the old man threw up a mouthful of blood and some teeth. Half of his face had swollen up like a pig's head. Looking at Master Fu struggling to get back on his feet, Lin Yun said coldly, "You're just a piece of trash. I wanted to slap you a long time ago. You bastard," Master Fu said before he started twitching from the pain coming from his cheek. Suddenly, a dangerous aura locked onto Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't even need to turn back to know that Blood Wolf and Chief Ling must have caught up to him. But it wouldn't be easy for those two to try and obstruct him. As the golden crow seal bloomed behind him, Lin Yun pushed the 7 profound steps to the limit and emitted a dazzling golden light. When he spread his arms apart, he had disappeared as if he had teleported. This caused Chief Lung and Blood Wolf to miss. When they raised their heads, they saw that Lin Yun had already placed his palm on the painting. The painting began to fluctuate before it started to emit an azure radiance that enveloped Lin Yun. In the next second, Blood Wolf and Chief Lung had arrived as they placed their palms on the painting as well. But the painting had already dimmed down as their attacks only caused an explosion in the palace that failed to reach Lin Yun. Damn it! Blood Wolf and Chief Lung's faces were ugly. They both felt humiliated that they actually allowed a brat in the Greater Yang stage to escape. Don't let me run into you again. Blood Wolf cursed before placing his palm on the vermilion bird painting and disappearing into the core region with Master Fu. Let's go quickly. Don't let them grab the treasures first, Chief Lung said with a grave expression before entering the white tiger painting with Lung Xiangyun and the 2 chiefs. After everyone left, the silence in the palace didn't last for long before the gates opened once more with Feng Wuhan and Master Gu walking in. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird. It looks like there are 3 people with the spiritual seal. Besides Blood Wolf and that dog Lung. Who else is there? Master Gu had doubt in his eyes. The spiritual seal was designed to be secretive, so no one could discover anything without having a high attainment in spiritual runes. When they reached the last gate, they realized that 3 spiritual seals had already been taken. It looks like things are getting more interesting than I imagined, smiled Feng Wuhan. Initially, he thought that he had complete control over the situation. After all, he was the one who purposely let Blood Wolf have the treasure map. But judging from the situation right now, it appeared that there were quite a few people at his party. But if anyone dared to compete with him for the blood-devour demonic cannon, they had to die. Feng Wuhan's face had a ruthlessness and viciousness that didn't suit his age, which was extremely strange. In the core region, Lin Yun found himself in an exquisite room with a stone table before him. Looking at the delicate jade cup on the table, Lin Yun took it and examined it briefly. A cup without wine? Lin Yun then started looking around in the room and was surprised to discover that the wall had a detailed map of the core region along with some dying words. The core region was divided into 3 levels and each level contained treasures that Lei Yunzi had gathered during his lifetime. As for the blood-devour demonic cannon and his coffin, they were at the 3rd level waiting for the fated person. But before that, there were 9 rooms, each with small gifts left behind by Lei Yunzi. After passing through the 9 runes, one would receive a valuable gift based on the spiritual seals. But it wouldn't be easy to obtain the gifts. Not only were there restrictions and mechanisms in the rooms, one also had to rely on fate. For example, there was a cup without any wine in this room and Lin Yun had to find it. This doesn't look like the actions that a demon should have. Giving a gift first. Lin Yun smiled after he was done examining the cup. Even if he was cautious, he didn't have much concern about it. Since there was a gift here, then he naturally had to taste it before considering anything else. He refused to believe that he could lose to someone who had already died. Since there was a cup without wine, he had to look for wine. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun spread his soul energy out. A brief moment later, he turned to look at the stone table in the corner. As he gently knocked on the desk, a secret compartment popped out that emitted a faint cold aura. There was a bottle of wine in a pile of crystallized ice. Lin Yun stretched his hand out to retrieve it. But the moment he came in contact with the wine, a faint light lit up on the ground along with countless flickering spiritual runes. Shortly after, fine needles shot out from the surrounding walls. If Lin Yun wasn't prepared, he would definitely be pierced by the needles. But Lin Yun was cautious to begin with. The moment the needles shot out, he released a sharp sword aura from his body and froze all the needles coming at him in midair. Taking out the wine, he filled the cup and took a sniff. After assuring that there wasn't any poison in the wine, he drank the cup of wine and a chilling aura spread throughout his internal organs before progressing to his blood. But after Lin Yun got used to the chilling aura, he noticed that his physique had been strengthened. Even the iris flower in his violet palace swayed about happily. Not bad. Lin Yun placed the bottle of wine into his interspatial pouch before looking at the ice in the compartment. Since the ice could be preserved for so long, it definitely wasn't ordinary ice, so he stored it as well. When Lin Yun entered the second room, the needles that were frozen in midair resumed their movements as they left countless holes in the stone table. Simultaneously, Chief Lung, who passed through the white tiger painting, also arrived in a room. Lightning flickered, catching Chief Lung and everyone by surprise as they began to tremble from being electrocuted. "You're useless without that stinking brat." Chief Lung glared at Lung Xiangyun. "Quick! Find the treasure in this room." The arrangements in the core region were mostly the same, so whoever got through the 9 rooms quickly would arrive at the core region first where the true precious treasures were kept. This was why Chief Lung couldn't help being enraged when he saw how clumsy Lung Xiangyun was. Lung Xiangyun felt wronged because it wasn't her fault. It was clearly their fault for disregarding her advice and accidentally activating the trap while searching for the treasures. In the Vermilion Bird's tunnel, Bloodwolf and Master Fu already got through the 3rd room smoothly. Hehe. Every room has a restriction. This means that Lin Yun and the 3 Eagle Stronghold will definitely be left behind by us, said Master Fu in a confident tone. Bloodwolf spoke coldly. That's for the best. The core region is where the precious treasures are, and anyone who can obtain them will get a significant boost in their strength. He only relied on the Flame Dragon armor to suppress the 3 chiefs of the 3 Eagle Stronghold, so he had a clear understanding of the might of treasures. So if Chief Lung got to Lei Yunzi's treasures first, then Bloodwolf would lose his advantage over them. Rest assured, not just the first level's treasure, but the treasures at the core regions will be ours as well. Even the Blood Devour demonic cannon will be ours. Master Fu spoke with confidence as he examined the spiritual array in the 3rd room. But the moment he finished, a net made up of spiritual runes appeared from the ground that instantly bound him. When the net tightened, the chilling aura from the net pierced into his bones. "Help me! Save me!" Master Fu panicked. He was rather talented in spiritual runes, but not in his martial cultivation. If he didn't cooperate well with Bloodwolf, an unexpected situation could take his life. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was progressing steadily. Since Lei Yunzi had left gifts in the rooms, there was no reason for him to deny them. Relying on his extraordinary attainment in spiritual runes and martial cultivation, his journey had been smooth. Very quickly, he had made it through the 3rd room. After he reached the 4th room, the difficulty had already increased and the traps became increasingly dangerous. This meant that it would be more difficult to obtain the treasures, but Lin Yun wasn't in a rush as he progressed at a steady pace. When he arrived at the 7th room after breaking through 3 spiritual arrays, boundless flames surged over from the surrounding. Lin Yun was calm as he circulated the Azure Dragon Enneaform and activated the armor. In the next second, Lightning runes covered his skin and created a lightning net on the surface of his body. The flames were terrifying that even someone in the pinnacle yang stage would be reduced to ashes if they weren't careful. So even with the armor, Lin Yun didn't have an easy time. 15 minutes later, when the flames subsided, Lin Yun stepped forward and retrieved a pellet from the stone table. Looking at it, Lin Yun smiled. The jade water pellet? This was a 4th-grade spiritual pellet. Even a 4th-grade spiritualist wouldn't have a high success rate refining it, so this was a decent harvest for Lin Yun. After coming this far, Lin Yun had a better understanding of Lei Yunzi. These small gifts alone were a huge harvest for anyone, and their value was incredible. He now knew why Lei Yunzi was so famous. On the other hand, Master Fu was no longer that confident after he had embarrassed himself and gave up on some of the treasures that weren't easy to find. Instead, he focused on getting through the rooms, but even so, their progress wasn't smooth. As for the Three Eagle Strongholds party, their progress was even slower. But fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers as 3 yin-yang stage experts could make up for Lung Shangyun's weakness in spiritual runes. After experiencing the traps themselves, they no longer dared to be reckless anymore and listened to Lung Shangyun's arrangements. But no matter how you sliced it, Lin Yun, who was all by himself, was faster than the 2 other parties. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the 9th room. Looking at the information left behind by Lei Yunzi on the wall, it turned out that only those who had obtained the gifts from the 8 previous rooms were qualified to obtain the gift in the 9th room. Since Lin Yun had chosen the Azure Dragon painting, this meant that the gift was a secret technique, the Azure Dragon Palm. But to obtain this secret technique, one would have to resolve all the spiritual arrays in the room, which would take a great deal of time. But there was no reason for Lin Yun to give up with his personality. Lin Yun was fast, but he wasn't the fastest. The fastest were Feng Wuhan and Master Gu. Master Gu might have lost an arm, but he had the strongest attainment in spiritual runes in the Flagscythe County. Furthermore, they had given up on the small gifts left behind by Lei Yunzi in the 9 rooms, per Feng Wuhan's request. So when they made it through the 9th room, Lin Yun was still in the 9th room trying to break through the spiritual arrays. There was a vast palace before Feng Wuhan and Master Gu. At the center of the palace was a lake filled with lotuses, and each lotus had a precious treasure on it. This was the 100 Treasure Lake. But Feng Wuhan was only briefly dazed before he recovered. He said, "The treasures on the 1st level are the worst. Let's head to the 3rd level directly." Feng Wuhan was ambitious, which was the very reason why he was willing to give up on so many treasures. That's right. These are nothing compared to the blood-devour demonic cannon. Furthermore, we'll just kill everyone and the treasures here will eventually belong to us, said Master Gu, who was briefly stunned by Feng Wuhan's words. But when he glanced at the lake, his face suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "The profound lightning bead! It's the profound lightning bead that belonged to your master back then." "What? Where?" Feng Wuhan's expression finally changed as he yelled. But when he saw the profound lightning bead, he became emotional as he smiled. "It's really the profound lightning bead." On a lotus in the lake was an ordinary-looking fist-sized purple bead. But Feng Wuhan and Master Gu became excited when they saw it. "Master Gu, quick! Break the restriction here. He, with the profound lightning bead. I can kill everyone here and no one will be able to compete with me," said Feng Wuhan in excitement as killing intent filled his pupils. "No worries," Master Gu chuckled as he landed on the edge of the lake. Feng Wuhan's master was known as the Storm Sword back then, because he had the profound lightning bead that contained boundless lightning energy. It could greatly strengthen the fighting prowess of martial cultivators who used lightning-attributed techniques. Furthermore, it wasn't just a linear strengthening of power, but a multiplying effect. If that wasn't the case, Lei Yunzi wouldn't have gone after Swordstorm to steal the profound lightning bead. Since Feng Wuhan shared the same martial lineage with his master, he wouldn't even have to refine the profound lightning bead to use it. He could use it immediately and disregard Bloodwolf and Chief Lung. The profound lightning bead was ranked in the top 5 among Lei Yunzi's treasures, but Feng Wuhan and Master Gu didn't expect that they would run into it on the 1st level, which was a pleasant surprise to them. "It's a little troublesome," The restriction here is comparable to a fourth-grade spiritual array, said Master Gu with his brows knitted. No rush. We can take it easy. It won't be easy for others to get through the 9 rooms, smiled Feng Wuhan. But in the next second, a stone gate opened and an azure-clothed youth walked out slowly. Seeing the youth, the smile on Feng Wuhan's face froze. Lin Yun's appearance had caught Feng Wuhan by surprise. But Lin Yun was even more shocked to see Feng Wuhan. He obtained the Azure Dragon Palm with great difficulty only to find Feng Wuhan and Master Gu in the palace. After all, he only knew that there were the Blood Wolf clan and 3 Eagle Strongholds party here. So he was surprised to see another party ahead of him, especially this youth who felt even more dangerous than Blood Wolf and Chief Lung. What the hell? Lin Yun was surprised that there was someone in the pinnacle lesser Yin-Yang stage at such a young age. Such a talent would probably make all the geniuses in the ancient southern domain ashamed. But shortly after, Lin Yun had calmed down. After all, he still had tons of trump cards. Even if he couldn't fight this youth, leaving wouldn't be a problem. At his current strength, only those in the greater Yin-Yang stage could make him feel threatened. Lin Yun swept a glance at the palace and captured everything in his eyes. The arrangement of this palace was similar to the previous one. At the far end of the wall, there were 4 paintings that corresponded to the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The only difference was that there was a lake filled with countless treasures. This was only the first level, but the fact that there were so many treasures here had widened Lin Yun's scope. You really scared me for a second, and here I thought it was someone dangerous, but it turns out to be a piece of trash. If you're smart, you'll get lost. Otherwise, I'll make your experience worse than death. Seeing that Lin Yun was only in the greater Yang stage, Feng Wuhan sneered with his eyes flashing coldly. At his cultivation, he wouldn't even be interested in ordinary geniuses in the Yang stage. But since Lin Yun could come here, he had more or less expected that Lin Yun had some capability. But if Lin Yun really enraged him, he could easily crush Lin Yun to death with just a finger. You're going to let me go? Lin Yun wore a playful smile. He was originally intending on leaving here if Feng Wuhan hadn't said that. There might be a lot of treasures in the 100 Treasure Lake, but he was someone who visited the Empyrean's tomb. So he wasn't too interested in the treasures here. But this youth, who clearly didn't look like a pushover, was allowing him to leave. Could it be that there was something fishy going on? This thought flashed in Lin Yun's mind. Could it be that there was a treasure here that even someone in the Yin-Yang stage couldn't give up on? But just when Lin Yun was feeling uncertain, a stone gate opened up as Blood Wolf and Master Fu came out looking rather terrible. Clearly, the two had suffered some setbacks in the 9 rooms. This instantly drew Feng Wuhan's gaze away from Lin Yun and onto Blood Wolf. He could sense that the aura coming from Blood Wolf was stronger than Lin Yun. Feng Wuhan. Blood Wolf's face changed when he saw the youth. They might be in the same cultivation, but Feng Wuhan's infamous reputation was clearly stronger than Lin Yun's reputation. His master, the Storm Sword, was a legendary figure who fought against Lei Yunzi. So if Blood Wolf didn't have the Flame Dragon armor, he wouldn't even be able to take 10 moves from Feng Wuhan. Master Gu. When they saw the old man by the lakeside trying to break the restriction, their faces changed again. Damn it! The restriction is going to be broken by him. What should we do? Master Fu became anxious as he transmitted his voice over to Blood Wolf. So what if he's Feng Wuhan? I won't agree to it if he wants to obtain the precious treasure on the first level, said Blood Wolf as they walked towards the lake. You want to compete with me? Feng Wuhan sneered as he also got closer to the lake. No matter what, he was rather fearful of Blood Wolf's Flame Dragon armor. But if he obtained the profound lightning bead, he could easily crush Blood Wolf. Just when the atmosphere between the two parties got tense, the last stone gate opened as 4 figures came out. The ones leading the group were Chief Lung and Lang Xiangyun. As for the 2 other chiefs, their faces were pale. Looking at the 3 Eagle Strongholds party, Feng Wuhan wore a grave expression, which made them feel rather pressured. Furthermore, Chief Lung's appearance made this matter even worse. Feng Wuhan, what are you doing here? The 3 chiefs were shocked to see Feng Wuhan. Since you are here, Why can't I be here? Feng Wuhan smiled as he had guessed something, which made Chief Lung avoid his gaze. Looking at the faces of those two, Bloodwolf suddenly understood something. He then asked, "You two were the ones who purposely gave me the treasure map?" Lei Yunzi's treasure map was divided into 3 and Bloodwolf had initially obtained one of the copies. But coincidentally, he obtained the 2 remaining ones within the next 6 months. It felt fishy when he thought about it because it was impossible for there to be something so coincidental. Clearly, Chief Lung and Feng Wuhan wanted to use him as cannon fodder to scout the place. Otherwise, the coincidence was a little too unbelievable. Feng Wuhan smiled. "I was indeed the one who sent the treasure map to you, but I didn't expect that Chief Lung would do it as well. What a coincidence. Bloodwolf's map came from them, but how did they obtain the treasure map in the beginning?" Suspicion flashed through Lin Yun's mind, making him even more puzzled. "Father, you knew that the Bloodwolf clan didn't come for the Three Eagle stronghold right from the start?" Lung Xiangyun looked at Chief Lung with shock. For some reason, her father felt like a stranger to her now. If her father knew that from the beginning, then why did he keep it from everyone else from the Three Eagle stronghold and cause so many deaths? "What has it got to do with you? Stay here obediently." Chief Lung glared at Lung Xiangyun indifferently before he continued. "Since it's already been revealed, there's nothing left to hide. There's no need for us to fight to the death on the first level. If you guys have no opinion, why don't we work together to break the restriction and split the treasures into 3 portions?" Feng Wuhan smiled. "Fine with me, but I call first dibs." "I'll take second," said Bloodwolf. Chief Lung wanted to say something, but he ultimately nodded his head in agreement. The Three Eagle stronghold might have an advantage in numbers, but they were the weakest here, so they naturally didn't have any authority of speech. With that, the 3 parties had come to a temporary truce. As for Lin Yun, no one had paid any attention to him since the beginning. "Hee hee." Feng Wuhan sneered inwardly as he exchanged a glance with Master Gu. As long as Feng Wuhan could obtain the profound lightning bead, he could instantly suppress everyone and obtain all the treasures left behind by Lei Yunzi, along with the most important thing, the blood-devour demonic cannon. That must be it. Lin Yun squinted his eyes at a lightning bead on a lotus. While the stalemate carried on, Lin Yun swept his soul energy through the lake and locked onto several valuable treasures. In the end, his gaze fell onto the lightning bead. If there was a treasure here that Feng Wuhan wanted the most, it must be that lightning bead. When the restriction on the lake dissolved, the lake glittered brightly. This phenomenon had instantly caused everyone to be briefly stunned before their eyes flashed with greed. "Gentlemen, I should be the first to choose according to our agreement, right?" Feng Wuhan looked at Bloodwolf and Chief Lung. Chief Lung naturally didn't have any opinions about that since he was the one who suggested they share the treasures equally. As for Bloodwolf, he had the second pick, so he wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. So he wasn't too bothered by it. Feng Wuhan rejoiced with uncontrollable excitement. But just when he was about to turn around, an unexpected figure had appeared on the lake. "Is this what you want?" Everyone was shocked that Lin Yun actually dared to snatch something despite the fact that there were 3 yin-yang stage experts here. Was he really not afraid of death? Lin Yun toyed with the profound lightning bead in his hand and looked at Feng Wuhan with a playful smile. "You bastard, put it down." Feng Wuhan's face changed drastically as a torrential killing aura burst out from him along with rumbling lightning. Under the lightning, the massive palace began to tremble violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Bloodwolf and Chief Lung frowned their brows, as there was something unusual about Feng Wuhan. It was only a lightning bead, so why was Feng Wuhan so anxious about it? "That's the profound lightning bead left behind by my master," Feng Wuhan yelled. Bloodwolf and Chief Lung sucked in a cold breath as they instantly understood why Feng Wuhan chose the profound lightning bead. However, shortly after, their gazes fell onto Lin Yun. The profound lightning bead was one of the most precious treasures among Lei Yunzi's stash. No matter what, they couldn't allow it to fall into Lin Yun or Feng Wuhan's hands. "Looks like I'm right," smiled Lin Yun. Regardless of Feng Wuhan's attitude or Bloodwolf and Chief Lung's gazes, they confirmed Lin Yun's thoughts. Looking at the three of them, Lin Yun smiled as he already had thought of a plan to leave here safely. Little bastard. Let me see where you going to run. Feng Wuhan wore a sinister expression on his youthful face. Great Wind Scripture. Lin Yun muttered as he pushed the Iris Sword Sutra and Azure Dragon Enneaform to the limit as they combined together to form an unprecedented aura. In that split second, a powerful storm rose from Lin Yun that caused the clouds to start roaring. The power of an ancient secret technique had been fully unleashed by Lin Yun as the clouds roared. But that wasn't all as Lin Yun barked again. Azure Dragon Enneaform Monoform. Then, Lin Yun threw a punch-out that echoed with a saintly music as thunder rumbled 30 times, destroying the 100 Treasure Lake. Countless treasures began to fly in the sky as they began to explode under the rumbling thunder. Retreat! Feng Wuhan, Bloodwolf, and Chief Ling all had fear written on their faces as they quickly retreated. Under the combined power of the Great Wind Scripture and Azure Dragon Enneaform, the first cosmic artifact finally exploded. Shortly after, the second, third, and the fourth followed suit. Numerous other treasures also began to explode under this chain reaction. The 100 Treasure Lake had over 100 treasures, and all of them were being destroyed by the wind and lightning energies. This was a shocking scene as the treasures were reduced to fragments on the ground. Although Bloodwolf, Feng Wuhan, and Chief Lung had retreated in time, it was still too late for them, especially Feng Wuhan, who had charged first. He wanted to kill Lin Yun, but now he was devoured by the explosions. Feng Wuhan threw up a mouthful of blood with an intense aching in his internal organs. Dozens of fragments had pierced through his origin energy defense and left injuries on his body. Bloodwolf and Chief Lung were slightly slower, so they had some time to react. So their injuries were much better. The two of them slammed onto the wall as if they were being pressed onto the wall by an invisible hand. There were cracks on the wall behind them as blood dripped out from their lips. When they fell onto the ground, it took a long time for them to get back up. The others, Lang Shangyun and Master Gu, stood far away, but they were still affected by the shockwave as they were sent flying away. A long time later, the glittering light emitted from the treasures faded away. There was naturally nothing to say about the 100 Treasure Lake as it was laid waste with countless fragments left on the ground. You little bastard. You better hope I don't catch you. Feng Wuhan roared as he coughed. Bloodwolf and Chief Lung's faces weren't happy either, but their eyes were flashing coldly at Feng Wuhan. Lin Yun might be hateful, but he's still inferior to you, Brother Feng. Bloodwolf smiled eerily. Speaking of which, we have to thank him. If you obtained the profound lightning bead, I bet both of us would be dead. Indeed, you're as vicious as rumored, said Chief Lung as he looked at Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan was briefly stunned before he laughed. We're all the same kind of people. Don't pretend to be a saint. If you guys had the opportunity, would you give up on raiding the Thundercloud Treasury all for yourself? Can the two of you withstand the blood-devour demonic cannon's temptation? There was no question that the treasures in the Thundercloud Treasury were incomparable to the blood-devour demonic cannon. Even if the treasures were precious, they were still external objects. But if one possessed the blood-devour demonic cannon, they would be guaranteed to reach the heavenly soul realm or even take another step to reach Lei Yunzi's realm. In fact, if they could surpass Lei Yunzi, they might become legends themselves. It would be the birth of a new Empyrean. Such a huge temptation couldn't be described with words, and Feng Wuhan had ripped their argument apart. Wait and see, sneered Bloodwolf. Glancing at Feng Wuhan, he said, Don't get cocky. Just because you're the strongest doesn't mean you'll be the last one standing. Then, he headed towards the vermilion bird painting together with Master Fu. Shortly after, Chief Lung also left with the Three Eagle Stronghold's men. After everyone left, Feng Wuhan's face changed briefly before he threw up a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Seeing this, Master Gu walked over in surprise. Your injuries are that serious? Feng Wuhan's eyes flashed with killing aura and he gnashed his teeth. What do you think? If not, how could I let them go so easily with my temper? As he spoke, he popped a pellet into his mouth and it didn't take long for his face to become rosy. Bastard! Feng Wuhan gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, he would have already obtained the profound lightning bead. It didn't matter if it was Bloodwolf or Chief Lung. They were all nothing in his eyes. But he never expected that someone merely in the Greater Yang stage would destroy the 100 Treasure Lake. With Lin Yun's strength, it might be difficult for him to destroy a cosmic artifact, but not impossible. So by destroying so many treasures, he made use of the 100 Treasure Lakes restriction. No matter what, Lin Yun had ruined everything for him, and now they had a grudge to settle. Master Gu said, "Don't worry about it. The restriction on the second level will only be more difficult. With my attainment in spiritual runes, I'm confident that we can be the first to get through the 9 rooms. The Blood-Devour demonic cannon is surely on the 3rd level, but there's a high chance that Lei Yunzi's Indigo Flame Thunder Whip is on the 2nd level. The Blood-Devour demonic cannon is still of utmost importance. Lei Yunzi's efforts went down the drain back then when he couldn't reach the Empyrean realm. But I'm confident that I can surpass him with my talent. As long as I obtain the Blood-Devour demonic cannon, the Empyrean realm will be within my reach," Feng Wuhan said with fighting spirits blazing in his eyes. The 2nd level had 4 paths as well, each representing the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. The restrictions in the rooms would get more difficult in correspondence to the higher levels. Just like before, resolving each restriction would grant a small gift left behind by Lei Yunzi. Then again, one could also give up on the treasures and focus on getting through each room. Just as Master Gu predicted, the 2nd level was more difficult for Bloodwolf and Chief Lung. They practically made little to no progress at all. In the end, they could only get through the rooms by force. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhan and Master Gu made it to the 2nd level smoothly in 2 hours. When they came out of the door, there was another 100 Treasure Lake before them. The youthful pellet. Feng Wuhan's gaze fell onto a bottle of pellet on a lotus with excitement surging in his eyes. This made Master Gu speechless as he coughed and said, "The Indigo Flame Thunder Whip is also here." "Where?" Feng Wuhan quickly asked. His mood had gotten much better after obtaining the youthful pellet. Master Gu pointed at a pile of flames blazing at the bottom of the lake with the shape of a domineering python. "What power!" Feng Wuhan sucked in a cold breath. So this was the weapon used by Lei Yunzi when he was alive. The domineering aura of the whip made Feng Wuhan's heart start beating. The Indigo Flame Thunder Whip was said to be a weapon that surpassed the category of cosmic artifacts. In fact, there were only 3 artifacts comparable to it in the entire ancient southern domain. With my attainments in lightning, I should be able to control this weapon. As long as I can bring out 30% of its power, I'll be able to get rid of Bloodwolf and Chief Lung. "Master Gu, I'm afraid that I have to trouble you again," said Feng Wuhan as he suppressed his excitement. "Wait for my good news." Master Gu's eyes flashed with confidence as he landed next to the lake. As for Feng Wuhan, he had learned from his lesson on the 1st level and had started accumulating his energy to attack anyone who appeared. But he was pretty lucky as no one showed up even after Master Gu got rid of the restriction. Lightning flickered on Feng Wuhan's body as he landed by the lakeside and took the youthful pellet. Then, he turned to the lake and barked, "Come out!" Lightning started to rumble from the bottom of the lake as the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip rushed out like a ferocious python. When Feng Wuhan held onto the whip, his face changed as it felt like he was lifting a mountain with his hand. It's heavy. It was rather taxing for him to brandish the whip. But when he held onto it, he couldn't help feeling surprised as this legendary weapon was only a high-ranked cosmic artifact. It was far from what he had imagined. A high-ranked cosmic artifact? There's a seal. Master Gu was a spiritualist, so he instantly noticed something unusual about the whip. Although there's a seal, this whip is still the strongest among high-ranked cosmic artifacts. You only have to bring out half of its power to suppress everyone. Right at this moment, Bloodwolf and Chief Lung appeared. When they looked at the weapon in Feng Wuhan's hand, their faces changed as they exclaimed, "The Indigo Flame Thunder Whip!" The 2 immediately gave up all thoughts on the treasures and rushed towards the entrance to the 3rd level. "Run! You guys think you can run?" Feng Wuhan smiled sinisterly as he barked, and the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip lashed out like a python made of torrential flames and crackling lightning. When the whip hit Chief Lung and Bloodwolf, the two threw up mouthfuls of blood as they were pushed back. With that, the three parties stood in a triangle formation. This time, Feng Wuhan had no intention of letting them go. He was determined to get rid of them both. As they fought, light flashed from the Azure Dragon painting and Lin Yun appeared. How noisy! While the three fought, Master Gu, Master Fu, and the two chiefs from the Three Eagle Stronghold soared into the sky and headed towards the 100 Treasure Lake. Lin Yun swept his gaze around and looked at the 100 Treasure Lake with a smile. After all, how could he give up on such an opportunity? With a golden flash, Lin Yun soared into the sky like a golden crow and landed in front of the four of them. Looking at them, Lin Yun smiled. There are so many treasures, but you guys can give up on them since I'm here. Master Fu, Master Gu, and the two chiefs were shocked to see Lin Yun. But when they heard Lin Yun's words, they instantly flew into rage as their killing aura was stirred. You're courting death. You think we're afraid of you just because you managed to escape earlier? The two chiefs lost in their previous clash against Lin Yun, but they still charged at Lin Yun from both sides. Heavenly Eagle Fist. The one on the right unleashed his strongest attack, bringing out the power of a lesser yin-yang stage as his punches flew towards Lin Yun. Under his punches, the air began to tremble, which made others feel like they were suffocating. Demonic Eagle Claw. The one on the left used a claw strike that was formed from his crimson origin energy. The claw was massive and looked like it could tear apart space. It was so deadly that no one in the Pinnacle Yang stage would be able to take it head-on. They were both filled with resentment for Lin Yun because of their previous loss. Now that they ran into Lin Yun again, they unleashed their strongest attacks immediately in order to kill Lin Yun. When Master Fu and Master Gu saw this scene, they both sneered. The attacks from the two chiefs were powerful enough to kill someone in the Pinnacle Yang stage, and Lin Yun was only in the Greater Yang stage. So they both looked at Lin Yun like he was a dead person before they resumed their search in the 100 Treasure Lake. You want to take my life with such pitiful tricks? Lin Yun sneered at the two chiefs. Raising his brow, Lin Yun turned to look at the chief who threw out a punch and unleashed his sword aura. In the next second, he felt that Lin Yun's existence had started to become vague. Lin Yun was clearly in front of him, but he felt as though Lin Yun was standing on top of a mountain and looking down at him. Just when he was feeling doubtful, a brilliant sword cry rang out from Lin Yun's body. Raising his hand, Lin Yun used his fist empowered by his Xiantian sword intent at greater mastery to stab him like a sword. When the two punches collided, Lin Yun's sword aura surged into the sky and his fist became even more ferocious. Get lost! Lin Yun barked as the iris flower in his violet palace bloomed. With this, his fist emitted a brilliant dazzle. The chief spit up a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying out. He was covered with injuries from Lin Yun's sword aura. Die! The other chief who pounced over with a claw sneered. There was no way Lin Yun could avoid this attack. Although Lin Yun had protected his vital spots, the chief was confident that he could kill Lin Yun if his attack landed on Lin Yun's chest. But when his claw came in contact with Lin Yun's chest, it felt like he was attacking a metal plate because the rebound force hurt his arm. At the same time, lightning began to flicker on his claw, which startled him greatly. When he looked at Lin Yun closely, he noticed that there was a peculiar membrane enveloping Lin Yun that had ancient lightning runes and a wisp of a dragon's aura. Realizing that he couldn't do anything to the membrane, his eyes were replaced with fear as he wanted to retreat. You think you can run? Lin Yun reached out and grabbed his attacker's wrist firmly. At the same time, a surge of sword aura drilled itself into that chief's meridians. The chief's face instantly became ugly as he tried his best to withdraw his hand. But no matter how he struggled, he wasn't able to break free from Lin Yun's grip. You're really courting death. Do you think that you lost because you were careless? I even killed the elders of the Bloodwing Pavilion. So who the hell do you think you are? Lin Yun threw the chief out, slamming him into the wall as if he were tossing out the garbage. The impact instantly created a dent on the wall as cobweb cracks began to spread out. On the other hand, Bloodwolf and Chief Lung were having difficulty with Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan had the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip, so there was nothing they could do to him. Old geezer. We'll die if you don't use your trump card now. Flames surged from Bloodwolf's armor that condensed into a flaming dragon to withstand Feng Wuhan's attack. Haha! Let me see what trump card an insignificant wandering cultivator has, smiled Feng Wuhan arrogantly. Feng Wuhan, you're not afraid that the treasures here might go to that brat? Chief Lung's eyes flickered unsteadily as he tried to force Feng Wuhan to stop with Lin Yun as a threat. Why should I care about him? As long as I kill the two of you, everything in the treasury will belong to me, smiled Feng Wuhan. Dream on. Chief Lung's eyes flickered as he made a decision. In the next second, rings of purple moonlight began to emit out of his body as his terrifying strength sent Feng Wuhan flying away. When the moonlight essence gathered, it formed a round moon above Chief Lung's head. The Indigo Moon Sutra. Feng Wuhan was surprised as fear flashed in his pupils. Simultaneously, Bloodwolf's flame dragon armor increased in size as he increased in size. In the next second, Bloodwolf had grown to over 3 meters. Demonification? Feng Wuhan's face became grave. Humph. I already told you that having the highest cultivation here doesn't mean that you can do anything you want, said Bloodwolf as he charged over. Chief Lung's face was grim as he followed behind with a moon above him. With that, the battle had unfolded once more and the intensity of the fight was several times stronger than before. On the 100 Treasure Lake, Lin Yun quickly took a look at the battle and fell into deep thoughts. He now knew why Chief Lung felt so weird. If his memories served him right, the Indigo Moon Sutra should be the cultivation technique of the Indigo Moon Elysium. It made sense that Chief Lung was stronger than the Grand Elder of the Bloodwing Pavilion's outer sect. Even if the Bloodwing Pavilion was strong, how could it be compared to the Indigo Moon Elysium? Azure Wood Wine. While Lin Yun was distracted for a second, Master Gu and Master Fu exclaimed as they both looked in the same direction. Lei Yunzi had garnered countless treasures in his lifetime, but there were only 4 significant ones: the Blood Devour Demonic Cannon, the Profound Lightning Pearl, the Azurewood Wine, and the Dreamcatcher Flower. That wine has such dense spiritual energy. Even the iris flower within my body is starting to feel restless. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he charged over, pushing the 7 profound steps to the limit. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun seized the Azurewood Wine and took a swig. He could sense a hot current flowing throughout his body and his physique had gotten a lot stronger in such a short amount of time. What great wine! Exclaimed Lin Yun. Bastard! Put down the Azurewood Wine. Master Gu and Master Fu charged towards Lin Yun with pale faces. In addition to the wine, there was also an azure dragon wood that was extremely precious to the 2 masters. If they could obtain it, they could break through their bottleneck. So one could imagine how furious they were that the Azurewood Wine was taken by Lin Yun. Looking at the 2 old men becoming so anxious, Lin Yun wore a playful expression as he took another swig before he moved. The 2 old men chased after him, launching their attacks. But Lin Yun moved about in the 100 Treasure Lake easily and avoided their attacks. Whenever Lin Yun saw an interesting treasure on a lotus, he would smile and take it. Occasionally, he would even take a swig of the Azurewood Wine, just to make the 2 old men even more furious. Suddenly, the sword box he carried behind him trembled and the flower burial sword started buzzing. This made Lin Yun come to a stop as he turned to look at a flower sitting on a lotus far away. The Dreamcatcher Flower. Master Gu and Master Fu took a deep breath as their faces changed once again when facing another valuable treasure. Since you like it, then I'll get it for you. Here I go. Lin Yun smiled as he flew towards the Dreamcatcher Flower. You bastard, stop! The 2 old men roared as they charged over. Not only did Lin Yun obtain the Profound Lightning Bead and the Azurewood Wine, but he was also going after the Dreamcatcher Flower. Each of the Dreamcatcher Flower's petals were attractive to Yin-Yang stage experts. Just the fragrance alone could calm the mind during cultivation. Although the fragrance might not be important to cultivators from the various sects, it was extremely precious to demonic cultivators who refined ominous aura. With this flower, they could avoid running amok before reaching the heavenly soul realm. The Blood Devour Demonic Cannon was a demonic cultivation technique, and Lei Yunzi wouldn't have grown so quickly without it. So one could tell how valuable the flower was, which was why Master Fu and Master Gu didn't want Lin Yun to have it, especially since he already obtained the Azurewood wine. They had been toyed with this whole time, so how could they not be furious seeing that the Dreamcatcher flower was about to be taken away? Lin Yun landed on the lotus and took the Dreamcatcher flower. Bastard! Hand over the Dreamcatcher flower. Damn it! This fellow's movement technique has reached the manifestation stage. We can't catch him. The two old men were furious, but there was nothing they could do except watch Lin Yun take the Dreamcatcher flower away. But in reality, Lin Yun had the ability to suppress the two old men if he wanted. The reason why he didn't do that was because he didn't want to attract Feng Wuhan, Bloodwolf, and Chief Leng's attention. If he was too eye-catching, they might join hands to deal with him. As Lin Yun moved about the lake gradually became dim because all the valuable treasures were being taken away. Although Feng Wuhan, Bloodwolf, and Chief Leng had noticed it, they were too focused on their own fight, so they didn't stop Lin Yun. Since Chief Leng and Bloodwolf brought out their trump cards, Feng Wuhan was having difficulty facing them. At the same time, the indigo flame thunder whip in his hand became even denser. Feng Wuhan's eyes flickered because he knew that he would be doomed if this carried on. Letting out a roar, the indigo flame thunder whip flashed with a lightning crackle that forced Bloodwolf and Chief Leng back. Taking advantage of the short period, Feng Wuhan soared into the sky and landed on the 100 Treasure Lake with his whip flying at Lin Yun. As Lin Yun was wandering around the lake, he suddenly felt ferocious flames along with lightning coming at him. Lin Yun was surprised, but he finally understood why Bloodwolf and Chief Leng had difficulty dealing with Feng Wuhan. "What a good weapon!" yelled Lin Yun. Without any hesitation, he tapped his foot on the ground and flew out of the 100 Treasure Lake. He had already obtained most of the treasures, so there was no need for him to face Feng Wuhan head-on. "I'll let you off for now, but when I obtain the Blood-Devour demonic cannon, I'll get you to spit everything out." Feng Wuhan looked at Lin Yun closely before grabbing Master Gu and heading for the entrance of the 3rd level. Bloodwolf and Chief Leng's faces changed when they landed on the lake. After they took the remaining treasures, they both turned to look at Lin Yun coldly at the same time. However, Lin Yun looked at them with indifference. "Father, no?" Leng Xiangyun begged as she saw this. Chief Leng turned around to look at his own daughter in disgust before taking her and the two chiefs with him. Once the 3 Eagle Strongholds party left, Bloodwolf didn't hesitate to leave with Master Fu. "Let's go." The Blood-Devour demonic cannon was naturally more important than Lin Yun. Furthermore, they also had the same thoughts as Feng Wuhan in that they would deal with Lin Yun after obtaining the Blood-Devour demonic cannon. "The Blood-Devour demonic cannon is pretty important to them," sighed Lin Yun. He had so many treasures on him, but they had given up on him so easily. From that, Lin Yun could infer how attractive the Blood-Devour demonic cannon was to them. The martial path was a path where everyone struggled against heaven, and the Blood-Devour demonic cannon was a shortcut for them to grow stronger. They would face no bottleneck as long as they could devour cultivators of the same cultivation level. But was it that easy to obtain? After all, Lei Yunzi's reputation wasn't good. "I need to look at my harvest first." Lin Yun had yet to check the treasures that he obtained so far. Aside from the Azurewood wine, Profound Lightning Bead, and Dreamcatcher flower, he had dozens of other precious treasures that were considered the best in the 100 Treasure Lake. Among them were 2 mid-ranked cosmic artifacts and 5 low-ranked cosmic artifacts. The Heavenly Silkworm Armor. This is a soft armor made with heavenly silkworm silk. It's impenetrable and immune to water and fire. It can soften attacks and withstand weapons. An ordinary low-grade cosmic artifact would have a great difficulty breaking through its defenses. The Profound Lightning Shuttle. This is a mid-grade cosmic artifact. The 9 segments can form a spear, but they can also be used separately to face enemies. The Violet Yang Pellet, a 4th-grade pellet that can refine the origin energy of those in the Yang stage to stabilize one's cultivation. All the treasures he had were precious. As for the Azurewood wine, Dreamcatcher flower, and Profound Lightning Bead, they were practically priceless. The Azurewood wine could stabilize and strengthen the cultivation and physique of someone in the Yin Yang stage. However, since he was only in the yang stage, there was no need to think about its effects. The most precious part of the azurewood wine was the azure dragon wood that was inside it. It was a precious treasure that even a fourth-grade spiritualist would want. The patterns on the wood contained a wisp of a dragon's aura, and it could be used to create a spiritual artifact. It could also be used as the catalyst for many fifth-grade pellets. The Dreamcatcher flower could aid a demonic cultivator in refining their ominous aura. Demonic cultivators were afraid of running amok, so having this was the same as having a protective talisman. As for the profound lightning bead, it was even more precious than the other items. Lin Yun toyed around with it in his hand. He could sense that this item could aid him in reaching the third stage of the Azure Dragon Enneaform. I should cultivate a little. Lin Yun was certain that the third level would be even more dangerous. Since there was no one here to disrupt him, he might as well cultivate. Most importantly, Lin Yun had been cautious from the moment he entered here. He had a feeling that there was something unusual about this place. Since he would reach the third level soon, he needed more strength to feel safe. Otherwise, it would be pointless for him to carry on. As many thoughts flashed through his mind, Lin Yun opened his palm with the profound lightning bead in his hand. Taking a closer look at it, he noticed that there were runes constantly spreading out on the surface of the bead. It looked like each rune had a storm on it. He could even vaguely hear thunder rumbling. What powerful lightning energy! Lin Yun sucked in a breath with shock on his face. The lightning energy was several times stronger than the beast core he refined back then. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun began to circulate the Azure Dragon Enneaform with the bead in his hand. As he circulated the body refining technique, the lightning within the bead flowed into his body. When the lightning flowed into his body, it flickered ferociously while being absorbed. At the same time, the sound of thunder constantly rumbled from Lin Yun's body. Under these conditions, the lightning rune membrane covering Lin Yun grew denser. Time gradually passed and Master Gu had a headache. It was getting more difficult as they proceeded through the third level. On the other hand, Feng Wuhan looked at the cosmic artifact in his hand with his brows locked together. Even if this is a sealed high-ranked cosmic artifact, I can only barely bring out 30% of its power. Let me take a look. Master Gu took the indigo flame thunder whip. The moment he grabbed onto it, his face changed with his body bending down as he exclaimed, "It's too heavy! You need to grasp lightning energy and have a powerful physique to control this whip," analyzed Feng Wuhan. This meant that Lei Yunzi was truly an all-round talent. Not only was he proficient in spiritual runes, but he also seemed to have a powerful physique. It must be the Blood Devour demonic cannon. In addition to devouring flesh, it must be able to devour your victim's cultivation technique as well, said Feng Wuhan. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with excitement. Hurry up. We must obtain the Blood Devour demonic cannon before anyone else. Don't worry. We'll definitely be the first ones there. Master Gu was pretty confident about his attainment in spiritual runes as he was known to be the strongest in the Flagscythe County. 2 days later, a stone gate opened in the core region of the third level as 2 exhausted figures walked out. But when they noticed that there wasn't anyone else around, they became excited. Master Gu's face had also changed as the core region of the third level was also a palace. But this time, there wasn't a lake. Instead, it was replaced with an altar with a demonic cannon shrouded in crimson aura. Even with his attainments in spiritual runes, Master Gu could sense something unusual about this place. He felt even more oppressed than he did in the 2 previous levels, especially from the altar since it cast a gloom over his heart. The Blood Devour demonic cannon. But Feng Wuhan didn't care about it as he rejoiced when he saw the crimson cannon. Before Master Gu could say anything, Feng Wuhan had already charged towards the altar. But just when he was about to get close, the boundless crimson aura condensed into a pair of crimson pupils. When the pupils stared at Feng Wuhan, he instantly felt a force that hit him from behind. It sent him flying and caused him to spit up blood. When he fell to the ground, he threw up another mouthful of blood as he looked at the crimson aura with fear in his eyes. What's going on? Feng Wuhan's heart was overwhelmed by fear and confusion. The sacrifice of a pure physique is needed if you want the Blood Devour demonic cannon. Otherwise, anyone who comes here will die. Master Gu read out the words engraved at the bottom of the altar. Pure in physique. Damn it! Where am I going to find a pure in physique? Feng Wuhan became irritated seeing that the blood-devour demonic cannon was right in front of him. In the end, all his efforts had gone down the drain. Suddenly, Master Gu spoke up, "That last from the Three Eagle Stronghold." Hearing that, Feng Wuhan had joy written on his face as his eyes lit up. Looks like that old geezer knows quite a lot. Back on the second level, Lin Yun was still seated by the 100-treasure lake as lightning spread across his body like tree branches. Under the tempering of the lightning, the membrane had grown denser in color and had even become purple. The lightning energy contained in the profound lightning bead was too terrifying. If Lin Yun didn't have a good foundation in his physique, he would be in danger when refining the bead. But even so, Lin Yun still felt an aching pain coming from his meridians. Then again, this was nothing compared to the pain he felt previously when he was refining the Azure Dragon's blood. As lightning energy endlessly flowed into his body from the bead, the iris flower in his violet palace underwent some changes. Aside from nourishing his physique and strengthening the Azure Dragon Enneaform, the lightning energy also merged with his origin energy. After just half a day, Lin Yun discovered that his cultivation had been strengthened a great deal. This was shocking because Lin Yun hadn't made any progress in his cultivation after reaching the Greater Yang stage. So Lin Yun couldn't help rejoicing about these changes. As lightning flickered, Lin Yun's expression became grave as he fell into deep thoughts. At the same time, he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra to merge his origin energy with the lightning energy. By circulating the Iris Sword Sutra, his origin energy swiftly merged with the lightning energy. Countless bolts of lightning drizzled down like lightning in his violet palace. But as the two merged, Lin Yun could sense that his origin energy was becoming even more refined at a rapid speed. Interesting. My foundation wasn't stable because of the rapid increase in my cultivation from before. I never imagined that refining the lightning energy from the profound lightning bead could stabilize my foundation. Lin Yun could sense that his origin energy had grown even denser in such a short while. As time gradually passed, the energy surging from the profound lightning bead became even more ferocious, seemingly trying to tear his body apart. Looks like I have to take this opportunity to improve my Azure Dragon Enneaform to the third stage, Lin Yun muttered inwardly with a grave expression. If he couldn't make a breakthrough in his physique, he wouldn't be able to refine the profound lightning bead, and there was naturally no way he could give up on it. Circulating the Azure Dragon Enneaform, Lin Yun constantly guided the lightning energy from the profound lightning bead to the few meridians that signified the third stage. Whenever the lightning energy crashed with his bottleneck, Lin Yun's body would jolt violently. When he repeated it for the 9th time, Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood as he could feel the aching within his body. But Lin Yun had joy on his face as he could sense that his bottleneck had been shaken. Calming himself down, a ruthless expression flashed on Lin Yun's face as he endured the pain of the lightning energy frantically pouring into his meridians. The entire palace began to tremble violently as rocks fell down from the ceiling. For hours later, a brilliant dragon roar echoed from within his body once he started feeling numb. Finally, he broke through the last meridian and the Azure Dragon Enneaform successfully reached the third stage. Pure lightning energy coursed throughout Lin Yun's body before being absorbed by his internal organs. At the same time, the insides of his body were stained with purple from the lightning. With that, his blood, flesh, skin, and bones had undergone a transformation. At the same time, the ancient lightning runes on the surface of his body began to squirm as they gathered towards his heart like a creek flowing into a lake. When all the lightning runes gathered on his heart, a dazzling lightning radiance lit up like the sun. When the light dissipated, a dragon mark was imprinted on his chest that emitted a faint dragon aura. As his heart throbbed, the mark would also beat like it had a life of its own. Lin Yun let out a breath as he opened his eyes and a powerful aura spread out from within his body. The aura itself was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than it was before he refined the bead. This is the Azure Dragon Mark? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. With a thought, The azure dragon mark on his chest lit up and spread out on the surface of his body in the form of lightning runes. When it covered his entire body, his skin turned purple and looked like metal. The membrane had undergone a total transformation. When Lin Yun clenched his fist, he could feel the power coursing through his body. Azure dragon enneaform, duoform. Letting out a bark, Lin Yun punched the ground and cracks began to spread out on the ground. Shortly after, lightning began to crackle as the solid ground that once withstood the ordeal between the three yin-yang stage cultivators was reduced to ashes. The entire palace trembled for a long time before it calmed down. Looking at the surroundings, Lin Yun was shocked and excitement was in his pupils. He was confident that he could face someone in the pinnacle lesser yin-yang stage even without using his sword. This is the power of the azure dragon enneaform, duoform? If he faced the two chiefs from the Three Eagle stronghold again, he was confident that he could heavily injure them with just a punch. He was also confident that he could take their lives with just 3 moves. Aside from the great boost in strength, Lin Yun was surprised to find a total transformation in the armor. Previously, it was a skin-like membrane, but now it had completely merged with his skin. More accurately, it could be called the Azure Dragon Battle Physique. "It's time for me to head to the 3rd level," said Lin Yun calmly. Now, he was confident that he could face everyone using the Azure Dragon mark. He wouldn't have to be afraid of them even if he faced them all at once. What he had to be concerned about was the Thundercloud Treasury. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhan and Master Gu were anxiously waiting at the core region of the 3rd level. The Blood Devour demonic cannon might be tempting, but they didn't dare to make a move recklessly, especially since Feng Wuhan had a taste of the consequences. That pair of crimson pupils made him plunge into hell and caused his blood to freeze. When he was sent flying, he could even feel that his soul had been injured. Sitting on the ground, Feng Wuhan opened his eyes impatiently. Still nothing? The Three Eagle stronghold could only rely on Lang Xiangyun, so it was natural that they would be a lot slower than Master Gu and Master Fu. Although Feng Wuhan knew this, he still couldn't help feeling impatient. Suddenly, the stone gate opened up, which made Feng Wuhan and Master Gu's eyes light up. But when they saw who it was, they couldn't help looking disappointed because it was only Blood Wolf and Master Fu. The Blood Devour demonic cannon. Blood Wolf became excited with greed when he looked at the floating demonic cannon. "I advise you to stay where you are," said Feng Wuhan. "What are you trying to do now?" Blood Wolf recovered from his excitement and looked at Feng Wuhan with doubt. If Feng Wuhan was already here, why didn't he claim the Blood Devour demonic cannon? "Take a look at it yourself," said Feng Wuhan as he pointed at the altar. When Blood Wolf and Master Fu saw the inscription, Blood Wolf began to curse. "What the hell? Is Lei Yunzi fooling around with us even after his death? We've already come so far, so how are we going to find a pure in physique for him?" The journey here wasn't easy and Blood Wolf couldn't be blamed for being angry when he saw the Blood Devour demonic cannon that he wasn't able to obtain. TSK, pure in physique. Who says that we don't have this around? Feng Wuhan smiled. Looking at the curiosity on Blood Wolf's face, Feng Wuhan said, "You'll see after the Three Eagle Stronghold's men are here." The Three Eagle Stronghold? Blood Wolf and Master Fu exchanged a glance before they both exclaimed, "That lass! That old geezer has really hidden it well." Then, the stone gate opened once more as the Three Eagle Stronghold's men came out. Blood Wolf and Feng Wuhan instantly turned to look at Lang Xiangyun with a peculiar smile that frightened Lang Xiangyun. "What are you two trying to do?" Chief Leng barked cautiously. "You don't know what we're trying to do?" Feng Wuhan mocked. Chief Leng began to feel uncertain. But when he looked at the altar, he had a rough idea of what was going on. "Old geezer, don't tell me that you really brought your biological daughter just in case the altar happened to need a pure in physique." "I don't believe in such coincidences," said Blood Wolf coldly. Father, are they telling the truth?" Leng Xiangyun trembled as her face turned pale. "Xiangyun, I raised you for over 10 years. I have feelings for you, but this is your fate," sighed Chief Leng. Leng Xiangyun's face became ashened when she heard that and she began to tremble. She never imagined that this would be her outcome. So it really was the case. Bloodwolf and Feng Wuhan looked at Lung Xiangyun with greed in their eyes. This made the naive and innocent young lady look like a helpless lamb. There were some artisans who built the Thundercloud treasury who managed to escape. You're not one of them, right? Feng Wuhan looked at Chief Lung curiously. No, all those people died. However, I was the one who killed them. I just didn't think that that demon would try and kill me. I served him for my entire life, but he tried to kill me with the blood curse before his death. Chief Lung had a reminiscent look on his face as he began to get emotional, but he didn't expect that I would manage to survive the curse despite the ordeal. Bloodwolf and Feng Wuhan were stunned because they clearly didn't expect that Chief Lung was a servant of Lei Yunzi. All of a sudden, the last stone gate opened and Lin Yun entered.